falls in to cast dispersion, to cast down on the wheel. Most people in government don't know about this bad on the street. So we have a certain individual that really has all of it.
What is NASA's goal in their continuing science of UFOs? Are they ignoring the subject they have no interest in, or holding back the information? The team digs deeper into astronaut testimony.
I'm Dr. Brian O'Leary, former NASA astronaut. Not only is the phenomenon very real, but there's also very coverage.
The team has uncovered evidence on both sides of their NASA investigation. Evidence that may explain reported astronaut sightings and NASA videos. But some astronauts remain adamant that the UFO phenomenon is a reality, and that NASA has known about their sightings from the very beginnings of manned space missions. NASA pilot Joseph Goddard told the National Conference on the Peaceful Uses of Space Search that he had found 5 cylindrical objects during his historic flight in April 1962 when his X-15 climbed 50 miles above the Earth's surface. Then he told the stunned audience that the previous month he had found 2 disc-shaped objects. Only one still imagery ever released by NASA. Walker's statement was a rare discussion by a NASA pilot regarding sightings of UFOs, and not the only one. Gordon Cooper, one of the astronauts from NASA's original Mercury project, claimed to have witnessed several strange aircraft throughout his career.
This podcast for free on iHeartRadio and #1 for music, radio, and podcasts.
And according to his memoirs, he said that NASA and the government, quote, swept these and other sightings under the rug.
Gordon Cooper was very bitter that the secret had been kept from the American public, and he went so far as to address the United Nations about this topic.
Frankly, I don't see why they would be wanting to fabricate this kind of material. It's almost a negative. I've realized for them to become more. So that's...
In 2008, yet another former NASA astronaut has come forward.
I'm Dr. Brian O'Leary, former NASA astronaut. Not only is the phenomenon very real, but there's also a very elaborate coverage.
Brian O'Leary, a NASA astronaut from 1967 to 1968, originally slated for a manned mission to Mars, has also come forward. But he wasn't always a believer.
I myself was once a skeptic. Totally rejected the UFO phenomenon. I thought if they were hallucinations, Mars gas, Venus. I was about Carl Sagan's pathway during the 1960s, and while I was in medical. After I left NASA, I really began to learn what it's like to be targeted and stalked by people who would normally be my friends and colleagues, just because I would inquire into areas that were outside of their box.
But were these attitudes passed down to all astronauts, or just to those who are interested in UFOs?
Some of my fellow astronauts and scientists who did go up and have observed things very clearly. They were told not to report it.
It is these reports which lead UFO researchers and other experts without a solid answer to their biggest question. Why does NASA continually avoid the subject of UFOs?
We've got documents here, the common reports, the testimony of Ed White and James from UFOs. They saw, I think I've moved beyond believing that there are mere contradictions in NASA's UFO policies to believing that there may, in fact, be some kind of
Cover up at NASA. I doubt it. I'm not sure there is that much on record to cover up besides various areas meetings and testimonies.
What about the testimony of the astronauts themselves? I mean, can you ignore that?
You can't ignore it.
Has NASA already gained knowledge of extraterrestrial intelligence? The team believes that until all NASA photographs and video evidence are released and open discussions on the events are allowed, the NASA files will remain open. Two hostile worlds that suffer very different fates. One very much alive and seething with treacherous forces of nature. The other, a planetary carcass gouged by millions of high-velocity impacts. Both demonstrate the true horrors of the planets gone wrong. Mercury and Venus, the inner planets. Along with Earth and Mars, Mercury and Venus make up our inner solar system.
We get that caveat emptor thing with so many things in life.
Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, these planets farthest from the Sun, make up the gaseous outer worlds of the solar system. Over 4 billion years, the inner planets bound enough interstellar debris to become rock solid.
Why do we study planets? Why do we study astronomy at all? We someday need to go beyond planet Earth if we expect to survive as a species for a very long time. But we need to know what's out there and what the nature of the universe is.
We're studying worlds where things are exotic. The basic processes of physics and chemistry at work are the same as we see here on Earth.
Millions of miles separate us from our rocky cousins. But a tour around Venus and Mercury reveals a common DNA.
You can go to Mercury and Venus and really look at these as places, as worlds with their own histories, and then contextualize our own planet's history.
Venus is the sixth largest planet in the solar system. At its closest, it is 26 million miles away from Earth. A year on Venus lasts 225 Earth days. If you weigh 150 pounds on Earth, you weigh 136 on Venus.
Okay, so speaking of finding things, if you need to find where you go,
Venus,
where you need to go,
when the ancient Romans looked up,
ways and ways
they
that
were captivated by its commanding presence. They named the planet after their serene goddess of love and beauty.
It's such a beautiful presence in the sky. It seems obvious that the connection there.
Venus has long been considered our sister planet because of its closeness in composition, gravity, density, and size.
Venus and Earth are almost twins in a lot of ways. Almost the same size. Venus is slightly smaller than Earth. So if Earth was a regulation basketball, Venus is soccer. Slightly smaller. And Venus is the closest planet to Earth. So for a long time it was thought of literally as a twin planet.
For ages, scientists thought this twin on Earth was a
before the space age, people thought it would be Earth-like on Venus. But the paradox is when we actually got to Venus and started exploring, the conditions are so different.
It turned out Venus was less of an exotic sister to Earth and more of an evil twin.
Here you have two very similar planets in their sort of evolving properties, but they evolved to such different states, and that creates an interesting problem in understanding planetary evolution, a sort of controlled experiment. Take these two similar planets, let them go for 4 billion years, and then why do they end up so different?
First, some of the basic differences. Venus has been hit hard with meteors. One so strong that some scientists think it may have reversed the planet's rotation.
Venus has a very slow rotation, and that's what we call retrograde rotation. So it spins backwards compared to the direction of spin of all the other planets.
Because of this retrograde rotation, the sun rises in the west and sets in the east, and the Venusian days are long ones. The amount of time from one sunrise to the next is about 8 Earth months.
Thank you so much, Rich.
But the orbital pattern and long days are what make Venus so intolerable. In part, it's the wicked climate. With a surface temperature of 900 degrees Fahrenheit, Venus is the hottest planet in the solar system. Travelers there would have their trip cut short in no time.
It would take a matter of seconds, maybe 1 second before they were
North Carolina's Republican Lieutenant
If you're an astronaut sitting on Venus without a spacesuit, then your skin's going to crisp up. You're going to cook just like a turkey in an oven, except much faster.
Crackdown on LGBTQ legislation.
The unforgiving heat wave is created by a process called the greenhouse effect, the identical process that keeps Earth's climate in check and teeming with life. But a closer look at Venus tells us how this common trait can be a cycle of life and a cycle of death.
Coaches, medical professionals, and active military members were among those arrested. So was a former Polk County detention.
Today, our own temperature is on the rise, and scientists found the possible cause behind it up on Venus.
global warming.
Judge
As a
Judge
result
rather
of
announced
greenhouse
yesterday,
gases
21 of those
that are
arrested are believed to be in the U.S. illegal. He says of the 66 prostitutes arrested during the investigation, 13 were
Look at Guinness and
identified
say,
as
aha,
possible human
here it is actually happening.
California's
In
hunting
the
for New York's
1990s, after the Magellan spacecraft was launched, planetary watchdogs began turning to Venus to surmise just how bad it could get here on Earth.
Space exploration has told us a lot about
The study says LA ranked
the
third in
environment.
average score
And in fact, the greenhouse
and its
effect
pizza seed
that
is as
everybody's
diverse
talking
as its population.
global warming
Polar
was
temperature
actually discovered on Venus.
When we come back, Amy's on it. Let's meet.
What they found out about Venus shed new light on how fragile Earth's greenhouse effect really is.
See if I can stay.
Venus didn't always used to be this hot. You think that early in its history, it was more Earth-like on the surface and it lost its oceans due to what we call a runaway greenhouse effect. So Venus is an example that the circulating global change can happen on the planet in sort of a worst-case scenario. We don't have to turn Earth into Venus before we're in trouble. We move in that direction, and we are moving in that direction. The real value of studying Venus, it allows us to test our climate models.
Through computerized general circulation models, GCMs, scientists were able to calculate temperature increases on Earth based on the amount of greenhouse gases on Venus. So just how does Venus's greenhouse effect work and make the planet so hot? This is Biosphere 2. Located along the foothills of Arizona's Santa Catalina Mountains, it was built by a group of researchers to explore the idea of colonizing other planets. It's the largest greenhouse on Earth.
Biosphere is a perfect example of a greenhouse, which is a big building with glass panes and the sun. Here's what happens.
The solar rays that penetrate the glass panes cause the temperature inside to rise.
heats up, then the air cannot escape, cannot move vertically into the atmosphere because of the walls.
The windows trap the heat and warm the building and provide the plants and trees livable climate. On Venus, greenhouse gases don't exactly trap the sun's heat, but they greatly slow the rate at which it can escape.
The greenhouse effect on any planet is a situation where the surface temperature becomes hotter because of gases in the atmosphere that trap the heat and pull that into the sun.
These same greenhouse gases that prove to be fatal to us on Venus are essential to life on Earth.
Without the greenhouse effect, the average temperature would be far below freezing. The oceans would be totally or almost totally frozen. It's not even clear if life would exist on the Earth. We talked about how hot it was. Why is it so hot? The answer has to do with the atmospheric composition. It's almost all carbon dioxide there.
Carbon dioxide, or CO2, makes up 95% of the ocean atmosphere, and that high volume of gas traps more heat.
That's going to be a strong greenhouse effect, and that's going to make it really hot. And that's why it's so hot on Venus. It's an extreme example of global warming.
On Venus, volcanoes are the natural spring source for CO2 and other gases. It's a process atmospheric chemist Jeff Sutton studies on Earth at Hawaii's Kilauea volcano. Deep below the surface, atomic compounds ignite during volcanic activity to form CO2. The gas is born from the pressure created by the heat of molten rock or magma.
And rising to the surface into these separate magma storage complexes. Pressure is decreased on the magma. And the effect of that is to allow gases that are trapped into a very high pressure to be released and bubble out.
The Venusian surface would likely have cracks in the lava similar to these vents, where gases escape into the airstream.
Somewhere between 80,000 and 30,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide well out of the magma chamber each day. And it amounts to something on the order of 3.5 to 5 million tons per year.
And that's just one volcano here on Earth. Venus has more active volcanoes, and that means more heat-bouncing gases.
So all the CO2 just builds up in the atmosphere on Venus, which just makes it hotter and hotter.
The 900-degree heat is the only trait that makes Earth's twin seem a menace. 30 miles above the scorching ground of Venus, there's havoc occurring on the planet that makes 900 degrees Fahrenheit feel like a cold front. Electrical mayhem, where split-second jolts can reach 50,000 degrees. Each spark of light contains 100 billion volts of electricity. Lightning occurs on both Earth and Venus when electrical charges store up enough energy until they release a spark.
Or older, or it's a series, or it's a documentary. There's a lot of
Piers Oppenheim teaches planetary physics to students at Boston University. And researchers like him get in on the action at Boston's Museum of Science. In their caged lighting exhibit, 30-foot-high domes motor up to simulate how lightning is generated on Venus. And then, it's showtime.
But look at this. It's generating so many millions of volts on the show that voltage has to escape. And it's actually ripping molecules in the air apart.
The air in the domes, like the Venusian clouds, stirs up the electrical distribution of tiny atomic molecules.
So the ripped molecules make that light as they reassemble themselves. And that's what a lightning bolt is.
Cosmic particles signals from exploding stars way out in the galaxy.
Yo, what up, Anna? How are you?
In the atmosphere, they provide that spark.
These are particles that come from
Hello?
way out in the universe. Into the atmosphere and cause a
Oh,
shower of
hold on. Let me make it so you can come up and speak.
And on Venus, we probably
Apologies.
have real lightning streams that contain enormous amounts of energy and go for miles and miles.
On average, lightning hits the Earth more than 3.1 billion times a year. The number of
I have
times
seen you
lightning hits the Earth
somewhere.
on Venus, zero.
Harry Potter Bomb Sonic Canino, I think.
Pressure on Venus is 90 times greater
All right.
than on Earth.
I sent you an invitation.
The atmosphere created by
Hopefully you can
gases
accept it.
is
I'm just doing some testing of the features that we've got here. If you don't know, I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, for world peace. I don't want people to have war anymore. I've been doing so now for almost 3 years. I have more data on the internet than any person in global history. You can check out my setup. You're live on. That's real. Only your stream's pretty cool, and I'd love to be a friend. Okay, cool. So I've got. You're live on 9 different streams on each one of these devices, so it's a really big deal. You can see, look at all these devices. It's huge. I'm going to invite you to speak. Feel free to speak if you'd like. If you don't want to speak, you know, do your own thing, girl. I'm not here to be your boss unless you want that. All right, so moving on. If you're like, so you mean you just stream your life all day, Rabbi? Yep. You don't do anything else? I do other things, but that's for the most part it. And I set up my streams and I test. I do all kinds of things. In fact, I gotta say some prayers, believe it or not. And if you're like, you're gonna say prayers? Yeah. So just one moment. It's like all on a calendar, and I gotta do it within a certain amount of time. So, if you're like, okay, well, why don't you say your prayers? I have to log into some accounts as well. And if you're like, you mean to tell me you put streaming ahead of logging, ahead of prayer? Generally, like I have a little bit of time to be able to do this. Okay, so we are in there. Okay, I don't care about boosting my security right now. And what I want to do is I want to get one of these accounts into this. So how do we anticipate doing that? You should also know I am stalling because I'm trying to get my little one of my extra accounts into this, and I'm trying to be as entertaining as possible and failing miserably at it. All right, found it. Cool. So here we go. Let's see if this works. We're going to follow this account. We're going to join the space, and hopefully the video is showing. Okay, so you let's see if this is working. Okay, it seems to be working. Hold on. Yeah. But I don't want that feedback to come in. Maybe I'm bored from it. Okay. So yeah, I have to say some prayers. And if you're like I don't normally do it I do it on stream all the time, but I don't do it when I know someone's there. But I really know if you're here, so I don't really care. I mean, I care that you're here. I'm glad you're here. Appreciate it. But I don't really care if anybody sees me. All right. So I have a quick way to do this because I've got some stuff to do. I don't know how to hold my camera up though. So that would be a good question. Hold on 1 second. If this works, I consider myself very smart. Oh my god. Okay, so here's what I did. I took a top and I put it, like I put the camera in it so that the charger can still charge into it. And let's see if it holds you correctly.
When lava is actively flowing across the
It might.
surface,
You never know. It might be a first good
how quickly
good
it'll
shot
form
at this.
a silvery sheet
I just need a little
on
more
top of it,
black.
and
There we
then
go.
over the
All
period,
right.
meats will turn black.
So that.
As you probably see around.
At 5 miles high, Mount Mars is the largest volcano on Venus. It has left some tremendous lava channels in its wake, just like Kilauea did.
Now, as you can see, the structure will have levees throughout the sides and then internal structures as well. This is similar, perhaps, to how large channels called canali formed on the surface of Venus. However, they formed at a much larger scale.
Large enough to create seemingly endless miles of canali across the Venusian landscape. Consistent in both width and depth, the canali are much longer on Venus than on Hawaii because of environmental conditions on the planet. The dense atmosphere and hot temperature slows the magma from cooling into solid rock. And with little wind and no rain to further cool the magma, lava can cut through the surface for months after eruption before it hardens.
What's happening? Venus, if you did see layering, you would expect to see layer after layer of volcanic rock that would all be relatively black, basaltic in composition. You probably see the bits of color due to oxidized iron and red. Basically, basaltic lava flows are blasting enough that in fact you would actually put your hands. They are extremely sharp. They tend to quench and form glass.
We will see what happens this Sunday when they announce the next winner.
And then there are the skies. That heavy Venusian cloud cover diffuses most of the direct
We're
sunlight.
going to be checking in on the gold rush. So we've got ABC's Jim
It would
Rogers.
be a lot darker on the surface of
Now
Venus
here's
during the
Nick
day
to
than
tell us
it
all
would be here
about
on Earth.
problems continuing.
Also, because the light is scattered very efficiently, you tend to lose shadows. So everything is very fair and consistent across the surface. And additionally, because of the composition of the atmosphere, everything will tend to have more orange.
Besides canyons, jagged mountain ranges scrape the Venusian skies. The planet's highest peak is on Maxwell Mons.
Maxwell is about 35,000 feet high, which puts it at a healthy distance above Mount Everest or any mountain on Earth. Everest is something like 28,000 feet high. So it's definitely larger than anything on Earth.
Our sister planet seems to have outdone one of our 7 natural wonders. With all of the Venusian terrain measure up against another geologic feature, our canyons. The Grand Canyon, a great chasm eroded over 250 million years by the Colorado River.
When the Colorado Plateau was uplifted millions of years ago, it gave the water more energy to cut back through the canyon and wear away the rocks.
The vast canyons on Venus may have also been formed by erosion, but not by a river.
Volcanic systems can erode canyons by having a fluid flow that's very fluid, not very viscous. Materials can erode similar to water. And the Grand Canyon is only part of the Colorado River system, but even looking at the Colorado River system as a whole, it's not nearly as long as the longest channels on Venus.
Had the ancient Romans known about the volcanoes, acidic clouds, lightning bolts, toxic air, and that scorching something other than their goddess of beauty and love.
There's irony there because, of course, the Greeks and Romans didn't know anything about the conditions of Venus. And here we are a couple thousand years later, and we're actually exploring this place, and well, it's not quite so nice according to our taste.
But how do the dangers found on our sister planet compare to the cosmic violence on Mercury?
On the iHeartRadio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Gibbs keeps you 8 million miles away from Earth. Mercury's dust-covered hills and inland plains stretch as far as the naked eye can see.
It's a colorless body. It does not have any colors like you see on Mars or the Earth, Venus from Africa.
Netflix said the next 3 entries with the night agent is number 2 most viewed original.
Dr. Robert Strong with the University of Arizona's Planetary Lab has been a chief authority on planetary geology for more than 35 years.
Required programming, summer sensations, on Netflix.
Mercury is the innermost planet, and it's quite different than anything else in the solar system.
At 36 billion miles, Mercury is the closest planet to the sun. The planet has no known moons. Mercury has no atmosphere. And it's a naked eye planet, visible on Earth during the twilight hours.
Going out to Motley Crue drummer Tommy Lee was on the mend for what looks like pretty serious hand surgery. First announced a procedure which he described as a
With a diameter 60% smaller than Earth,
player pretty much everything.
Mercury is the solar system's strongest planet.
Surgery took place.
Much too small to generate the strong gravitational field needed to retain the atmosphere.
Gravity depends upon the mass of the object. It's larger than Venus, more gravity. So on Mercury, gravity is less on
Since the planet's gravity is so weak, if you weighed 150 pounds on Earth, you only weigh 57 pounds on Mercury. Planet size matters when it comes to the internal heat needed to sustain geologic activity.
The internal convection currents that drive geology stop, and in general, it just freezes up, and there's no way to sustain that geological activity. And that happened to Mercury a long time ago, probably after less than 1 billion years of its life.
The days when the planet beat with a strong pulse that produced volcanic and tectonic Mercury quakes are long gone.
Mercury and dead planet. Depends on what you mean by dead. Is it internally active?
It's 5:51 on your
It's
wake-up
probably
call.
not active at
Ready
all.
hour bell. Wake-up call's almost over. It's your
It is essentially a dead planet and has been
Here's
dead
what we're
for
following
about
in the
4
KFIV newsroom. There's less than half the votes
For a
cast
near
in
lifeless planet,
George
Mercury
Gaston
still
is
has
leading
some
the pack with 22% of the vote. Nathan Huckman is
Named
18%.
by the ancient Romans after the swift-footed messenger
third
god,
place.
Mercury
11
orbits
people
the sun in
challenging Gaston
88
and has been
Earth days,
criticized for being too soft.
the fastest of
It
any
looks like we're
planet.
going on a road now. Measure HLAs and say
But when it comes to the time it takes Mercury to spin on its own axis, the planet holds the record for being the slowest. Length of time, around 180 Earth days, about half a year. The sun's gravitational force creates a tidal friction within Mercury, which slows down its speed as it spins on its axis. This means a year on Mercury is shorter than a day on the planet. And that sluggish rotation gives Mercury a somewhat peculiar weather forecast. For 6 months, the side exposed to the sun reaches 800 degrees Fahrenheit. On the other side, the temperature drops to 300 degrees below zero.
Has a long time to heat up. Side facing the sun, a long time to cool down. That's why it has huge temperature extremes.
Despite its close proximity to the sun, Mercury is a bit of a black sheep in the planetary family.
What's it, Troy?
Its skies always seem like starry nights.
The skies are black. The reason we have blue skies on the Earth is because of our atmosphere. Nitrogen scatters light preferentially in the world. So that's why the sky looks blue. It doesn't have an atmosphere, so the sky is black.
Legend holds that Mercury, the Roman god, invented the sport of boxing. This is one planet that's taken a lion's share of radio. Mercury has had millions of meteors and asteroids explode on its surface because it doesn't have an atmosphere to protect it. Our atmosphere guards Earth from most impacts, like a force field. When a small object slams into it, usually at more than 10 times the speed of a bullet, the collision with air molecules vaporizes it into a gas.
Shield from small impacting objects by this wonderful thing that we call the atmosphere. For small objects, big objects, they will be completely destroyed by its forces long before they get through the geological system.
On Mercury, without that atmosphere, the asteroids and meteors smack down at full throttle. This makes Mercury the most heavily cratered planet in the solar system.
You cannot take a step on Mercury without the atmosphere impact.
Back in 1974, the Mariner 10 space probe mapped half the planet's surface, including the largest crater ever surveyed in the solar system.
A prominent feature is a feature called the Colorado Basin, which is a very large impact crater that is about maybe 900 miles in diameter.
900 miles in diameter. That's a couple hundred miles broader than the entire state of Texas. Researchers speculate the iron meteorite that made that impact stretched for more than 60 miles before it crashed into the surface. Moments after impact, seismic waves converged to the antipodal point. The spot on the exact opposite side of the planet.
The seismic shock waves from this thing travel and they concentrate simultaneously around the other side of the planet and literally shook apart the surface.
The seismic turbulence jumbled up the crust and twisted the terrain through unusual rock formations.
There's all this weird terrain. In fact, technical term is weird terrain. Because you look at it and it's just weird. It's just jumbled up and hilly. It doesn't make any sense according to most geological activities. It's just very rough and winds throw something kind of scoop up the surface and just kind of drop to town.
Pre-existing craters suddenly became crude hills, some 6 miles wide and a mile high.
That amount of surface elevation could have been on the order of a kilometer or two in just a few seconds. It would have been horrendous.
Scientists have no way of knowing exactly when the enormous impact happened, but they can surmise one thing. If an asteroid the same size crashed into the Earth, the impact would be catastrophic and wipe out human civilization.
In Orange County, Chris Adler, the state Supreme Court has ruled 18 to 25-year-olds.
Countless meteor and asteroid impacts have left Mercury scarred with dense crater rings. Today, the planet looks beaten, a terrestrial corpse. Like Mercury, Earth's surface is vulnerable to bombardment. And Arizona's meteor crater is one of our most preserved and Mercurian craters. The desert basin has given geologists a better understanding of what happens when a meteor strikes Mercury's surface. Upon impact, energy from the shockwave whips through the surface and moves tons of rock upward to shake the crater.
was for people without diabetes who just want to understand how their diet and exercise affects their blood sugar. Monitors should in-store shelves this summer. Maryland Monroe's former house in Redwood is a step closer to being named a historic cultural monument. Attorney George Milston says the current owners want to tear it down because there's not much benefit to the public.
But imagine if the mighty object that formed Mercury's Dolores Basin crashed down on the site of the meteor crater.
It would be a massive explosion with chunks of molten material flying around the Earth ballistically, re-entering the Earth's atmosphere and causing these massive meteor shocks everywhere.
7,500 miles were shot above the soil, storm tsunamis with 2,000 waves.
Massive tsunamis propagated around the Earth and much of the world's coastlines.
Las Vegas, Nevada, the cities of Salt Lake City, Utah, San Francisco, California, Los Angeles, vanished in the split second.
Shockwaves from the impact propagated through the solid Earth, thousands of miles from the site of impacts right now.
Those seismic waves were converged and impacts continued off the coastline of Africa's Madagascar. Suddenly, one mountain would explode through the ocean floor and crash up and fall down into the Mercury.
It has ice there is because Mercury is a heavily graded surface. So craters typically hold the inside of them are constantly shattered.
That's because Mercury is vertical relative to the plane of its orbit. So some crater floors never receive light or heat from the sun. But with no obvious water source on the planet, that begs the question, how did the ice get there? Scientists believe the mystery ice could have come from a comet, comprised of rock, dust, gases, and ice. Comets come from the outer reaches of the solar system, where the temperatures are much colder.
This ice just be on the bottom of heavily shaded craters. The ice is sort of covered up by a layer of dust, which is shielding it from sunlight. We really don't know.
Besides these comet collisions, there is yet another type of crater or planet, and they weren't formed by anything that fell from the sky. Instead, an Earth-like force of nature created these holes, generating deep within the planet's core. Mercury. A closer look at its terrain by scientists
surface is impact crater. The second most important geologic process to affect Mercury is volcanism.
Although we haven't seen any definite evidence of volcanoes on the Earth, we do expect that there have been volcanic eruptions in the past.
This remote cow pasture, 3 hours drive north of Phoenix, might contain a telling link to Mercury's volcanic history. The crater hills are extinct cinder cone volcanoes, and geologists suspect similar ones can be found on Mercury.
This is a cinder cone. You can see behind me there's a large crater in the center, which is typical of cinder cones.
These volcanoes do have their differences with Mercury cinder cones.
Because Mercury has lots of gravity, we would expect that its cinder cones are formed to be much wider and much flatter.
All volcanoes erupt when pressure from the magma or molten rock inside is greater than the strength of the rock containing it. Pressure increases for 2 reasons: too much magma and too much gas. And when pressure increases in a volcano, it usually has one place to go.
Lava comes up to the surface, it erupts explosively. You have a vent area, and you have what's called fire fountain.
If the pressure is great enough, its force can spew lava higher than 100 feet on Earth. But on Mercury, with such low gravity, the fountain could eject lava 30 stories high. While these cinder cones in Arizona may illustrate our shared volcanic heritage with Mercury, to witness an eruption there firsthand and watch the cinder cones form would be a whole other experience. First, without an atmosphere, the ash and smoke and debris would billow across the landscape.
That material would go into essentially space because Mercury has an open atmosphere. So that material would break up much more.
Also on Mercury, we would be able to hear a loud eruption.
Since Mercury has no atmosphere, there's no way it can transmit sound. So if you were on Mercury, playing a guitar or ukulele or piano, you just not hear anything because the map to transmit that sound. So it would be just complete silence.
Back in 1974, Mariner 10 surveyed only 45% of Mercury's surface on a flyby mission. 30 years later, NASA launched the Messenger spacecraft. The satellite will map the entire planet and transmit data to eager scientists with a deluge of unanswered questions.
I want to see the Amazon. I don't know what's on
But even with resources being earmarked for future exploration of this rumble dwarf in the solar system, exactly how different or similar they really are may be left up in the air. Despite the harsh conditions on Mercury and on Venus, a close look around our own backyards reveals the good, the bad, and the ugly of the inner planets.
The universe is this vast thing that could be sitting on this anywhere. We are not isolated. We see things that happen on these other planets, tremendous climatic changes. Past have happened in a very short period of time and change that. And that can happen.
Ultimately, it's just our knowledge of who we are, how unique and how rare creatures like us might be in the universe.
And that evolution, that exploration, that turning the corner, that
discovery is what we're all about. That's a project. Competition was filled with chaos and violent collisions. But when the Earth was forming, rocks and boulders screaming at us fast with cars crashed and bent the walls of our cars. After tremendous perseverance, it became a special place in the solar system to sustain oceans, land, and life.
Bacteria help to create oxygen. We owe our heritage to this common era.
Despite modern disasters that now plague the planet, it still remains one of the most mystifying creations in the universe. Last off, spaceship Earth. Suppose extraterrestrials truly exist and wanted to own planet Earth. They leave for the ultimate cosmic vacation. Earth, whose name may go back to the Greek word eros, meaning ground, is the third terrestrial planet from the sun. Upon arriving, visitors will realize that it got its nickname from your planet because 3/4 of it is covered in water. And vacationers will see that Earth is the only planet in our solar system where humans and advanced life exists. You can breathe our oxygen-rich atmosphere or breathe underwater. Earth can be explored without a protective spacecraft and spacesuit. But tourists will need to adjust their watches. It takes 365 days for Earth to orbit around the sun. Each day is 24 hours, which is the amount of time it takes the planet to rotate around its axis once. Despite traveling warnings about deadly storms and civil wars, Earth is a relatively safe adventure destination.
Well, that Nikki Haley's not going to be part of the mix because Trump is about to be the last person standing. Nikki Haley's expected
The Earth is a very special planet.
suspending her
Just like a
campaign.
Porsche is a very special car. Our planet is just the right place in the solar system. In fact, the only place we know of in our entire solar system where plants and animals can live under natural conditions.
Renowned astronomer Donald Brown has spent his career on a cosmic quest to solve the mysteries surrounding the origin of Earth. He says in the race to become a life-sustaining planet, Earth was in the driver's seat. But he cautions the ride is full of danger and intrigue.
The Earth had many things that happened to it to make it the way it is right now. And many of these things did involve luck.
4.5 billion years ago, one corner of the universe experienced a colossal fireworks display. A massive but short-lived star exploded as a supernova.
Encourage voters who voted.
The blast from this star may have triggered the gravitational collapse of a cloud that formed the sun.
Shortly after the sun formed, we had a lot of material orbiting around the sun. This was microscopic stuff, ice particles, dust. A lot of it wasn't kind of stick together in little clumps. Eventually, some of these pieces became more like sand, little pieces of silicate, and it began to stick together. And then little rocks, little boulders.
As the boulders grew larger, so did the collisions. As two objects impacted, gravity held them together.
Motion is not for speed. Planets are also not for speed. When the Earth was forming, particles, rocks, boulders, screaming at much faster than these cars were asteroids and walls of our cars.
Multiple collisions, infant Earth was formed. But it would take many more impacts for it to become the size it is today. To better understand the formation process, Pete Schultz and his former student Seiichi Sugita are attempting to recreate the early impacts on Earth by using the vertical gun bridge at NASA's Ames Research Center. It's a warehouse-sized room housing a massive light gas gun, which looks more like a ballistic missile. The vertical gun launches projectiles at specified targets inside a vacuum chamber.
The fact that it's done in a different angle makes it really realistic in comparison to what happened on the surface of Earth about 3.5 billion years ago.
So when the fire is cutting against the moving sphere into the chamber, and we use this because it has about the same density as an asteroid entering the atmosphere. So it's going to slide in around 3 miles per second, 10 times the speed of light. It's going to smash the smithereens.
The vertical gun will shoot the aluminum beam into the vacuum chamber filled with atmospheric gases. There, it will impact a sandy mound resembling early Earth's surface.
We're in a vacuum chamber. We put back in a gas that will simulate what it must have looked like. Let's go ahead and make a bunch of figures. What the green landscape of the Earth must have looked like, because these things were happening all the time. You had to get a lot of figures. Okay. Plan is to come in, hit the center of the target, and that's the point. And you see the destructive power of the bomb. Even though it's a tiny leak, it's going to do some serious damage.
High-speed cameras will document the impact. Schultz and Sugita nervously watch a monitor located outside the gun range. From a secure control room, an engineer flips several switches.
Okay, here we go.
Schultz and Sugita make science with a little superstition.
Cross our fingers, cross our legs, cross our hands.
Gorgeous.
Okay, let's take a look.
The experiment worked.
Look at this.
If we imagine this on the Earth, clouds that would be rolling velocities comparable to tornadoes.
Yeah.
The video taken reveals a frightening and realistic picture of what happened on early Earth.
That's a brilliant wait. Okay, let's go.
Oh, man. Jeez. Oh, that is absolutely gorgeous. That did some serious damage. Just imagine, this is the asteroid that slammed into the Earth. This must have been happening just no damage to the planet Earth. And it's just
Some of the objects blasting into infant Earth were over 300 miles in diameter. The force of one such high-velocity impact created tremendous heat. Earth began roasting from the inside. Iron and nickel melted and sank to the core, generating heat like a massive furnace. The outer rock, or magma, was completely melted, producing a molten ocean. A planet was a raging inferno floating in space, literally hell on Earth.
The most severe impact could have sterilized the planet. A steam atmosphere would heat the entire surface of the Earth above sterilization temperatures.
Formation of the Earth's core, sometimes called the Great Iron Catastrophe, occurred within the first 40 million years of our planet's existence, and it had a profound effect on our future. Within the iron core, the rotating ball of molten iron generated a remarkable magnetic field.
This set up the conditions for a habitable planet. By getting all the iron down in the center of the planet, the solid core will eventually throw the protective magnetic field that surrounds our planet.
Without the magnetic field, Earth would be an airless waste devoid of life. A gusty wind of material speeds from the sun past Earth at 1 million miles an hour and could erode our atmosphere to nearly nothing in a few billion years. But Earth's magnetic field deflects the solar wind and preserves our air. But even with the magnetic field, violence and chaos continue to plague our planet. Above the Earth's iron core, its rocky mantle was melting, forming volcanoes that rose to the surface and burped out noxious gases and lava. And the collisions kept coming. One impact will forever change the course of Earth's history and the fate of mankind.
In the last few weeks of the campaign, was really gaining momentum.
About 50 million years after the Earth began forming, it experienced a collision that would steer it in a new direction. An object the size of Mars slammed right into Earth, which was already 80% of its total size. The explosive impact melted both the planet's outer layers and fused the two together to form a larger Earth. Some molten debris that didn't blend together coalesced to shape our moon. Planetary scientist Bill Hartman first proposed this theory after NASA's first mission to the moon.
The Apollo astronauts brought back rocks. You could actually see what the rocks were made of. They found out that the rocks were like lava that you can find on Earth, which tells you that the moon material and the Earth material are very, very similar.
Earth's intimate relationship with its moon gave the growing planet a competitive edge.
The moon is what causes the seasons because some parts of the year the North Pole is tilted toward the sun, and later on the South Pole is tilted toward the sun. The moon holds that tilt steady. The various gravity forces that are exerted tend to act in a way that holds that steady.
After the epic collision which created our moon, our planet is over 90% of its total mass.
The pasteurization process involved almost a biological competition of many bodies bashing into each other at very high speeds.
With the collision subsided 3.9 billion years ago, our solar system was left with 8 planets, or 9 if you still count Pluto. Earth secured in a third orbital position from the Sun, which is now 93 million miles away.
We're still at a stalemate over Gaza, so
Plants don't like each other
to a framework for a
because it's
ceasefire,
not just
saying there's
hugging,
not going to be
so
any
that
exchange of
they're equal in space.
permanent
Each
ceasefire.
planet
And
is a certain
full
fraction
Israeli
further from the
withdrawal
sun.
from Gaza happens. And of course, Israel says, hey,
The
there's
objects that didn't become planets became refugees. Asteroids made of rock and iron found asylum in the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. Comets composed of ices, dust, and rock sought shelter in the Kuiper belt just beyond the planet Neptune. Others migrated to the Oort cloud over 1 trillion miles from Earth.
Stays in power. Tells the Israelis you leave Gaza and we stay in power. And you have to allow humanitarian aid, which they have to. They have to do that now.
These bad proportions are a good analog to early solar systems. Comets and asteroids that survived today.
Yeah, Israel is going to say.
And like with cars, we can kept here for their parts. We can also go to comets and asteroids as parts
They say,
and
give
store
us
information sources.
and we're done. We're out of there.
Over the course of Earth's history, many misguided asteroids have strayed off their orbital path and landed on our planet as meteorites. Over the years, scientists have analyzed these meteorites and determined their age through radioactive dating. And since meteorites were formed at the same time as our planets, they provide the age of Earth, roughly 4.5 billion years old.
But scientifically, this is fantastic. It's like working in your family history and finding pieces of your first relative all the way back in Earth history. They're still out there.
Asteroids and comets may also shed light on the origins of water on our planet.
Another view of all the mess that's going on there in the Middle East. You've got 3 U.S. C-130s dropping
3.9 billion years ago, the Earth cooled, forming a thick silicon crust over its mantle and iron and nickel core.
That was carried out.
Warm liquids covered the planet's surface, except for a few volcanic islands dotting the globe.
One of the Earth's lucky volcanoes happens to be born in just the right place. What's called the habitable zone. It's the right distance from the sun. The ocean does not boil away too hot, or too far away where it's overflowing.
But where did Earth get all this water? One view is that water came from volcanoes, which have been around since the early formation of Earth.
And the most efficient way is not.
Volcanoes spew out massive amounts of steam into the atmosphere. When the Earth cooled, volcanic steam condensed into rain, thereby supplying the planet
So you
with
think
water.
crime is bad here?
The steam and water made from volcanoes come from
Volcanoes basically recycle material from melted
This is
rock.
go. Yep.
That's not really water. It's not safe. It was there before in the ocean. It's coming out again for a second.
Overran the prison and released thousands, and apparently now they're running through the streets massacring.
NASA senior scientist Michael Moon says our planet's water came from space. Comets, which are made up of frozen gases, could have showered Earth with water during the relentless impacts of its infancy.
Recovering of water from an icy body depends very critically on how large the particle is. The smaller bodies that came in bring up high in the atmosphere. The other bodies deliver their material to the surface of the Earth, and they can actually vaporize that material. Those water bodies.
Yeah, we just released them.
Is trying to determine if cometary water is made up of the same ingredients as our planet's water. We know that the Earth's oceans contain a mixture of normal water are difficult to study. Few pass near our planet because most orbit in the outer solar system. But in 1986, Europe's Giotto spacecraft had a close encounter with Comet Halley, also known as Halley's Comet, which was 38 million miles from Earth.
One of the ways we analyze the samples is to fly mass spectrometers through planetary complex active. I can measure gases reacting in this way. This was done in Comet Halley.
Comet Halley's water is similar to that on Earth. However, the other comets analyzed so far have twice the amount of HDO or heavy water that's in our oceans.
We know now, but jump out the comets that they're not all the same. So we don't know whether Comet Halley was representative of all comets.
Most comets studied thus far have come from the Kuiper Belt, located in the outer solar system. So, they probably didn't help form the planet Earth. But the Gemini North Telescope in Hawaii recently discovered comets in an unlikely place. The asteroid belt, located between Mars and Jupiter. These warmer ice-bearing bodies may have the same water as Earth because they were all formed in the inner solar system, which is closer to the Sun. What's more, startling new evidence suggests that these unusual comets may not only have delivered water to Earth, they also may have seeded our planet with the building blocks of life. The origin of life. It remains one of the most puzzling and controversial questions about planet Earth. One thing is certain, 3.9 billion years ago, humans would have lasted for only a brief moment. Earth's atmosphere consisted of carbon dioxide, water vapor, hydrogen, but no oxygen. Yet could primitive life have endured in such an environment? The oldest fossils on Earth only date back 3.7 to 3.9 billion years ago. Some believe these remains once evolved in ancient ponds or lakes. There, atmospheric chemicals and energy formed a primordial soup of amino acids, the essential elements of life. But could the building blocks of life have come from somewhere else? Perhaps from an extraterrestrial object?
Meteorites contain organic materials, including amino acids, formed somehow in the early solar system. So this is delivery of organic material in space.
But if asteroids and comets gave the building blocks of life a space shuttle ride to Earth, how did they survive the high velocity impact? Back at NASA's Ames Research Facility, Pete Schultz and Seiji Tsuda are conducting another cutting-edge experiment using the vertical gun range. They hope to one day confirm that meteorites and comets could have delivered life's essential ingredients to Earth.
What's the survival of something can they be delivered to the Earth? Officials were like,
Comets and asteroids probably throw the essential ingredients for life on the surface. That impact probably made the surface environment much more favorable for life.
Our experiments show these compounds may have produced the building blocks necessary for life. But more research still, many scientists agree the first life forms were single-celled organisms that lived in the oceans. And today, biologists are digging up the descendants of our earliest known ancestors in some of the most uninhabitable places on Earth.
Cadillac today is modern life. Ancient life was more like a bicycle. There are no remains of these organisms other than their chemistry. And I think it's important to keep in mind that for the first 2 billion years of this planet's living history, it was all microbes.
Professor Ken Nielsen is a bona fide microbe hunter. He scours the planet for the tiniest forms of primitive life that still exist today.
The earliest was full of hydrogen, straight hydrogen sulfide, and a lot of methane, some carbon dioxide. It was a place full of energy. Microbes exploited virtually everything on the planet.
Some have dubbed these early life forms extremophiles or thermophiles, organisms that can live in extreme environments.
Let's say there was a massive meteorite that hit the Earth, and the temperature of the Earth went up 40 degrees. Well, that would be just perfect for these extremophiles. One of the things we know, for instance, is that the oldest organisms, the ones that are nearest to the last common ancestor, are all thermophilic organisms. And you could say, well, that proves that life evolved at high temperature.
Descendants of these hot-blooded organisms can be found today, and they can live at temperatures of 230 degrees Fahrenheit.
If you want some so-called thermophiles, then you go to Yellowstone. You see these bubbling lakes, cauldrons of smelly water. And for years, people stare on them, but they're full of life. And all these organisms adapting to that extreme.
Modern-day extremophiles may prove that life could have survived and adapted under the extreme conditions on Earth during its turbulent infancy. But how could single-celled microbes transform into complex life? Approximately 3 billion years ago, primitive life soaked up energy from the sun. Underwater microbes formed a green pigment called chlorophyll. This enabled them to trap sunlight and produce a chemical reaction which converts carbon dioxide and water into food. This process, called photosynthesis, led the way for bacteria to multiply into one of Earth's earliest structures, cyanobacteria, formerly called blue-green algae. Cyanobacteria injected vast amounts of free oxygen into water and air and sparked the oxygen revolution.
Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts.
One that ran away from the oxygen and hid in the anaerobic mode, and the other that started using the oxygen as a great energetic advantage, and then could evolve, I think, to be much bigger and perhaps to evolve much faster. One thing is for sure, when the cyanobacteria got this ability, they have
Tuesdays for Tuesday yesterday, and we'll talk more a little bit about politics. Coming up 7 o'clock.
Thanks to cyanobacteria, life was able to quickly diversify and become more complex. Without it, molecular oxygen wouldn't exist. Therefore, plants, animals, and humans never developed.
So if we didn't have the cyanobacteria, we wouldn't have. We owe our heritage to the Scotland.
All of us can really think that it's kind of better. We have so many things that help with that. There's not a lot of residuals or things like that. So maybe it will be easier this time, but we are looking at least a small possibility of another strike.
Yeah, first time to
The Mojave Desert near Death Valley in Southern California appears void of life.
if it's going to end, whatever is still
Below the surface of this dry lake bed,
strike the sense.
mankind's ancestors thrive.
Hey, what happens when sign makers go on strike? Well, they hold up. That's a good point.
Then they grab the signs on the
Planet
freeway.
Earth's earliest life forms may have adapted and persevered under extreme conditions.
Was it another magic bullet? The owner of the prop firearms supplier for the movie Rust says he never
Today, in the parched and barren Mojave Desert in Southern California, geobiologist Ken Nielsen is searching for the secrets to life. He's discovered that modern microbial organisms also thrive in some inhospitable places.
that were used in another film shoot.
What you see when you glance at this environment are a bunch of what they call tunnels or mounds here.
If you
And
look at
these are made from the gases produced by the microbes living in this molecular area. If we were to take water and dehydrate this piece of put this under the microscope, it would be like microbes swimming everywhere.
In this case,
And this is the life cycle on this all of which we call extremophiles.
provide
Have an existence in a microbe like this.
Now these browns, they have shape and a little bearing or something.
Microbes reign supreme for much of Earth's history.
He said, I gave him
They revolutionized the planet and paved the way for a myriad of sophisticated species.
then you've got the arbor.
But it was land that gave life a new home.
They're alive or not, which is her job.
but there's
It's believed the emergence of landmass began roughly 4 billion years
And no
ago.
one checked.
Plate tectonics created heat and pressure that produced rock lighter than the ocean floor. Ultimately floated and accumulated, creating continents that would change in size and shape over
As
time.
part of all this, now that Alec Baldwin's being charged.
The presence of vast continents would enable Earth to sustain its most distinctive component,
As to what is
complex life.
If he's involved with the stunt, he has to check everything. It will rely on the experts.
After 2 billion years of planetary and biological evolution,
Well, he kind of pointed it
the
wasn't
first plants and animals emerged from water onto land.
camera. That happens all the time.
But it would take hundreds of millions of years
You always have a cinematographer behind the camera. You always have
before
the camera
humans evolved.
behind the camera.
hey, we've been on more sex. You
And once man claimed dominance over the planet,
You know what's going to happen is
Earth
there will be
never
no
be the same.
dummy rounds anymore. What will happen is you'll see the actors take a gun, pull
planet
the
Earth
trigger,
now holds the best real estate for mankind in our solar system.
and the beautiful flag.
7 diverse continents and countless islands are home to 6 billion people.
It's also
I know it's you can do it with CGD or CGF, CGI.
Yet, remarkably, most of Earth's existence thus far
this is interesting. So
has been without humans.
trying to figure out ways to become more profitable. Two major chains coming together, combining space.
The planet's history has been compared to a 24-hour clock,
brands.
with the presence of man
Dual
being
brand
the last 2
locations, so they'll share
seconds
the
of
back
the
of the
day.
house. That means all the kitchen space, and then they'll blend the front of the house. That's the greeters and the front-facing stuff, and they'll have an Applebee's/IHOP restaurant. They've done a few of these.
We're driving around the track now at relatively modest speed.
Yeah, I mean, that's been around. What's that?
This car handles very smooth,
And
a very controlled
been around
ride.
forever.
Oh yeah, you got
This reminds me of life on Earth. Life on Earth has had its ups and downs, but compared to evolution on other planets, the Earth has had a relatively smooth ride for billions of years.
Yeah, this is where you're doing.
That's why life has changed
You
here.
know, Applebee's and IHOP. And you're going to see, fast food place, connected with a auto place.
future. Spaceship Earth may return to its tumultuous beginnings.
Humans, through trial and error of evolution, are suited to live on this particular planet. Now, that's true right now. We don't know if that'll be true in the future.
I swear.
Earthlings created what once would seem almost unimaginable.
From more than 100
Technology,
countries.
mechanical vehicles, gadgets, and gizmos have simplified and bettered our lives.
One of the guys is
Many of these conveniences are run on or made using fossil fuels, which are harvested from the Earth's crust.
Ceremony and six days very special for many years, dreaming about this time.
But over the last 100 years, our innovations have gotten us into planetary trouble.
Humans are having a major effect on planet Earth. Global warming and population explosion. So we're doing a very large effect on the environment.
The natural greenhouse effect is the absorption of infrared radiation by our atmosphere, which warms our planet. Without greenhouse gases, the Earth's surface would be up to 86 degrees Fahrenheit cooler. But in the last 20 years, there's been an increase in greenhouse gases, especially carbon dioxide, produced by burning fossil fuels. The increased heating is affecting agriculture, sea level, and weather. In the past, carbon dioxide levels have spiked due to natural causes such as volcanic outgassing. However, today's rises seem to be happening much more rapidly.
DA George Gascon will be headed to a November runoff. He's
To visibly witness the drastic changes,
22% of the vote. Former U.S.
one needs to travel to the barely habitable zones on planet Earth. There, mankind's future is literally melting away.
We'll need a delegation of city leaders to Paris today to see how India is getting ready for the 2024 Summer Olympics ahead of LA hosting the Olympic Games in 2028. City Council President Paul Kerkorian, Council members
The
Tracy
Earth's
Hart,
north and south poles are known as the cryospheres, regions blanketed with snow and ice.
coming to HBO in June.
They help regulate climate temperature and water levels around the globe.
The show takes place 200 years before the event.
NASA senior scientist Walid Abdullahi investigates the frozen parts of our world.
The feeling of ice is pristine. Places probably first touch the ground. It's very humble. Stand there. It's vast. Impressive.
But in the last century, scientists like Dr. Abdullahi have personally witnessed Earth's ice shrinking. The reason? Ice and snow are white. They reflect sunlight and cool the planet. By contrast, the open oceans absorb sunlight, which heats the globe. However, as ice melts, it creates more open water, which sucks in more sunlight and increasingly warms the planet and melts more ice.
It's unstable, we say, because even the slightest change tends to amplify itself. And it's essentially a runaway effect.
Possible this afternoon and evening, highs in the 50s to low 60s. This
Earth's polar ice caps are repairable. Continually melting these precious landscapes may one day produce catastrophes across the planet. At the South Pole, the continent of Antarctica holds 70% of the world's fresh water. Ice shelves surrounding the continent hold back ice like the Hoover Dam. They are weakening. After 12,000 years of solidity, the Larsen B ice shelf collapsed in just 5 weeks. At the North Pole, some predict that the Arctic Ocean will be ice-free during the summer in the next 40 to 60 years.
commercial-free stations like
What's causing warm temperatures? Certainly there's an element of natural variability. There's also we know environment is sensitive to contributing to ice cover. In Greenland, the Yakobshavn Glacier, one of the fastest flowing glaciers in the world, is now moving like a runaway train. So it's now going about 5 feet now, which is very fast. The worst case scenario would be that all of these glaciers start to speed up, huge amounts of ice to the sea. That would be a 3-foot increase worldwide, and 3 feet in coastal regions is plenty to displace people.
Imagine the best place you've never been. Never been.
Although humans may be able to stabilize man-made pollutants, it might take decades. At the same time, there are natural processes at work that might determine mankind's fate.
Every day, we're working to bring that
Plants going through its own
customer
level.
service that puts you first.
What we do in a plant affects us. It doesn't affect the plant.
Blue Shield.
So we may walk up to the atmosphere for 2,000 years of global warming and so forth. This is actually an instant blip. It's an important blip to us. It's not necessarily a blip in terms of planetary evolution.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with
Don Brownlee and colleague Peter Ward have measured our planet's vital signs, and its prognosis is bleak. Earth, as a place for animal and human life, is nearing old age. Why? Our sun is getting brighter and hotter.
Problem down the line for advanced life on Earth is that as the sun gets slightly brighter, the expectation is the carbon dioxide will be almost completely removed from the atmosphere. There will be an end to the age of plants.
Hey, it's Conway. Join us this March to Make March Matter for Children's Hospital Los Angeles. Make March Matter.
Humans could die out 500 million years from now due to the brightening of the sun.
Right in your neighborhood. Every time you shop,
But in the grand scheme of things, man may have had a good run. Before reaching extinction, perhaps humans will have lived longer than any other complex species because of their ability to adapt to changing environmental conditions.
From a human standpoint, the Earth will remain a fortune planet probably for another half a billion years, which is a truly awesome time scale from a human standpoint.
Fill it in. Next time it rains, I got a pothole in the exact same place.
As spaceship Earth maneuvers through uncharted waters, humankind can reflect on the planet's awesome achievements and steadfast survival in the tough neighborhood called the universe. It is the showstopper of our solar system. Basking in its own glow, it seduces all admirers. However, it is a beauty with a mystery. It's a massive, frigid ball of gas surrounded by icy winds, hurtling at 40,000 miles an hour. It is a planet of violent weather with a polar storm bigger than the United States of America.
Saturn has some of the most powerful weather in the solar system. The lightning can be 1,000,000 times more powerful than lightning here on Earth.
But its makers are even more exciting.
The gases that inside us are erupting water vapor hundreds of miles in the air because of much lower gravity there and the fact there's no atmosphere holding them in.
Another has an atmosphere with oceans and mountains. Could life exist on one of these moons? Saturn, Lord of the Rings.
may be the weirdest race roadblock ever. At the Iditarod race in Alaska, five-time champion Alice Seavey shot a goose at the start of the race. He was about 14 miles outside.
If there is one planet that represents the majesty, mystery, and awe of the
as they put it,
universe,
became entangled with the dogs and
it is
Seavey on the
Saturn.
trail. Apparently, the moose then fell on his sled.
It stirs emotion even from scientists who are stunned by its cosmic perfection.
Took a little rest, stopped to feed his dogs, and headed to the next checkpoint.
You gotta hand it to Saturn for being the most beautiful thing out there. And my favorite one is the first saw it. Tell us
While it looks sleepy and serene, the sixth planet from the sun is anything but.
Gee,
So, isn't that a Queen song?
Saturn is a dynamo whose beauty is skin deep.
Saturn is an absolutely frigid place. You wouldn't want to step out on the surface. For one reason, you'd fall because there is no surface. And secondly, you'd freeze to death instantly.
Saturn is a hunk of hydrogen and helium that races around its axis, distorting its shape.
reported to a race official at the next checkpoint, and then the teams that are behind you,
When you watch a
they help you.
professional toss a pizza, as it spins around, it flattens out. So it's the same kind of idea. Because it's spinning so rapidly, it's actually sort of squashed, it bulges in the middle. It's called an oblate spheroid.
It's the thought of them having to cut it open. I thought he was going to say it was.
Even though it's much more massive than our own planet, it actually weighs slightly less on Saturn than you do on Earth.
Very vocal about his
A 150-pound human would weigh only 137 pounds on Saturn. That's because Saturn has such a low density. The only planet in the solar system less dense than water.
He would be given his last right.
Saturn is so loaded in gases, take up so much space compared to the total amount of mass, except that its density is less than 1. So if we can get somehow some really big ocean, put Saturn in it, it would float.
Well, here's another one of those in Florida, Amy.
Florida's going to stay a little bit woke for a
Saturn
little while
is the
longer.
second largest planet in our solar system. It is a gas giant, a mass of hydrogen and helium, 750 times the size of Earth. A day on the planet is 10.6 hours long, and it takes 29.5 Earth years to orbit the sun. It has 48 moons. Saturn has been around for 4.5 billion years. It formed by accreting carbon dust particle by particle into a rocky core several times the size of Earth. Then it was able to attract gases like hydrogen and helium, which collapsed under gravity.
As things start collapsing, this cloud began to compress, it began rotating more rapidly, but along its axis from, let's say, top to bottom, it wasn't rotating, so it was free to collapse and push gravity.
It's called the conservation of angular momentum, a principle on display at your local ice rink.
If you push your arms out, if you're an ice skater, you'll go more slowly. If you pull your arms in, then you'll be more concentrated towards the axis of rotation. You'll have to spin faster. And that's just what happens for a planet as it gets down.
A spinning Saturn came out of this collapsed disk. The feature that has made Saturn the most iconic planet in our solar system is her majestic shimmering rings. They are incredibly big, 173,000 miles in diameter, wider than 21 Earths side by side.
So it would take you 2 days in a really fast rocket ship to get from one side of the rings to the other. They're huge.
However, these huge rings also are unbelievably thin, measuring about 65 feet. When viewed from the side, they virtually disappear.
They are no thicker than about 1, maybe 2 stories of a modern day building. They're paper thin in comparison.
may look like perfect solid disks. However, they are actually made up of billions of pieces of space debris.
What the hell is going on?
But what exactly are they?
They are countless icy bodies that range in size from objects whose houses all the way down to the finest powdery snow you might ski on in Utah. And they're made of water ice.
They're particles that have been polarized, so they've smashed into each other. They've broken up into many, many little particles.
California has not had a Republican senator since the 1980s.
Steve Bannon decides all the things are going to be like they're all over the place. Because a hostile place, I want to try to put space back through those mechanisms.
And these particles spin very fast.
And they're screaming around the planet at 20 to 40,000 miles per hour.
The inner rings spin faster than the outer rings, and there's a reason for that.
Kepler's laws say that if you're going to orbit and circle around a central body, close up, you move fast, far away, you move slow.
If a particle the size of a grain of sand moving at hypersonic speed were to strike a spacecraft, it would be like a shotgun blast in point-blank range.
Get outside the rings. You want to take your country drive around Saturn. Go this way instead of following the rings.
Why the rings are there is one of the planet's great mysteries. Rings might have once been some of Saturn's moons that got too close and smashed into each other. The fractured pieces were held by the planet's gravity to become its rings. According to another theory, something big and fast might have crashed into one of Saturn's many moons. Broken shards were sucked in by gravity and fell into orbit, forming the rings. Although scientists disagree as to how the rings were formed, they do agree as to who first studied them. In 1610, the Florentine astronomer Galileo Galilei first noted the rings of Saturn.
He saw these little things sticking out on the side, and he had no idea. So like any good astronomer, Galileo kept a journal, and he wanted to write into his journal what he had seen, but he didn't have a word for it. So in his journal, right in with the words, he drew in a drawing in place of a noun. Saturn. Here's these two things. Unfortunately, Galileo never really figured out what it was. He had to wait for a later astronomer to do that.
45 years later, a Dutch physicist, Christian Huygens, had an answer. He knew that there wasn't just one ring, but several giant rings. Today, there are 7 known ring regions.
There's the A ring, the D ring, the C ring. So those are the 3 main rings. There is a ring interior to the C ring called the D ring. And once we got there with Voyager, it showed us the F ring in all its glory. And then there are some diffuse rings outside.
Each of these rings has a different personality. The A ring is almost transparent, which is why light easily passes through it. The B ring is dense, chock full of material. The C ring is even more transparent than the A, while the D ring is barely there.
There's a lot of things so you can't think of it as a homogeneous body. You gotta think of it as particles.
These distinct qualities are what we see as colors, shapes, and shadows. The wonder is Saturn's rings. The reason we can see them at all is due to the sun. Just as our moon glows with reflected sunlight, so do Saturn's rings. It is a phenomenon called ring shine.
Just imagine yourself on the backside of Saturn with
looking up and having the rings just completely covering the sky. It's much brighter than if the Earth had a full moon.
They show up brilliant and bright, and that's because they're mostly made up of ice particles, which reflect a lot of sunlight.
However, there is evidence that the glowing marvels of our solar system won't be around forever. Some scientists are asking, just when will they disappear?
Just last week, my mother, a first-generation immigrant, got to vote for her dog for president. Only in America. I am filled with the gratitude for the outpouring of support we've received from all across our great country.
For all scientists know about Saturn's rings, they remain a huge mystery. When they appeared is a point of much debate. Scientists used to believe that the rings were formed at the same time as Saturn, 4.5 billion years ago.
But because we don't understand what holds the rings together, and our best guesses as to how long the rings can stay together is only a few hundred million years, there's something wrong with this picture.
It was necessary for our survival. The
There
road to
are
socialism
reasons
is
to
the
believe
road
they're
to
no older than a few hundred million years old. Those reasons lie in trying to estimate how much erosion is taking place on rings because of the hailstorm of micrometeorites, small tiny bodies that, particles that come in at a tremendous speed and chip away at the rings and therefore erode them.
Neptune, Uranus, and Jupiter also have rings, but theirs are sparse and dim. Saturn's are bright and full, leading scientists to suggest that they haven't been exposed to erosion for long,
As important, while we stand
and
strong for
therefore
the
are
cause of freedom,
relatively new.
we must bind together as
But
Americans.
does this gradual
We
erosion
must
mean
turn
that
away from
Saturn
the
will
darkness of
lose its
hatred
most
and division.
magnificent feature?
I will continue to promote all
The
those,
idea is that over
as is the right
long
of
periods of
every
time,
American.
the material can just get so
I
small
sought
that
the
it
honor of
can be
being your friend.
charged, end up acquiring a charge in Saturn's magnetosphere, and then it can just get zipped away, taken away by the
And
magnetic
that
field.
is a privilege I very much look forward to enjoying. In all likelihood, Donald Trump will be the Republican
Or
nominee.
it just spirals into Saturn itself.
I congratulate him and wish him well.
That is a scenario for the death of the rings, is that they finally get eroded away.
Our
In order
country
for
is
Saturn to
precious.
continuously have rings, they need to be refilled.
I have always been
At
a
the moment,
conservative
Saturn
Republican.
has a tremendously
We
large
supported the
ring
Republican
system,
nominee,
but
but on
the
this
actual
one,
material of the rings
as she
does
did
have
on
to
so
be
many others,
replenished.
Margaret Thatcher provided some good advice.
Strangely, another kind of assault might be necessary
Never
to
just
preserve them.
follow the crowd.
They have to get renewed
Make up your
by
own.
an errant comet coming
It
in
is
and
now up to
crashing,
Donald Trump to earn the votes of those in our
adding
party and
gas
the
going
who
around
did
it,
not support it.
and that kind of
And I
question
hope
is
he
still
does it.
being
At
debated.
its best, politics is about bringing people
The
into your
debate continues,
not
with
turning them
theorizing as
away.
to when the
And
rings
our
will vanish.
conservative cause badly
Hundreds
needs
of millions of
more
years, probably, maybe billions of years, we don't know.
This
That's
is now
a matter of
his
debate
turn
right now.
for choosing.
Whether the rings
I
are
end
young
my
and they're
campaign with
going
the
to die
same
an early
words I
death,
began.
or they're old and they're going to remain with
I
us for a
direct
very,
them to
very long
all Americans, but especially to so many of the women and girls out there who put their
Of
faith
Saturn's 48 named moons, there are small
strong
moons
and
called
courageous.
shepherds
Do
for
not
good
be
reason.
afraid. Do not be discouraged.
They have gravitational pulls that help keep the rings intact by
In
hurting
this
the
campaign, I
particles.
have seen our country's greatness.
Saturn's experts are interested in the complicated choreography between the planet's moons and its rings. The contorted F ring is especially intriguing.
And then there's the two shepherd satellites on either side, Prometheus and Pandora. And they are having gravitational effects on this ring. It's being tugged in a variety of directions. So it looks wild and, misbehaved, if you will. And it's a dynamicist's playground. I mean, we're very, very interested in watching what happens to the F ring because it tells us how moons interact with rings.
Saturn mesmerized civilizations as early as 700 BCE,
That's about as non-partisan as you
when
would
the
get.
Assyrians took
And
hold
it's
of it, sparkling in the distant
as
sky.
big a yacht
Greeks gave it a name, Kronos, after the god of harvest, possibly due to its position in the sky during harvest season. The Romans' god of agriculture was Saturnus, which is why we call it Saturn. They also named a day of the week after what we now call Saturday. However, had the Romans actually seen the planet close up, they might have named it for the god of weather.
Saturn is a wild, ever-changing place. But unlike on Earth, where things change on a daily and even an hourly basis, the storms on Saturn can last for days and weeks and months. Things change on a large scale very slowly.
Do not vote for Nikki Haley. Vote for insert name of any other Republican who is running.
The discovery of this violent activity on Saturn came as a surprise to experts. For centuries, their view of the planet had been obscured by an ammonia gas haze.
This is Liz Cheney.
New satellite data is changing everything.
And we see now that Saturn is a dynamic place. It's revealed now to be probably more dynamic in a lot of ways than Jupiter. Just the number of storms we see, the forces that they do.
Incredibly, winds blow at speeds of 1,000 miles per hour.
We measure the winds literally by watching the different little cells of the atmosphere move in imaging. So you need sequential images to see how much things have moved. There are no mountains on the surface of Saturn. It's cloud features that we look at to see how quickly they evolve and change it to measure the wind.
Recent exploration has shown other phenomena that aren't yet understood.
We can see features, clouds, eddies, big plumes of material like we see on Jupiter. And we see these oval storms, lots of them. In fact, there's one latitude in the southern hemisphere where lots of storms zip around this band. Okay, and we've watched them create. We've seen them die. They die by nature.
Scientists nicknamed this area Storm Alley after a region in America's Midwest that produces violent weather.
Okay, at his age, I'd like to say.
It is believed there's lightning there, though no one has seen it.
Unless it falls apart.
There's a technical reason for that. To see the lightning, you have to get around to the night side. And if the lightning flashes aren't all that bright, so it's dark. The night side of Saturn is really bright. It's called a ring light. It shines down on the night side of Saturn. So it's very hard to sort lightning from just another little cloud.
The hellish weather on Saturn has one more astounding surprise. It is a true monster.
One of the freakiest storms on Saturn was this hurricane-like thing that they found out at the South Pole. Now, this storm is bigger than the United States.
The Great Red Spot on Jupiter is merely hurricane-like. That storm doesn't have an eyeball. However, the South Pole storm has the characteristics of a terrestrial hurricane, including an eyeball, making it the only such storm on another planet.
It's not clear that it is a hurricane in every sense, like we have here on Earth, but so far the morphology of it looks very much like a hurricane. That was very exciting. Everyone got very excited about that. It even surprised us.
You can see right down into the eye, just as you can with a hurricane on Earth. You can see farther into Saturn's atmosphere than they've ever been able to see before. So this thing is literally a window into Saturn. And it's amazing to see something so similar to Earth on Saturn, and then find out that we can actually do some science because of it.
The South Pole storm measures 5,000 miles across. That's 2/3 the diameter of the Earth. If a hurricane that huge were to form here, it would cover a distance from New York City to Baghdad, annihilating all in its path.
And by the way, if it is +1 vote, I think that's a recount, don't you?
It
basically a swirling vortex of air that is centered around a hole at the center with a walleye around it. What powers this monster storm is still unknown.
Winds are stronger on Saturn than they are on Earth, which is a puzzle in itself because Saturn gets so little energy. There's a sun on its own side.
It's centered around the south pole of Saturn, rather than being, in the equatorial region like Earth.
In early 2007, modern imaging technology revealed something else on Saturn that astounded scientists.
You see it very, very intensely now.
It's something big, something strange, and something never seen in the universe before.
Amtrak's going to resume service between San Diego and Orange County for the first time in 6 weeks. Trains will start running through San Clemente 2 times a day in the morning and evening. Crews will spend the rest of the day
Saturn,
working
the solar system's most bizarre yet beautiful planet, has just gotten even more mysterious. In 1979, the Voyager spacecraft showed a perfect geometric form over the North Pole. In October 2006, the Cassini craft found that it is still there.
It's just bizarre. It's just there kind of still. It doesn't move the planet. The pole, there's a hexagonal feature, a 6-sided polygon that encircles the pole at about 78 degrees north latitude. And it's sitting there as a set feature.
The hexagon is similar to Earth's polar vortex, which has winds blowing in a circular fashion around the pole. Saturn's vortex can fit 4 Earths inside of it and extends 60 miles deep into Saturn's clouds.
What's more bizarre is that Voyager saw multiple clouds going around the Valley in a second, which is about 100 miles an hour, going around this racetrack. People go, well, maybe it was they happened to stay there. It's been there now for at least 20 years. What is this?
Cloudy with rain this afternoon, chance of thunderstorms, highs in the 50s to low 60s. This report brought to you by your Amazon Fresh Grocery Store. From the Southern California Toyota dealers traffic
These
center.
thick
Let's
clouds,
go places and check it with Will. We've been slowing in Corona on the
and the deeper you go, the more intense the pressure's going to get. To the point where you just implode. Your spacecraft can't make it any farther.
For now, visits to Saturn's orbit are reserved for unmanned spacecraft, but surrounding the planet are at least 48 moons. Venturing to one of those is more feasible.
What's interesting now that we're going to is that we're learning that in some ways the moons are where the action is.
We've already been to one of them. Titan is the only moon other than our own to have been explored. The event was beyond significant. On January 14, 2005, science fiction became fact. As part of the ongoing Cassini mission to Saturn, the unmanned Huygens probe descended onto the surface of Saturn's biggest moon. Titan lives up to its name. It is the size of the planet Mercury. In fact, it is the second largest moon in the solar system, 50% bigger than our moon. It is seductive in many ways. For one, Titan looks much like Earth.
That was the thing that hit me over the head. Just how remarkably similar in process the surface of Titan looked.
It has been very beneficial for us to integrate some of our campaigns into the native content of.
We have river channels that feed into these lake beds. We have winds.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, trusted influencers, and data.
And in other areas, we have dunes.
Go to iHeartResults.com.
The free
several miles apart, and they just go on this vast sea of dunes.
There are possibly deposits of solid hydrocarbons.
We didn't really know until that probe landed whether it was going to hit liquid or some solid surface. It seemed to kind of fall on what looks like kind of pudding. It doesn't seem to be liquid or solid. It seems that Titan was some goo on the surface. It seems kind of neither land nor sea, but something in between. That's very amazing.
Amazingly, Titan, like Earth, has an extended atmosphere. No other moon does in our solar system.
The atmosphere of Titan is very, very thick. Very, very massive. It has a mass that's 10 times the mass of the Earth's atmosphere. So you have a very, very thick layer of gases. So it's thicker than the air as we know it. Particles in the air are also very small, and so I would characterize them more as a haze than as a fog or clouds.
The haze is 200 miles thick, resembling something else on Earth.
From the outside, it appears essentially opaque, like a big orange ball. But as the white smoke descended through the atmosphere, it's transparent enough to be able to see the surface features as it fell through. But it's not unlike a hazy day here in Los Angeles.
It's not the color of the atmosphere that most intrigues scientists. It's the composition. Nitrogen and methane, the same gases they believe made up much of Earth's early atmosphere.
The idea that Titan's atmosphere mimics the atmosphere of early Earth 4 billion years ago is something we're very, very excited about and interested in. And it's one of the things we're studying very hard in our laboratory. Let's see if we can get this alive.
At the University of Colorado, Dr. Margaret Tolbert is simulating Titan's atmosphere for lab. Might it too have the necessary ingredients for life?
In this experiment, we're trying to simulate the chemistry that goes on high in Titan's atmosphere where the haze is forming. So what we have is a reaction chamber here, and all that we have in there is nitrogen and methane. So the two most important components of Titan's atmosphere. And then we're just going to flick on a lamp, and that lamp is going to simulate the sunlight hitting Titan's atmosphere.
Incredibly, Tolbert's research has shown that Titan's atmosphere, when stimulated by sunlight, begins to produce organic compounds. To scientists looking for life beyond our planet, this could be big.
So that big story was Adam Schiff versus Steve Garvey. And it was actually Steve Garvey beat Adam Schiff. Well, how is that possible? A race like this.
As scientists scour the galaxy for signs of life, there are some exciting results from within our own solar system.
Katie Porter. And the other one was probably
Saturn's Titan seems to have the necessary ingredients.
wage.
Testing at the University of Colorado has shown that when sunlight interacts with Titan's nitrogen and methane-rich atmosphere, organic compounds are created.
So these organics are floating down to the surface of Titan, and you can see them in the pictures, and who knows what they're doing once they're there. They could be providing energy to some new kind of life.
Further research is needed to determine if there really is life on Titan, or if it might someday develop. Although its atmosphere resembles early Earth, the environment is vastly different.
That's in LA County.
Okay, and you have Steve
It's cold.
Garvey.
It's 300 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit. There's no liquid water, so that's a big difference between early Earth and Titan.
Really close, but Schiff is
The lakes and riverbeds footprints on pipe carved out of the ground by something. There's no liquid water on the moon, so what flows on this terrain?
The hills on Earth are made of silicon rocks, whereas the hills on Titan are ice, methane ice. River channels on Titan are formed by methane rain, as opposed to the Earth river valleys formed by water.
Liquid methane seeps rains down on Titan, ordained at one time.
On Titan, it is so cold that gas has liquefied, and there are coastlines and rivers, and all this terrain spent by moving methane. It's just completely intriguing.
Methane is the principal component of natural gas, methane, and propane, all sources of fuel.
The other interesting basis is George Gascon. George Gascon.
There's a lot of it, and it burns if you put it in gasoline. So there's a lot of energy out there.
They hated
Enough on the surface of this huge moon to supply all of Earth's needs for a very long time.
There's this tremendous supply of natural gas on Titan. It would be great to go out there and tap into it from the back. I think that you would find that it will cost you so much to go out and get the methane and bring it back that you will never be able to effectively power anything on it.
While Titan is Saturn's largest moon, one of its smallest may be even more exciting. It's a brilliant ball of ice and rock called Enceladus.
It's a tiny object. It's only about 300 miles in size, so that's what, about 8 the size of our own. And we've never seen a body that small that has activity on it.
This activity was discovered in 2005 by Dr. Carolyn Porco and her Cassini imaging team. One photo seemed to suggest that jets were coming out of Enceladus.
It seemed very likely to the members of my team that it's possible that these jets are actually geysers. They're erupting from pockets of liquid water not too far beneath the surface.
Okay, and this is backed up by recent great extent, and what it does is
The closest thing we have on Earth to Enceladus is something like Old Faithful Geyser here in Yellowstone National Park, which is shooting water vapor and water about 150 feet into the air. The geysers on Enceladus are erupting water vapor hundreds of miles into the air because of the much lower gravity there, and the fact there's no atmosphere underneath it.
the state also borrows another $6.4 billion issues of bond.
Many geysers have since been discovered in all the region of Enceladus' southern hemisphere.
They are coming out of these fissures, these big cracks that go on for about 135 kilometers, something like 80 miles. Cracks.
Well, the argument is how much money can you spend? Or, by the way,
We call them tiger stripes. When we first saw them, they really look like the stripes. Tiger. There are 4 areas that seem to be ridges or kind of active geologic areas, and the plumes seem to be coming out of these areas. So we've counted about 20 or 21 plumes.
Southern Enceladus is covered in cosmic Old Faithfuls.
Who would thought that an ice ball of the size of Texas would be alive with plumes and geysers? I mean, it's astounding.
Enceladus is heated in its interior by the tides of Saturn. The Earth's moon is pulling up the Earth's oceans and distorting their shape and producing the tides that we're familiar with here on Earth. But on Enceladus, the planet Saturn is pulling on that moon, and as Enceladus goes around in its orbit, that pull is changing, and the ice inside Enceladus is creaking and groaning and rubbing against itself and creating a lot of heat friction. We think it's the frictional heat that is producing the evaporation of the water ice that is then escaping through these cracks, making the geysers that we see there.
And there's more. Enceladus' eruptions have clarified a theory of what power of Saturn's rings.
You knew there might be jets, something coming from the surface that was injecting material into orbit around Saturn to form helium.
The E ring is furthest from the planet, about 74,000 miles away.
It happens to be just at the same orbit, same distance from Saturn as Sun. And so we suggested that the its orbit to themselves and thickness of the E ring sort of matches the thickness of particles that were ejected from the South Pole of the surface.
If these geysers disappear, so might the ring. Ultimately, the liquid jets suggest that there is water on Enceladus. And perhaps something else.
So the search for water is not that one day we'll be thirsty, so we'll have something to drink. The search for water is guided by our interest in the search for life. It's that simple. Follow the water.
To suspend a campaign. Nikki Haley is out of the running for president. She won just 2 Republican primaries in Vermont yesterday, Super Tuesday, and Washington, D.C. last week. Haley says former President Trump is now likely the Republican nominee, but she didn't quite endorse him.
Saturn's moon Enceladus is one of the most exciting and least understood places in our solar system.
Enceladus is a really strange place. The strangest thing that got people's attention first is it's very, very bright. It's the whitest object in the solar system. We now realize that it is covered in freshly fallen snow, which is the ice that's fallen back from these geysers onto the surface.
Congressman Schiff celebrated.
And it's that ice that has scientists excited.
Protesters calling for a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas.
Possibilities there are amazing. The search for water in our solar system is ultimately a search
The
for
small
life.
rowdy crowd yelled
Look for
ceasefire
water, pumps
down
in,
every
it'll be
Palestine they were shootout. Earlier this month, Schiff called on the U.S. to continue supporting Israel.
Because of the presence of ice, some experts believe the search for alien life should begin on Enceladus.
News brought to you by Sue James, accident attorneys. A storm that originated in the Gulf
It
of
has a lot of
Alaska
other
is moving
molecules in
into
it, some
southern
other exotic things, which tell us that there's probably aqueous chemistry going on
as
underground.
much as 8 inches of
So
snow
there's
is
a lot of
above
really
65
kind of
feet.
going on, and maybe
And weather
we
advisory
could get
will be
mileage,
up from
maybe.
noon
And so maybe
today
we should
to
go look.
9 Thursday for the San Gabriel Mountains and the Golden State.
This is kind of the holy grail of modern-day planetary exploration, to go and seek out those environments in the solar system where life might possibly have gotten started. And we just stumbled upon it. Is that exciting? Well, of course it's exciting. It's the kind of thing scientists look for.
We know the composition of the gases that are coming out as we flow through the spacecraft. The composition of carbon and nitrogen, all those things that you need to make life. And then we know there's a source of energy from the frictional heat of the tidal wave in the interior of the sea heat on the surface. So all these elements are there that might be sufficient to sustain life if got started there. So that makes Enceladus very exciting.
Traveling to the mayor today. The delegation will meet with French officials, dignitaries, and business leaders.
But what kind of
To see
life?
how Paris is
We're
preparing
not
for the
talking
2024
sushi.
Olympic and Paralympic Games,
We're not
which are set
talking
to begin in
lobsters
July.
and fish. We're
We'll
talking
check the
microbes.
101 with the KFI in the sky.
I think that's about the best that we can hope for on an island like Enceladus. If we ever discover such life in our solar system, it's going to be the simplest possible. It's going to be bacterial, something like it.
Even the discovery of something small would be a huge event.
It would change everything that we think about our solar system, the universe, and ourselves.
Much of what is known about Saturn and its moons has come from the Cassini satellite that was inserted into the planet's orbit in 2004.
Satellite weather from KFI, 70% chance of rain this afternoon and tonight.
It is currently touring its rings, moons, and the planet itself. By 2008, Cassini will have made 70 trips around the gas giant.
Putting an orbit around the planet, we may
able to hang out there and monitor the system and all the different elements of the system for a long period of time. I mean, that's the best way to study this body.
Scientists on a daily basis process the information sent back from these close encounters.
Again, that's the 101 is where the crash is, but it's really affecting the southbound 170.
In addition to the camera, there is a radar sending radio waves through the clouds to get an echo off the surface and make images. And there are spectrometers to measure the composition and other infrared devices to measure temperature. So it's a very comprehensive space.
We've got a solo vehicle that rolled over, ended up back on its wheels. They're working on that. It's still taking 60 as a result. And the westbound 105.
As you see better, you learn more. I think it may have been Yogi Berra. See a lot just by looking.
Relating this information to processes on Earth could help explain mysteries of our own planet.
Saturn is really very different from the Earth. The diameter is 8 or 9 times greater than that of the Earth. Its atmosphere is made of hydrogen, completely different from our own atmosphere. But the same physics is going on. The same forces are controlling the weather on Saturn as are controlling the weather on Earth.
It is part of our history. It's the solar system. So understanding how our solar system formed is really understanding how I got here. And understanding the nature of the other planets that are in the solar system. I mean, they're like my neighbors.
Cassini's new imaging technologies are giving us never before seen views and information by the day. Cassini's close encounters with Saturn will bring us nearer to unlocking its secrets.
In this week's Markers Report,
It's quite complex. It'll take us a long time to figure it all out. I don't think we ever will figure all of it out. But it's just the beauty of being able to be in order and monitor the rich planetary system of Saturn.
That's the beauty of iHeart's network.
as the number one
The Earth has context in the rest of the universe. And you want to know where we fit in the universe? You don't get the answer to that. Just studying the Earth itself.
For as much as we discover about the Lord of the Rings, it will always inspire us.
It's your trusted mentor, expert
It's so close.
emotional support as you navigate pregnancy and your baby's first milestones.
For thousands of years, man has found comfort in its presence.
Your specific needs. Get connected to free, local pregnancy.
It's been a beacon for nocturnal travelers, a timekeeper for farmers, and a location finder for sailors at sea. For some cultures, it's even been a god. It's the only cosmic body ever visited by human beings, and today NASA is planning a permanent outpost there. But how did it get there in the first place? How did it come to be? The answer is more astounding and spectacular than most residents of Earth have ever imagined. At last count, over 150 moons populate our solar system.
It's the day of the Dude, as the movie The Big Lebowski was released on this date in 1998. But it's National Oreo Day and Dentist Day, so that works out. Happy birthday, musician Tyler the Creator.
Neptune claims 13 of them.
DL Euclid, back to daily calendar.
8 to 5 a.m. 6:40.
Saturn has 48. And Jupiter boasts an astounding 62.
Super Wednesday, Monday, Super Tuesday, Election Day, and one more thing I left the numbers of people. He was accepting his win.
Earth, on the other hand,
Party
has
and
just
made
one.
every single analogy
But it's a special.
That was with, that's all he did. And remember, this is why
Our one Luna, as the Romans named it, is remarkable in its
have a
size.
point he deserves. You as the wind beneath my wings.
It is by no means the largest moon in the solar system. Several others are bigger. One of Saturn's moon is Titan, for instance, is twice the size. But our moon is the largest in relation to its host planet.
It's a quarter the size of the Earth. It's really big compared to Earth.
Laser beams coming from
If you
satellites.
look through a telescope at the Earth from a distance, you see the Earth and this other big thing. If you look at Jupiter or any other planet, you got the big planet and then little tiny moons right next to it. So our moon is so much bigger, and it's the only one of the now 8 planets that has that situation.
The relative sizes of the two bodies are close enough that some astronomers go so far as to refer to the Earth-Moon system as a double planet. The mean distance from the Earth to the Moon is 234,000 miles, a 3-day flight from space. The Moon's diameter is roughly 1/4 the size of Earth's, measuring 2,160 miles. A single day on the Moon is the equivalent of 27.3 Earth days. This is because one side of the Moon typically faces us. The Moon is phase-locked with our planet. So the Moon must fully orbit the Earth in order to make one complete rotation on its axis. Sort of like children in a game of Ring Around the Rosie. They always face inward as they hold hands and move in a circle.
Purchased, and that is turned over to the state. Second Amendment issue.
Yet as closely related as the Moon is to our Earth, it would only take a brief visit to the Moon to make it quite clear that it is in fact a very different world from our planet.
Because it has been put in place. And they're saying this is just an attack for the
and an exceedingly dangerous place.
On the Second Amendment, that's what's going to happen. Credit card companies say they're not going to reveal information about customer purchasing the battery nuclear items, purchase of that code.
No air, of course.
Very
Inner
limited.
space.
The government has to do with purchase of firearms, and that's it.
Indeed, the Moon has absolutely no atmosphere at all. So there is nothing to carry sound waves.
Well, first of all,
if you were standing on the Moon with a friend and tried to converse, the person wouldn't be able to hear you except by radio.
That's correct. There is no evidence because the law has not been implemented yet. How is that? Interesting, we don't need it. The National Instant Criminal Background Check System, NICS.
No atmosphere also means that there are no air molecules to scatter light from the sun.
And it would have
so the sky is always black.
Transactions. Okay, this is the part I don't understand. The illegal transactions that have already happened before
and the landscape has little to help brighten the scene.
It's not going to affect those
kind of monochromatic, not much color. The rocks are mostly gray, brown colors, so maybe a little warmer tone in one direction than toward the sun, and cooler tones, grayer tones in another direction, but not so colorful.
Extreme temperatures would also add to the unpleasantness of the visit. The swings between hot and cold are brutal, from 270 degrees above zero at midday to 240 degrees below zero at night.
At any point, at any time. For example, California can't have an assault weapon. And I think there is a limit to that.
Moon's low gravity, just 1/6 of Earth's, could present a hazard to a tourist.
That is lacking on that
A reality that Apollo astronauts kept in the tops of their minds during their
cannot carry more than 2 assault weapons.
But they realize that beyond the thickness of their visor and their
You
spacesuit,
can't have more than 2 of
death.
that you take
Should they do something and fall into a rock and lose your footing and fall and hit an outcrop, visor could be cracked, exposure would be right there. We would have had a serious situation on our hands.
Here's another one, and I don't think he's exaggerating on this one. You got a bunch of, let's say, workers, and you know that there is a really
While a spacesuit could protect lunar tourists against the vacuum of space, a lack of oxygen, temperature extremes, and lethal solar radiation, a potential hazardous spacesuit would do little to protect against is high-velocity micrometeorites. They pummel the lunar surface frequently.
anything violation.
shooting
If
stars.
it isn't a violation,
There's
it's
no atmosphere on the moon. They're coming right down, hitting the
And
surface.
if you talk to the insane guy,
They
that's not
pulverize the
everybody.
lunar
They're
surface,
telling you those
generating a
are
dusty
crazy.
blanket of gravel-like
And
material
that is
called regolith.
any violation or any bill passed.
Dr. Amanda Hendricks studies the moon at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory.
This plant here is kind of a regular factory. It's Roundup rock is what it is. The time scales with this gravel mill are a lot faster. Here, it's made in less than an hour. But on the moon, it is the result of more than 4 billion years of bombardment by meteoroids and micrometeoroids raining in on the surface and breaking up the rock.
Like the product of this gravel mill, lunar regolith has formed in a variety of grain sizes, from large rocks to fine dust.
This very fine dust is familiar to us from Apollo images that were seen of astronauts' footprints in the dust. It's very fine, and so fine in fact that the astronauts had problems with it sticking to their spacesuits, getting into the equipment, and it can end up causing a bit of a problem.
Where the ammunition was bought, that
Really big meteorites have also hit the moon in the past. In fact, these massive impacts are responsible for the dark circular regions on the lunar surface. The shapes that to many observers seem to be arranged like the eyes, nose, and mouth of a human face. They make up the illusion of the man on the moon.
We'll be back. Let's talk to Amy King.
They blasted huge basins in the moon's surface. Some of them are 700 miles across. Dark lava eventually burst through the impact points and flooded the basins.
Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell has endorsed Donald Trump for president.
Today, we call these dark regions Mare, the Latin word for seas.
On January 6, 2021.
This dates back to the 17th century. Renaissance-era observers looked up at the moon.
The lake that formed in Death Valley because of all the rain this winter is drying up thanks to high winds.
They speculated that the dark areas might be oceans, and astronomers at the time gave the many dark spots or seas whimsical names.
The seas are all named after effects that were once attributed to the moon. So you have the Sea of Storms and the Sea of Crises and the Sea of Tranquility and so forth.
Some of the younger impact basins have had less time to grow, so their features are still relatively crisp. One in particular is called Mare Orientale, or the Eastern Sea. It's some 600 miles across, and the impact that created it was so massive and direct, the result looks very much like the bullseye on a target.
This Orientale scar is kind of like a bullet shot into glass where you see all the rays around with fractures going out.
Rain expected by this afternoon.
People have often said if that had been on the side facing directly toward yours, we might
This
have
report
had
brought to you by
mythology about the
Foods
moon.
Market. We
It
got
looked like
slowly
the eyes there.
downtown LA.
We sure do. Earlier problem with the west mountain in mid-city. Everything's clear now, but it is slow to go.
The concentric rings of mountain ranges surround Mare Orientale, and some of the peaks rise to several thousand feet. They're all effects of the monster impact.
When we see mountain ranges on the Earth, they're mostly caused first by the continents moving around, crashing into each other very slowly, buckling up, and creating mountain ranges. Which then you rogue and all the spectacular shapes that you see in the Matterhorn, from water erosion.
On the moon, there are no continental tectonics. The surface is static.
Yet you still have mountains on the moon.
The reason is that those are big impact basins.
Every audience will have conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data.
That's a big explosion, excavates a pit, throws material up on the outside. So you have these rings of mountains, arcs of mountains that surround the impact sites. And they're impact features. They're caused by the external forces, not the internal.
Discover a new podcast from our library of over
Another notable impact crater, much smaller than Mario and Tommy, but every bit as spectacular, is Tycho. Named after a prominent 17th century Danish astronomer, this impact feature is located in the southwestern quadrant of the moon's near side. It's in the bright area. You can almost see it with your naked eye. When that explosion happened, as with many other craters, it shot out jets of bright powdery dust, so there's rays that go out from it. The rays of dusty ejected material extend some 900 miles from the Tycho impact site. A mountain of debris also rises from the center of the crater. This is a result of recoil from the asteroid's drag. Some of the highly compressed material in the center of the impact site springs outward once the impacting body either ricochets or disintegrates.
And we're going to teach our kids how to be
But long before any of the moon's specific features could be discerned through sophisticated telescopes and spacecraft, careful observation of lunar behavior and appearance was still vitally important to Earth dwellers.
And we're going to figure out why things cost what they do, starting with pizza, with help from somebody who really knows pizza.
I get to eat pizza every day, which is
Also, my all-time favorite food. Plus, finding out how advertisers trick
For 15,000 years at least, men revered the moon as a source of light, as a navigational guide, as a reference on agricultural resources, and most of all, as a convenient timekeeper.
It's million bazillion. Listen and follow this
In the days before our modern systems, timekeeping was no simple task. Early timekeepers had two choices. They could monitor the sun or the moon.
If you think about trying to keep track of dates, if you use a solar calendar like we do nowadays, there's 365 days a year. That's an awful lot of days to keep track of. And it's not something that the ordinary person can do very well. Compare that with the lunar calendar. Everybody can tell when the full moon is, when the new moon is. You don't see the moon at new moon. You see it, it's big and round, so it's easy to tell. There are only 28 to 29 days in a lunar cycle, so it's easy to count them. And so most societies actually start out with a lunar calendar.
Early observers of the moon also recognized that our planetary neighbor has a very real physical effect on the Earth itself. The moon is responsible for the rise and fall of our ocean tides.
If we think of the moon as being this tennis ball and the Earth as being this football, the tides are caused by the moon's gravitational attraction. So it's obvious that the moon kind of pulls the Earth's water towards it.
It is a hump day Wednesday following Super Tuesday yesterday,
And so this creates a slight bulge in the direction of the moon. What's less obvious is there's also a bulge in the direction away from the moon.
and I did
So
that.
there's in fact two high tides every day.
To Nikki Haley, who did her speech talking out.
The other high tide you can think of as being caused by the Earth's centripetal force. The Earth and the moon are both rotating around, and that causes the water on the far side to also move up.
That segment will show any
An extreme illustration of the difference between high and low tides can be found along the shore of Canada's Bay of Fundy. The water level from high tide to low tide drops an astounding 55 feet. For some forms of life on Earth, the advance and retreat of the tides creates useful habitats.
So, the Wall Street Journal article about Lori Hanasco.
But another of the moon's gravitational effects on our planet is directly responsible for nothing less than the continued survival of terrestrial life itself. The moon stabilizes Earth's climate. The gravitational effect keeps the degree of tilt of the Earth's rotational axis constant. This tilt is what maintains the repeatable cycle of seasons as the Earth orbits the Sun.
If we didn't have the moon, or if we had a much smaller moon, for example, then you can mathematically show that the tilt of our North Pole would vary widely. With that angle going from, say, 0 to 90 degrees, currently it's 23.5 degrees, and it would actually vary chaotically. And so the moon has played an important role in the stability of our axis of rotation of our planet, and therefore in our climate.
Over the millennia, the moon's prominent and constant presence in our night sky then ultimately began to speculate on its origin. How did it form? How did the moon come to be? In 455 BC, the Greek scholar Anaxagoras theorized that the moon was simply a rock that was flung off by the Earth. Most of his contemporaries, on the other hand, were convinced that the moon was a god, or maybe even crawl of fire. So Anaxagoras' notion did not get much traction. Both Mayan speculation no doubt continued, but no hard information about the moon came until 1609. When Italian astronomer Galileo Galilei pointed one of the first telescopes at the moon, recognized that he was looking at a landscape, the terrain of another world.
When you look at the moon through telescopes, it looks completely different from the way it looks to the naked eye. Instead of looking flat the way it does to the naked eye, it really looks round, and you can see the shadows, you can see all these craters that the naked eye does not see, and it just immediately looks like a world. It jumps out at you in three dimensions.
Galileo made detailed drawings of the small planet's surface and established once and for all that the moon is a solid world, not a god or a fire wall. But the groundbreaking astronomer never publicly speculated on the moon's origin, primarily because his interests moved to other planets. Not until 1873 did the first science-based theory regarding the origin of the moon publicly emerge. It sprang from the mind of a talented French astronomer named Edward Roche.
Roche advocated what's called the co-accretion theory, which says that basically Earth and the moon grew up at the same time out of the same materials.
In Roche's day, many scientists began to believe that the planets might have formed from hot condensing clouds of gas.
It gradually contracted and cooled, and as it contracted, it would separate out rings of gas. So you have a ring of gas here, a ring here, and so forth. And these rings of gas that eventually coalesced and formed the planets. Roche saw the Earth and the Moon as a solar system in miniature. His idea was that the Earth starts out as a ball of gas, and then cools and contracts, and sheds a ring of gas, and then itself coalesces and forms the Moon.
But there are problems with this theory. For one, our moon has a much lower iron content than the Earth. If the two bodies formed from the same materials, their basic composition should be the same. They are not. This and other inconsistencies soon led fellow astronomers to quest for new ideas to explain the existence of the moon.
But Haley didn't endorse Trump. She quoted Margaret Thatcher and said people should make up their own minds.
In last third of the 19th century, advanced theories about the origin of the moon started to emerge. In 1873, French scientist Rabbi Rothschild proposed that the moon's summit formed alongside the English run of essentially the same nebular cloud of particles and gases. But this idea had a fundamental weakness. The moon has a much lower iron content than the Earth. It's much less dense.
Big thing to remember about the moon and its composition is that it doesn't have any iron core like the Earth does. If you look at the Earth, it's a very large central area, half the side of the Earth. It's iron, nickel iron. So that's the metal vein down here. Top. The moon is more like just cold rock.
Scientists initially produced a massive amount of observation and mathematical calculations. If the moon had formed from the same stuff that made the Earth, the iron content should be similar. It was a hole in the theory, and Roche explained. But another idea soon followed on the heels of the co-accretion hypothesis.
A state
In
resolution calls for the feds to
1878,
pay
George Darwin announced his vision theory of moon origin.
Cliffhanger in Tustin.
This idea received some attention in part because Darwin had a celebrated father, Charles Darwin, author of Origin of Species. In time, though, George Darwin stepped out of his father's shadow and became known as England's leading expert on tigers. And through extensive analysis of the tide-moon relationship, George Darwin came to the realization that the moon is gradually moving farther and farther away from Earth.
It wasn't proved until 95 years later, when astronauts landed on the moon. They put little mirrors on the moon,
Inspiring to sell handwritten lyrics to Hotel California and other Eagles
and you
hits.
can shine a laser at the moon,
Told the judge new
and the laser will
details
bounce off
raised
the mirror and come
questions
back,
about the
and you can actually measure the exact distance between
released
the
after
Earth
Don Henley waived
and
attorney-client
the
privilege
rate
last
at which
week
this
after he
is
testified.
increasing.
The judge says
3.8
witnesses and
centimeters
their
per year.
lawyers used the privilege to find
3.8
information they believed
centimeters
would be
is about an
damaging
inch
to
and
their
a half.
case.
If you made a movie, extreme time lapse, you would see the moon moving away from Earth gradually. That's what we see nowadays.
Darwin began to consider what would happen if he forced the process.
Operations
If
manager
you
at
ran the
Sierra
movie
Brian
backwards,
Schickman says the 4-day storm dropped about 6 feet at the summit.
as we move backwards in time and the moon moves closer, the
We will check
absorb
the
and the
605.
rotation of the Earth will get faster and faster.
Well, what happens is that eventually the moon must coalesce with it. It must touch heavier.
The logical conclusion for Darwin was that a portion of the molten, rapidly spinning Earth must have separated from the main mass and spun off to become our moon.
They'll tell you whether you do or you don't have termites. Even if you don't think you have termites, I recommend that phone call.
He immediately began work on mathematical calculations to reverse the trajectory of the moon all the way back to the Earth.
Frustratingly, he reaches a point where he gets almost to Earth, and then he couldn't work it out any farther. The mathematics doesn't let you go any farther. What you get to is a point where the moon is whipping around the Earth at a rate of 5 revolutions a day, 6 revolutions a day. So it's just zooming around the Earth, okay? And it's about 5,000 miles away from the Earth.
Still, the mathematics did not allow Darwin to bring the two cosmic bodies into contact.
Rain this afternoon, highs in the low 60s at the beaches.
The fission theory was debated for decades. Scientists eventually concluded that the relative movements of the Earth and
Showers are
moon
expected to
could not
continue
have resulted from
tonight, with thunderstorms too. Partly to mostly cloudy tomorrow with a slight
the
chance of
Earth would
showers.
have been spinning too fast to account for its present
Sunny with highs
rotation
around 70 for Friday. Mostly sunny with some clouds rolling through the weekend, highs in the 60s to about 70.
The quest for an
53
explanation
Fullerton,
of
59
lunar
Cypress,
creation
51
continued,
Pasadena,
and a new
53
theory
in
soon
Sonoma.
originate
The
in
KFI
America.
report brought to you by Revive Real Estate. The Dow is trading up
In
106
1909,
points.
Thomas Jefferson Jackson Seed
S&P
was a
500
U.S.
is
naval
up
captain
37.
based in Raleigh near San Francisco. His official job was to keep the standard time for the U.S. West Coast. But Seed was also a gifted scientist. As a young man, he had trained as an astronomer.
He was one of the first Americans to actually get a doctorate in astronomy. He went to Germany and got a PhD in astronomy, which was, almost unheard of back then. The U.S. was still scientifically a total backwater in the 1800s.
Seed's duty station, Mare Island, had an observatory. The captain's job allowed him plenty of time to theorize. He had spent time analyzing both the co-accretion and fission hypotheses regarding the origin of the moon, and he wasn't convinced. Gradually, Thomas Seed developed a completely different idea. It came to be called the capture theory. Essentially, Seed theorized that the moon had actually formed in a different part of the solar system from the Earth, that it orbited the sun just like the other planets, but that at some point, if it moved too close to Earth, it was captured by Earth's gravity.
His idea was that there's something he called the resisting medium in outer space, which we know is not there now.
Seed never adequately explained what this resisting medium was supposed to be, possibly particles of matter. Regardless, it was sure no longer resistant.
His idea is that for the Earth to capture the moon would have to come in from far away, and then it would hit this resisting medium and slow down, and then gradually get captured into orbit. Maybe not at once, it might take a little while, but gradually it would be captured into Earth's orbit. It's a little bit like the bungee jumper jumping off a bridge. They go down, come back up, not quite as far, go down, come back up.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts.
Now eventually they settle down at the bottom.
Thomas Seed's capture theory would certainly explain the difference in iron contact between the Earth and the moon. If the moon formed elsewhere, its composition could be very different. On the other hand, the notion that Earth's gravity could capture and retain such a large object was unlikely, since there was no obvious resisting medium to slow down an object as big as the moon. All three theories had significant weaknesses. The origin of the moon, a mystery.
Also, what else is going on? Hamas said it's going to continue
On July 20th, 1969, U.S. astronauts set foot on the lunar surface for the first time. They had landed the lunar module on the hard lava plain known as the Sea of Tranquility.
And here is the big issue.
And mission pilot Buzz Aldrin described the view as magnificent desolation. The astronauts brought back 48 pounds of rock rocks and dusty soil, or regolith.
Traditional sources of water, climate change,
Geologists at Johnson Space Center in Houston eagerly awaited their arrival.
Rainwater, asphalt, rain gutters, and now scientists in municipalities.
The excitement when samples first came back was just electric. It was just incredible. Nobody really knew quite what to expect.
A report just issued Pacific Institute determined every year.
You realize right away we had salted rocks, like one might see in Hawaii. In fact, very similar to rocks one might see in Hawaii.
The NASA geologists were intrigued salts and rocks of another sort. Rocks called breccias. Breccias form during asteroid impacts. So if you can imagine a large impact body hitting the moon, it's going to be very chaotic. It's going to throw up debris. Debris is going to come flying out of this, what winds up to be a crater after it's over. And you can see the many craters on the moon. The debris gets all jumbled up and lands on the ground around the crater, and then it gets compacted with the heat generated by the crater. And it's turned into rocks that look very chaotic. All sorts of pieces of the rock of different sizes, different shapes, all pieces of the rock that be in the area impacting the body. We have just not seen anything like this. Rocks began to tell a fascinating tale. First, the rocks and soil samples contain particles, indicating that the moon must have been covered by a deep ocean of lava after it formed. This notion was reinforced by the discovery that rocks were lacking significantly in what scientists call volatile elements.
Volatile elements are those that can evaporate easily and therefore be lost when you heat up a rock. Some examples of volatile elements include water or potassium, for example. And if you compare the molten earth rocks to lunar rocks, you find that the lunar rocks are extremely parched. This is if they've been heated and they've lost a lot of their volatile elements.
But along with these stark contrasts, the lunar samples also revealed at least one astonishing similarity between the lunar surface and rocks and soil forms.
The isotopes of individual elements, like oxygen, have different forms of oxygen. At exactly the same ratios in different forms. And all the other rocks we need from elsewhere in the solar system, which are meteorites that fall out of space, all have different oxygen isotope ratios, which tells you that the moon material and the Earth material are very, very similar.
In the end, the lunar samples has supplied a wealth of hard evidence regarding the geological makeup of the moon. But astronomers trying to understand the moon's origin were still left with a puzzle. For William Hartman of the Planetary Science Institute in Tucson, Arizona, the information gleaned from the moon rocks supported some ideas he'd been working on for nearly a decade. Now a distinguished astronomer and painter of space images, in the early 60s, Hartman was a graduate student at the University of Arizona, taking part in a project to map impact craters on the moon. From the enormous basins or seas to the smallest visible dimples.
We realized during this mapping in the 60s that the big basins are actually impact features. Huge asteroids hit the moon. They made these huge explosions, some of those are 600 miles across. How big an object does it take to do that? Something like 100 miles across. So we had large objects running around the lunar solar system as the Earth was forming, and we were crashing into planets.
For Hartman, the notion that 100-mile-wide asteroids once impacted planets begged a couple of questions. Could planet-sized objects have ever collided? And could that have something to do with the formation of the moon? By 1972, Hartman and fellow Tucson astronomer Don Davis created a computer program to help them explore these ideas. The program made a rough attempt to simulate the accretion process in the solar system. The astronomers wanted to see if any other planetary bodies formed near the Earth would have crashed into it.
The idea was if some other body there, it finally crashes into the Earth, blows off all this crustal material from the Earth, as well as from the impact itself.
Sure enough, the simulation showed that a second planet could size of Mars. It wasn't the moon because it had formed from the same elements as the Earth and should therefore have had the same iron core and heavy density as the Earth. Moon, of course, does not. That was evidence enough for Hartman to formulate a new fourth hypothesis. It came to be called the giant impact theory.
You bring a sense of analysis to this show and response that I
In
think
1974, a new hypothesis explaining the origin of Earth's moon debuted on the world's scientific stage. Its proponents dubbed it the giant impact theory.
The basic idea is that about 4.5 billion years ago, Earth collided with an object roughly the size of the current planet Mars.
Let's check in with Amy.
It's a very large collision. And it started
South
with
Carolina Governor Nikki Haley has dropped out of the race for president, leaving just Donald
It's what
Trump
gave us our current
on the
24-hour
Republican side.
break.
She won just one of 16 Super Tuesdays.
And this collision was so massive that it launched material orbit around the Earth. And it's from that material that we
$800 following the SEC approval of exchange-traded funds that have helped cryptocurrency back. It's more than triple
Dr. Robin Canuck and others at the Southwest Research Institute in Boulder have constructed a computer model to study the details of the giant impact scenario.
It divides up the Earth and this colliding rogue protoplanet into many different particles. And the evolution of each particle is tracked through the course of the impact.
The simulation depicts the impact from a bird's eye view from the top down.
The Earth was probably partly molten even before this impact.
All of this is basically the same. A lot of
So initially, the impactor came in this direction.
in the mirror.
Hit the Earth with an off-center collision. And you can see the impactor has been stretched out into this long arm of material.
It can change your life. I'm convinced of that.
Scientists believe the upper layers of the Earth became completely molten following the impact.
Collision starts the Earth rotating. And you can also see that the collision has substantially distorted the shape of the Earth itself. After a couple hours, we see that this arm of impact material has coalesced gravitationally into two large clumps. The inner clump of the impactor material is actually composed overwhelmingly of the impactor's core. So that when this inner clump collides with the Earth, happens right there. The vast majority of the iron that came in the impactor is actually accumulated by the Earth. While this outer clump comes in and makes a close pass by the Earth and is stripped by the Earth's gravity into a long arm, which then breaks up into sticks.
The material is thought to have coalesced to form the moon in less than a year following the massive impact. There's no sign of this impact on the Earth today, because at the time, our planet had only developed about 90% of its current size. The remaining 10% would accumulate much smaller impacts. Also, the Earth's own gravity had a reshaping effect.
Within a day after the impact, the Earth had reassumed a basically spherical shape, and any depression that the impact caused would have been smoothed over.
Giant impact theory originator Phil Hartman presented his hypothesis at the scientific conference in 1974. But it received little attention for nearly a decade. Interest in the moon dropped off sharply at the end of the Apollo missions. Finally, at a lunar conference in Hawaii in 1984, 12 years after the last moonshot, the world's foremost astronomers reached a consensus. The giant impact theory is the most acceptable explanation to date for the origin of the
I think there's still some people who say, okay, it's not really proven yet, but it's what I would call the default theory. If you look at any textbook of planetary science or geology, it's just the theory that's accepted. And there are certain small discrepancies which have yet to be explained, but by and large it works.
Hey, it's Steve Sharp. Thinking about selling your home? Let's pump the brakes for a second. If it's not in tip-top shape, you're missing out.
Even with an agreed-upon theory of how our moon came to be, scientists have not finished studying our closest cosmic neighbor by any means. In fact, talk of returning to the lunar surface with a permanent manned outpost has recently emanated from the White House at NASA headquarters. Such a base could provide a place to train astronauts to live in space long term, as well as provide a more efficient launch point for eventual missions to Mars. But such lofty scientific goals are far from the minds of average residents of Earth, who occasionally peer up the glowing, mesmerizing lunar disk in the night sky. For us, talk of long oceans, regular forming micrometeorites, and giant impacts will never diminish the fascination and romance of our mysterious neighbor world, the moon.
This is Steve Gregory. I'd like you to join me for a live taping of the KFI News special, Sex, Drugs, and Social Media. It's an important look at how social media has become a gateway for kids and deadly and dangerous activity through social media platforms.
With the Planet Fitness Black Card, you can bring a friend for free and more. $1 down, $24.99 a month. Deal ends March 15th.
Space is limited. It's for you to attend. Go to KFI640.com.
I'm in Tijuana, Bolivia, where the Incas say mankind was created. Not far from here are the mysterious ruins of Pumapunku, which feature magnificent megalithic blocks. Today, most archaeologists believe that Pumapunku was part of an ancient temple complex, and they are baffled by the uniformly shaped and sharp-edged stone blocks found all over the site. They are also puzzled by an even bigger mystery. What type of structure these blocks actually form? Could it be that the ruins of Pumapunku offer evidence of advanced extraterrestrial technology being used in the ancient past? For an international theorist, there are few sites on Earth more intriguing than this one, and that's why I'm here investigating the incredible mystery of Pumapunku. My name is Giorgio Tsoukalos. I explore the world that exists between reality and speculation, the known and the unknown. We've been taught by mainstream scholars is not the whole picture. But I'm convinced that every day we are one step closer to the truth.
Companies like Walmart, Starbucks, Delta, Chevron are using AI monitor.
High in the Andes Mountains in the Altiplano Desert is Tijuana, one of the most rugged and desolate places on Earth. This region of Bolivia has seen its fair share of warfare, invasion, and turmoil over the years. But I'm here to see if it also experienced contact with extraterrestrials. In 1549, while searching for the capital of the Inca Empire, Pedro Cieza de Leon and his Spanish conquistadors discovered the ruins of what looked like a massive temple complex at what is now called Tiwanaku. Mainstream archaeologists suggest that these ruins were once the center of the Tiwanaku civilization, with approximately 40,000 inhabitants. But little is known about the people who lived here or the structures they left behind. Of special interest are the walls of this large, square-shaped courtyard, which features numerous carved stone faces that suggest those of extraterrestrial visitors. But located just a half a mile away from the temple at Tiwanaku lie the ruins of what is thought to be yet another temple complex, the mysterious site known as Pumapunku, the gateway of the Puma. The name was given by the local Aymara people who found artifacts at the site depicting imagery of warriors wearing masks made of puma skulls. But the Aymara have only inhabited the area for around 800 years, and Puma is believed to have been built thousands of years ago. But what was it? A temple? A meeting place? Some elaborate monument? All of these possibilities have been suggested, but to this day, no one knows just what this place was, who built it, or exactly how old it really is. But what's even more intriguing is that the blocks here do not even look like those found at Tiwanaku. It is one of the places where logic no longer makes sense, because the blocks that we have here are unique on this entire planet. This is the only place. So check it out. Here are the awesome H blocks. They're made from solid blocks of precisely shaped andesite. Whenever I see them, it's just this feeling that you get. I'm at a loss for words, because this here is something that can't be found anywhere else in the world. Mainstream archaeologists believe that these H blocks were created by hand with primitive stone and metal tools. Tools, I should mention, that they have never found examples of. What's so very interesting is that they seem as if they are part of a larger picture. That if they put them together, they form a solid wall, which is very incredible. If another block was placed on top, or this was placed on top of another rock, these are features that make these two blocks fit together seamlessly. Because the one thing that we have to remind ourselves with this particular construction style, no binding agent was ever used. These pieces are so perfect that they fit together interlockingly in such a way that you don't need anything with which to bind together 2 or 3 or hundreds of pieces. Other examples of this type of precise interlocking stonework can be found in Cusco, at Sacsayhuaman, and even Machu Picchu. But nothing with the sophistication of this place right here. I mean, it's incredibly enigmatic. Everywhere I turn, I see more and more incredible blocks that can't be explained by mainstream scientists. This is pretty amazing. Check this out. If you look at this right here, I mean, forget chicken bones. You simply cannot do this with primitive tools. And you've got these holes drilled at an equidistant, as if it's some type of a female piece to a male piece. So what was it that actually fit into this? Because one thing to me is crystal clear, that this here, or any of these pieces, they have nothing to do with any type of embellishments. I mean, this here is a technical components, part of a larger, almost industrial construction.
It was for the purposes of the segments that we're going to do.
I've got a little paper clip, ordinary paper clip that just unfurled to see how deep they go. They actually go equidistant all the way down. That is something that cannot be achieved with chicken bones. As far as I'm concerned, these stone blocks have to have been cut with some type of advanced technology. But what? Back in 2012, I met up with machinist and toolmaker Chris Dunn at his workshop in Danville, Illinois, to put a Puma stone sample through the ultimate test.
You got a sample of the laser cut? This is the diamond wheel cut. At the top surface is the original cut surface. The full of country. So now we can compare the difference between all three cuts.
Looking at an actual piece of precision cut stone from Puma under a microscope, Chris compared the two modern cutting techniques with the part of the stone cut thousands of years ago. Even taking into account centuries of time and weather, Chris's comparison revealed incredible differences.
You've got vitrification on the laser cut side. Then, of course, you've got circular tool on the side. Side cut with the diamond saw, and then the little tool they use to cut the ancient surface.
What is going on here? Do you think it's possible that some kind of a diamond precision tool was used because it was such a long time ago, and over time, the surface became a bit more rough, 10 or even 15,000 years ago?
That is a reasonable speculation. I think we have to start examining more sophisticated tools that no longer
The cut from diamond saw is a direct comparison to those found on the stone walls of Oklahoma. So we're talking about the sharpest, most sophisticated cutting tool we have today. So how could a so-called primitive society have achieved such sophisticated stone carving techniques? Check out this block right here. Something really cool about this one. First, I want to show you true north on my compass, which you can see. This is true north. Now watch what happens. Opposite direction. Here, even more so down there. Smart. So what's going on? Clearly, this rock has been somehow magnetized, so it was exposed to some electromagnetic waves. Or is it like this because at some point these blocks underwent volcanic contact with something strange? I mean, this whole place is bizarre. Below the plateau where the H blocks are located are the steps and walls marking the edges of the Pumapuku mound. Now I can truly see the scale of the site. Look down all the way. You can see it's perfectly level. It's perfectly level. This is a newly excavated area that I haven't seen before. And again, it shows tremendous precision. Check out this, for example, right here. What's really interesting is that they put a piece of paper in between the fittings, and no mortar was used. So this is really incredible stuff. This is very, very, very old. But at the same time, it is just utter perfection.
The management system uses only the items that you
located at Tiwanaku, just a half a mile from the H blocks at Pumapuku, is a giant stone structure called the Gate of the Sun. Here, you can find depictions of the god Viracocha and his winged children. Look at those incredible carvings. It's one giant piece. A monolith made of andesite. It's incredibly difficult to carve this in any type of tool because it has to be harder than the current andesite. In the 1960s, at this same location, a wall was excavated to reveal a fascinating array of stone heads. But who do these strange heads represent? there's one structure here that may provide a clue. This is a place where the Bennett monolith was discovered, and it's a representation of Pachamama, 21 feet tall, the largest monolith ever uncovered here. Pachamama essentially means the cosmic mother, because Pacha means cosmos, and Mama, well, I'll explain that. And so the idea is that this is a place of creation. And I find that interesting because if you look at the different heads like built into the wall, some look very different than others. So the question arises, are these heads representing different races of humans? Or are they depictions of the so-called gods? Alien visitors came down from the sky. It's fascinating to look around and see these ancient monuments at Tiwanaku and Pumapunku. But I still wonder just how old these ruins really are. Before I began my investigation, I made a trip to Switzerland to talk with my good friend and mentor Eric von Daniken, who gave me some great insights into the history behind these incredible and mysterious sites. Tell me about Pumapunku, because what I find interesting is, according to some translations, somebody suggests there is a calendar there. And this calendar goes back some 20,000 or so years.
Now this calendar, Giorgio, is created. There are scientific books written by Dr. Edmund Kiss, that's 50, 60 years ago, by Dr. Professor Bellamy. I knew him personally, he has explored, and they absolutely deciphered this calendar of the Yawanaka. And it dates back at least 4,000 years in the past. But our modern archaeology does not accept these dates because it contradicts our evolution. In 1928, German explorer Edmund Kiss drew elaborately detailed recreations of what he believed once stood at both Tiwanaku and Pumapunku. He became one of the first to suggest that the ancient structures were far older than the traditionally accepted date of 200 AD. Another German researcher, Professor Hans Schiller-Bellamy, dated Pumapunku to before 10,000 BC and theorized that it was destroyed by a flood. The Spanish conquerors, when they arrived, they were up there with their soldiers, and they took the Inca ruler of them, and they showed them these ruins of Pumapunku, and they asked them, how did you make this? Because we, Spain, we were not able to do such gigantic rocks. And then the Inca ruler said, it was not us who made it, it was the gods who made it. It was simply night.
Mainstream archaeologists dismissed the local stories of gods constructing Pumapunku, having long argued that ancient people could have made these megalithic stones through sheer manpower alone. During an experiment conducted in 1966, members of the Bolivian army attempted to drag a 2-ton megalithic block and raise it using only rope. They barely managed to shift it by a few inches. But assuming that the ancient people here really were able to somehow raise these giant blocks using nothing more than rope and manpower, how did they get them here in the first place? Mainstream archaeologists say the massive stones were hewn at quarries over 60 miles away, and then they were rolled to Pumapunku on logs. There is one major problem with this theory. We're at an altitude of over 12,000 feet, which means there are no trees, because trees only grow to a certain altitude. And if somebody proposes that this whole place was deforested and they just cut down the trees or just put out these blocks, then they don't know what they're talking about. So the idea of wood rollers and Tiwanaku. Right next to the ruins is the town of Tiwanaku, home to the native Aymara people. The Aymara have inhabited Bolivia as well as Peru and Chile for at least 800 years, descending from other cultures in the area that go back as far as 5,000 years. They continue to speak the native language of their ancestors and have kept alive the oral traditions of their people for centuries. With the help of my translator and guide, Juan Carlos, I've arranged to make an episode of Aymara elder and local historian. So what can you tell me about the legends? How, for example, Tiwanaku was built?
Moses created Huiracocha. For us, is God who take care of us every day.
The sun god Viracocha is the Andean creator and destroyer of worlds. According to ancient legends, Viracocha was born on the Isle of the Sun on nearby Lake Titicaca. Eventually, Viracocha disappeared over the water as if it were land without sinking, never to return.
You are seeing the Titicaca. Is there Russia and
Yes. I'm shocked to hear this Aymara elder mention the term Watchers because the Watchers are a key component of the ancient asthma theory. So to hear this term associated with the ancient stories of Bolivia is pretty awesome. According to the Book of Enoch, ancient Hebrew text found among the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Watchers were a group of 200 angels sent to earth to watch over the early humans. When they mated with human women and created a race of giant hybrids known as the Nephilim, they angered God and were banished from returning to heaven. Now what's really interesting is that the Inca also told Viracocha creating a race of giants. So hearing Aymara elder and historians say that Viracocha was also considered a watcher is incredibly fascinating. Was there a particular reason why it was built?
He said that he said that we ensure that one day there were giants.
George Gascon is
There was
headed
a
to a runoff election. He's leading
Yeah,
a field of
but the
12
giant
for the DA's
jumped
job.
out from the lake.
22% of the
Giants.
Former U.S. Assistant DA Nathan Hoffman has 18%.
He said that the
Still
giant
official until after all the mail-in ballots are
storms
counted
and
next week.
they
LA Mayor Eric Adams will lead a delegation of city leaders to Paris today to see how
The question I would like to
getting ready
ask
for
is if we look
the 2024
at
Summer
the
Olympics.
gate of the sun with Viracocha in the center and all those winged
City Council
beings,
President Paul Gregorian and
what is the
Councilmember
significance of it?
Katie Yaroslavsky will be joining Mass along with the head of House of the Dragon Season 2 is coming back to HBO in June. Warner Brothers Discovery didn't give an exact date for the spin-off's debut, but
you
it
say like courts of
today.
Viracocha.
The show takes place 200 years before the events of
He said that in
Well,
big
chapter 22
ceremonies
of the KFI
for
is
people,
now
they use a special mask.
If you were selling your house,
Their faces would never be seen without the rest of the
30 minutes
population.
later, you
And so you can see one of them
with the mask. Boy, those days.
According to the Anales de Cuautitlán, a document from 1570, Viracocha said, if my subjects were ever to see me, they would run away. Now, when I hear that, I'm tempted to ask, did Viracocha need a mask because he didn't look anything like his subjects? Could he have been a real flesh and blood extraterrestrial? How does he react when people say, for example, that this place here could have been built more than 10,000 years ago?
that was right here because he said he think
about 15,000
Fair price, no
years
lowball.
ago.
I agree that this place existed before the flood.
Okay, he said that Posnanski, it's really the beginning.
It's really interesting to hear this Aymara elder mention Poznansky when talking about the date of Tiwanaku.
This report brought to you by
Arthur Poznansky spent over 40 years in Bolivia researching and writing about the three Inca archaeological sites. Poznansky proposed that Tiwanaku was around 17,000 years old, and he developed his theory after examining the connections between the ancient temple complex and sophisticated astronomical alignments. According to his theory, the structure of Tiwanaku called Kasasaya was built so that the sun would rise directly over the cornerstones on the summer and winter solstices, and based on the changing tilt of the earth, we'd have to go back at least 17,000 years for that to happen. Today, many people say that Poznansky's theories are miscalculations and that it was just fantasy.
You say that there are countries all this stay of Bolivia here, but the mentality of the city. Posnansky excavated. He worked too much with archaeological site. But another archaeologist really they don't know about traditions, about they trust too much to the technology.
What a great honor to meet Aymara elder Rene Crespi and to ask him about the Aymara traditions. The three things that stuck out were, one, the giants, and amazing stuff that they came out of Lake Titicaca, that they used stones with which to whittle down the giant blocks. And the second one was the stories about the Watchers. That is interesting to me because the stories of the Watchers exist worldwide. And the third one was that he completely agrees with the theories of Arthur Poznansky. After coming here and seeing this place firsthand once again, I'm more and more convinced that Poznansky was correct and that the local stories about Tiwanaku being built by some kind of extraterrestrial beings might be more than just mythology. Much, much more. I'm in Peru meeting with author and ancient astronaut theorist David Childress, a prolific author on the topic of ancient technology. He has spent most of his life traveling the world and challenging established assumptions about mankind's history. He's just the person I need to help me sift through the evidence and connect all the dots. I really do think that Pumapunku is one of the few places in the world where common sense no longer applies. Something really weird happened at some point. I mean, when was the last time you were there?
I was there just about 6 months ago or so.
David has studied Pumapunku for decades, and he believes that it is the key to showing the connection between ancient civilizations and ancient space travelers.
One of the things that I enjoy talking about is that when you look at these stones that obviously have been cut in a very precise fashion, that in your opinion, it had to have been done in an easy fashion, with easy means. What do you mean by that?
One of the things is when you see the articulation of the stones at Pumapunku, and the H-blocks are such a good example. The stone masons were getting very fancy, and they're doing things that are way beyond what they need to do. But it would seem as if with the power tools that I think they must have had, there was nothing they couldn't do. They could be as fancy as they wanted because it was easy for them. Exactly like this. It's unnecessary elaboration and
decoration. You're thinking, oh, this must be so much labor, moving the stones, cutting the stones. Yet it had to be easy for them. And moving the stones, too, must have been easy for them. Not something that's so incredibly difficult as we would imagine that primitive architects and engineers would be doing.
It has been suggested that some sort of anti-gravity technology may have been used at Pumapunku to lift and place the massive stone blocks. But if that were true, it would certainly suggest that some sort of highly advanced technology was at play here.
We have also the areas with keystone cuts and the cord clamps of molten metal that went into those cuts. Yeah, just like these. Yeah, right. And it's such an unusual way of fitting stones. And that is something that you see at the Sun Temple, Coricancha, Cusco. You'll find also these keystone cuts. And at Ollantaytambo on the way to Machu Picchu.
That's Ollantaytambo right there.
Right. That's an indication that the same builders of Pumapunku and Tiwanaku are also the builders of the Sun Temple in Cusco and at Ollantaytambo and Sacsayhuaman and even Machu Picchu. But then you can go around the world and find this unusual keystone cuts in Egypt, in Greece. This is a temple. Okay, there at Giza at the Sphinx Temple. You're also going to find these at Borobudur in Java, at Angkor Wat in Cambodia, and at the megalithic site of Mai Son in Vietnam.
These mysterious keystone cuts exist at a surprising number of ancient sites all over the world. It's a building technique that involves pouring metal to cut rock on both sides of a joint. It has been suggested that the clamps that were inside them were made from copper, bronze, silver, or a mixture of silver and gold. Curiously, in nearly every case where keystone cuts have been found, the clamps have been removed. Or possibly the structures are so old that the metal has been broken completely. And some still contain remnants of metal, which leaves no doubt that the architects have at least elementary knowledge of metallurgy.
Stuff like that is sensational because it would imply one of two things. Either, as you say, they were the same builders, or that they were the same teachers. Because clearly it's not a similar construction style, it's identical. It's not something that could really have been developed independently. And so the mainstream archaeologists are basically just ignoring this, because if they were to discuss this, it would completely wreck their whole theories that these people are isolated from each other. They had to be made by the same kind of engineers and architects.
I'm in Peru with fellow ancient astronaut theorist David Childress. He's been discussing the precision-cut stone blocks found all over Pumapunku. Many of the blocks contain keystone cuts, which are also found at other megalithic sites. But these are the only striking similarities that exist between Pumapunku and other ancient sites found throughout the world.
There's so many similarities, including the monolithic doors that you have at Pumapunku and Tiwanaku, where these doors are just cut out of one solid piece of granite. And you find that too at Persepolis in Iran, for instance. And then on top of all that, you've got the Puente Magna. It's now in the Precious Metals Museum in La Paz.
Thought to be over 5,000 years old, the Fuente Magna bowl was discovered near Lake Titicaca by a local farmer in the 1950s. It features hundreds of triangular carvings that are strangely similar to the cuneiform text used by the ancient Sumerians. today, Iraq. Could it be further evidence that what ancient astronaut theorists have been saying for decades might be true? Could early humans at one time really have been influenced by visitors from another planet?
That bowl has two forms of Sumerian writing, Sumerian hieroglyphs and Sumerian cuneiform. It's been authenticated by Bolivian archaeologists, and all that mainstream archaeologists can do at this point is ignore it. It's not something they could ever address because it would completely blow all of their theories out of the water. What makes a Bolivian archaeologist less mainstream than all the other mainstream archaeologists? In my opinion, nothing. So why aren't they confirmed by the rest of archaeology? It would change history. The Fuente Magna Bowl is basically proof that Sumerian Anunnaki come to South America. I believe that Tiwanaku and Pumapunku were mining centers.
The idea of Sumerian writings being discovered near Lake Titicaca would relate to the theories of author Zechariah Sitchin and his proposal that the Sumerians were interacting with a highly advanced extraterrestrial race known as the Anunnaki.
History has to be rewritten, and eventually they'll have to address these things. I look forward to whatever results you come up with.
I'll definitely keep you posted on my findings. After speaking with David Childress, I'm more convinced than ever that Pumapunku was constructed with assistance of extraterrestrials. But my questions of what these blocks actually formed and how the structure was destroyed still remain unanswered. To get a better picture of just what this incredible site might have looked like when it was first built, I returned home to meet with Casey Hennajah, a forensic structural engineer based in Los Angeles. With more than 30 years of experience investigating all types of structures and building materials, I knew that Casey would be the perfect person to analyze what Pumapunku was built to be and what violent forces might have led to its destruction. Mr. Hennajah?
Yes. Oh, Giorgio, great pleasure to meet you.
So, in your opinion, how do you think something like this was cut?
The first thing is that how these people several thousand years ago had this ability and this precision and the knowledge to create such a structure. Is it impossible to use a copper tool in order to create this? Probably yes. Because material that has a much higher hardness in order to achieve these goals. Modern day, we do these type of structures. We call them children. Let's say this wall is 3-story. Okay. So what we do, we come right next to that particular site. We place wood walls all around it. Once we place the reinforcing, then we pour concrete into this and we flatten the surface and we let it stay there for several days. Then we have a special plate that comes and then we wrap down and bring it down. We're doing this at the same time of 4 sides.
So what you're telling me is the way it works is that the whole thing is raised by a crane like this. So in reference to Pumapunku with all of this, I mean, here we have blocks that some have estimated to be around 100 metric tons, and we're also at an altitude of almost 13,000 feet, so the air is rarefied. You know, it's kind of a dicey place up there if you're not in physical shape. So how would you move a 100-ton block without a crane? Even to an expert like Casey Hennajah, the methods used to carve the stones at Pumapunku and then lift them into place remain a mystery. But now I'm even more eager to find out not only how Pumapunku was built, but why. I'm in Southern California, the offices of forensic structural engineer Casey Hemachar. Using CGI technology, Casey has spent the last 3 weeks constructing a 3-dimensional model of Pumapunku. And now he's about to show me not only what he believes it might have looked like, but how it was ultimately destroyed.
Here we've got some visualization of what potential combination of putting this together to create a platform.
Man, I'm blown away by what Casey is showing me. A 3-dimensional model of what Pumapunku might have looked like more than 10,000 years ago. It's unlike any other model I've ever seen. It even has a large platform area that I can imagine being used as some kind of a launching pad. Was Pumapunku some type of spaceport for ancient astronauts? Or the headquarters for a team of alien engineers and scientists sent to explore the Earth? Oh, this is cool looking. Really awesome. But now I'm more puzzled than ever. How could such a large and magnificent structure have been so completely destroyed? As a forensic structural engineer, do you think that an explosion might have been a reason for the destruction of Pumapunku?
The size of his stones, the weight of the mass, and the way I look at the pictures and the remains of these, it's my opinion that it would be very remote that that would be the cause.
Okay, so then what does that leave us with?
The concept of fraud would make more sense to me.
Casey's configuration of Pumapunku is consistent with various theories which suggest that the enormous stone blocks were somehow lifted up and then dropped down. It's also consistent with what I've been hearing from everyone I've spoken with so far, that Pumapunku was built sometime before the Great Flood.
The soil becomes almost liquid, getting saturated by water. It loses its stability, and therefore it's not capable of providing support to the structure above anymore. And with the movement of water itself, that can cause movement of those objects.
The idea that Pumapunku was destroyed by a flood makes perfect sense because seashells and fossils of fish have been found here, though the nearest body of water is more than 10 miles away. The cataclysm of the flood is strong enough to jumble up the original place of these rocks right away. Every legend, every mythology has a core of truth, and that is my quest. Please, thank you very much for your time. There is now very little doubt in my mind that Pumapunku was built with some sort of extraterrestrial technology, and that its destruction was probably caused by a great flood. Perhaps the same flood that is described in the Old Testament. This has been an amazing journey, and while I'm even more convinced that mankind had alien ancestors, I need to find more evidence. So this is why I'm off, once again, in search of aliens.
The release of hundreds of Palestinian prisoners in exchange for closing hostages over the Strait.
I'm on my way to explore one of the most ancient and mysterious islands in the world, Malta. It was here that a prehistoric society built megalithic structures using massive blocks. These blocks were arranged into complex designs and are considered by scholars to be older than the Great Pyramid in Egypt. But after a period of 1,000 years, all activity on Malta stopped, and any trace of the people who built these incredible structures vanished. But why? There are stories that say Malta was once home to giants, even a race of legendary one-eyed creatures known as Cyclops. Could these stories offer exists between reality and speculation, the known and the unknown. What we've been taught by mainstream scholars is not the whole picture. I'm convinced that every day we are one step closer to the truth. I've traveled almost 7,000 miles to a place that has puzzled archaeologists for more than a century. Lying just south of Sicily, in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea, the islands of Malta have been of strategic importance from the times of ancient Greece all the way through to the Second World War. This small and densely populated country covers only 122 square miles, but it is as rich with mystery as any place on Earth. The islands of Malta contain no less than 7 megalithic structures, and quite possibly they are the largest freestanding stones in the world. To this day, archaeologists struggle to explain how ancient people living on secluded islands were able to accomplish such incredible architectural feats. So I'm here to find out if there may be an explanation that the mainstream has not yet considered, one that possibly has a connection to giant one-eyed beings, the Cyclops. In the epic Greek poem Odyssey, written by Homer in the 8th century BC, the hero Odysseus encounters a Cyclops named Guinness, a giant, one-eyed, human-like creature that, according to legend, was the son of Poseidon, the god of the seas. Now, while Homer never specified where the Cyclops lived, there are some who believe that the giant monster and others of its kind might have actually dwelt right here within Malta's megalithic structures. To begin my investigation, I went to examine Malta's famous so-called cart ruts, which some ancient astronaut theorists refer to as the Nazca lines of Europe, because they are just as mysterious. There are over 100 sites in Malta that have these ruts or giant pairs of grooves in the rock, like the ones here at St. George's Bay on Malta's southeast coast. The mainstream theory on how these strange markings were formed is that the wheels of heavily laden carts compressed the limestone over a long period of time. Now, for that theory to be true, the wheels of the carts would have had to be of identical size and width, and they would have had to follow the exact same path over and over and over, never deviating. Otherwise, they would not form such precise ruts. Quite frankly, I think such a notion is nonsense. On average, these cart ruts are about 1.4 meters wide, which translates to about 4 feet and 7 inches. So let's see how wide these are. Right here, these are a bit narrower. This is 4 feet and 4 inches. And from end to end, we're talking 5 feet and 3 inches. So it all depends how wide those tracks are. For example, right here, they're about 3.5 inches, or actually 3 inches in this part. Then up here, and we have 7 inches. So if it were just a cut, then one could surmise the width is the same at all times. So how were these deep and precise grooves made? And why? Perhaps there is a link between these strange markings and the stories of giants here on Malta. But how the grooves were made is only part of the mystery because these comets go straight into the Mediterranean. Archaeologists are puzzled by this because divers have determined that these comets go about 42 meters into the sea, which is about 46 yards. One area located on Malta's southwest coast has so many mysterious ruts. A visiting Englishman nicknamed it after the busy Clapham Junction railway station in London.
Hi, how you doing? Not so bad. All right.
To help me find some answers, I've arranged to meet with author Gordon Weston, who wrote a book about the so-called car ruts in 2010.
Gordon, here we are at Clapham Junction. So, lay it on me. Tell me what you think. Well, you got a half a lifetime? Absolutely, yes. Basically, you couldn't drive a car down here. Yeah, it would be wrecked. Early researchers looked at vehicles that would scrape away the rock because that's what it looks like it's happened. There was 3 devices. The first one was a spec, probably the oldest form of human transport, but they found that the sledge immediately got stuck. So 2 other devices have been looked at. One was a voice used by the Plains Indians to transport their teepees from camp to camp. The problem is the poles will be wide at these ruts that touch the ground. Next device is called the slide car. It's a low platform with 2 rungs on it. It's fanciful, ridiculous idea. Practical experiments, it just doesn't work.
Gordon and I shared several different theories about the origin and purpose of the ruts, ranging from tracks used in the transportation of megalithic stone blocks to irrigation drains. But ultimately, every single one of these theories is problematic.
Science is useless for this problem. There is no methodology which can be applied scientifically to these ruts. There's no way a block could be carried by a vehicle at the time the temples were built. The first temple was built in 3,500 BC. Wheeled vehicle only just come into existence here. Certainly it's been a long time. Malta was still in a deep Neolithic.
The presence of these ruts all over Malta is truly inexplicable. And there's one other aspect I took note of at St. George's Bay that baffles me most of all.
So in St. George's Bay, in a city called Ursuja,
There are a couple of ruts that go straight into
the Mediterranean Sea. They are famous, right? It is interesting to see the ruts go into the sea. They also seem to have come up on the other side of the bay that is now built up. So how do you explain it?
more and more convinced that people living in Malta are much more technologically advanced than most mainstream scholars believe. But who were they, and how were they connected to ancient stories about bizarre one-eyed giants? I'm beginning to believe that these islands have been the home of a highly sophisticated civilization. A civilization that may have actually included extraterrestrials. I'm in the village of Crendy, about to meet with Dr. Anthony Bonanno, a professor of archaeology and classical literature at the University of Malta. Dr. Bonanno is one of the foremost experts on Malta's megalithic temples, so I'm excited to have him help me with my investigation. Hopefully, he can bring me closer to finding out whether or not a legendary race of one-eyed giants known as the Cyclops actually existed here, and if there might even be extraterrestrial connection. I wanted to ask if anyone believes that those prehistoric temples might have been built by giants.
Yes, there's this association, even in what is folklore tradition, between the giants and the temples. There is a legend that the Gantia temples, bingo, they were built by a giantess, a giant woman.
How old do you think the megalithic structures are?
speaking here for a bracket, certainly between 3600 BC and 2500 BC. There have been claims that they could be older.
This is a precious country. This is an important, special place.
If what Dr. Banana suggests is correct, then these Maltese megaliths are at least 1,000 years older than the Great Pyramid of Giza. But after seeing Malta's mysterious ruts running straight into the sea, I believe they may date back further. Perhaps I'll find more evidence at the first site Dr. Banana is taking me to, the temples of Manidra, located on the rugged and isolated south coast of Malta. This complex consists of 3 stone structures laid out in a pattern of a trefoil. That is to say, structures which have 3 interconnected circular chambers. Malta is a fairly small island, but the ratio of how many megalithic temples exist here in this island is astounding. So why such a small island with that many prehistoric megalithic temples?
The question would you find difficult to answer. The constellation is normally attributable to some sort of survival, which spurred on this mad idea of building one temple after another.
Mad idea, I like that. You know, people have been possessed to build this. People must have had a compelling reason to carry all these stones, to put them into place. Do you think the structure was built with anything astronomical in mind, with observing of the constellations?
It has been confirmed that the entrance is actually orientated towards the rising sun at the equinoxes, but you have also similar alignments in the solstices, where the rising sun hits the edge of the slots here.
In his paper, Manidra, a calendar in stone, Maltese investigator Paul Vitalev concluded that Manidra was built around 10,200 BC. He came to this conclusion because, based on the tilt of the Earth at that point in time, on the morning of the summer solstice, a beam of light would have come through the main entrance of the Manidra temple and been cast directly on the center of an altar stone. The only way this could be achieved is if the monolith at Manidra was placed specifically and precisely with the end effect in mind. Now, what fascinates me is the fact that megalithic structures can be found all over the world, and most were carefully constructed to align with the sun. In Macedonia, for example, there's an ancient site known as the Kokino Observatory, which features 4 stone thrones at the top of a mountain, positioned to track the solstices and equinoxes. In Machu Picchu, there is a stone temple with 3 trapezoidal windows, also positioned to align with the sun during the solstices and equinoxes. Legends say that by looking through them, the mind can connect with other realms. But perhaps the most fascinating connection of all can be found on the northwest coastline of France. Here, a collection of over 3,000 massive rocks, called the Karnak stones, align with both the summer and winter solstices. But even more incredible are ancient legends that claim that the standing stones were actually placed there by giants, just like the legends of the giants we find in Malta. What are some of the biggest blocks that you're aware of that have once existed here?
We have much larger stones. We have one particular one that's such a beam, which is estimated to weigh about 20 tons, and we have a series of them, say more up in the water.
That's just mind-boggling, really amazing stuff. Between cart ruts that go into the sea in a megalithic temple that could date back more than 10,000 years, I'm beginning to see just how Malta could connect to stories about a race of one-eyed giants known as the Cyclops. But before I can draw any conclusions, I still need to gather more evidence. I'm exploring the tiny Mediterranean islands of Malta, looking for evidence that the legendary Cyclops may have lived here thousands of years ago. As my search for clues continues, Dr. Bonanno is now taking me to the temple of Hajaim, which contains what is possibly the largest monolith on the island. What does Hajaim actually mean?
Underneath stones and worship or standing. So stones of worship or standing.
Like this one. Check this out. This is huge.
Yes, 8 meters high by 6 meters 50 wide and about 1 meter thick. That makes about 20 odd tons. Minutes. Yes.
20 tons is around 40,000 pounds. That's the combined weight of 16 mid-sized cars. I'm always fascinated by the fact that giant monoliths were erected by various ancient cultures all over the world. For example, you can find them at Stonehenge in England, Carahunge in southern Armenia, and even as far away as Easter Island. So you have to ask yourself how and why were so-called technologically primitive people erecting these enormous stone monoliths without the help of any large machinery. This is incredible. So this is one of the largest freestanding stones. When I see stuff like this, I feel like how do they carry it? Like what is it? Yeah, so how do you think these stones were brought here?
Yes, they must have been dragged on straight off rollers.
While some mainstream archaeologists suggest that giant blocks of stone were moved from quarries to the temples with the use of carts that ran along the so-called cart ruts, others claim that they were moved by placing them on the top of stone balls and hauling them across the countryside. But while it's true that a number of spherical stones have been found at Malta's megalithic temples, it still doesn't explain why such enormous stones were even used in the first place. Yeah, when I see this, I mean, it's just this massive rock. I just don't know if the spheres would have withstood 20 tons, because the spheres were made of limestone.
Rothschild will explain why these here were actually different sizes. But there was
Bringing it here and then just heaving it up.
this is another story.
It's like just this obelisk just standing about more than 15 feet. I'm still in awe of the size and complexity of Hajaim. A 17-foot tall monolith? How did supposedly primitive Stone Age people move something this enormous? Today, we would use the most advanced of heavy machinery, and so the idea that some other type of technology was used becomes very plausible. The idea that these structures today are considered to be temples implies worship. That they worship the gods. In my opinion, that is when the questioning begins, because we have to then ask ourselves, who were these gods?
Something is
I'm
excited to explore the interior of Hajaim because there's something I've heard about within this structure that leads some ancient astronaut theorists to believe that this temple dates back much earlier than 3600 BC. If this proves to be true, it could fall in line with the evidence I've already discovered that could indicate a civilization existed on Malta as far back as 12,000 years ago.
So beyond the long corridor, we move up into a courtyard flanked by two axes, one on each side. Each axis is accessible through a porthole and that's one, and on the opposite side have another one here, okay, with the usual ghost pose, and it is in this place that the famous Venus of Malta, about that size, was discovered.
So this is where it was discovered, right? Okay. According to Dr. Bonanno, mainstream scholars believe the Venus of Malta is approximately 5,000 years old. But I find that very hard to believe because this clay figurine bears a striking similarity to one I've seen that is much older. In 1908, almost 70 years after the Venus of Malta was discovered, a nearly identical statuette was found in Austria called the Venus of Willendorf. It bears uncanny similarities to the Venus of Malta in both subject matter and its exaggerated style. But what I also find truly incredible is that the Venus of Willendorf has been determined to be at least 25,000 years old. The implications of this are truly staggering because if the Venus of Malta is 25,000 years old, then that would suggest that the entire megalithic structure known as Hadra'im could very likely also be from the same era. Now, while I've yet to find concrete proof that the Cyclops really existed here in Malta, I see more and more evidence that the incredible structures here are much older than what most mainstream scholars believe. But what exactly does this all mean? In 1902, a strange underground temple known as the Hypogeum of Halsaphieni was discovered on Malta. The first archaeological investigations at the site turned up more than 7,000 skeletons, and according to a National Geographic magazine article from May 1920, many were found to be, and I quote, long-skulled. I hope that Mario Kasha, an executive of Heritage Malta, can help me find out where the skulls are now, and if there could be a connection to strange legends of one-eyed giants. So tell me how this place is unique in the world.
Even today, there are still a lot of questions to be answered. There's no writing at all, no history, nothing to really give us a hint of what actually happened here. Gradually, we started to learn more of the site and what happened in these archaeological sites, and we are all over the island spread out. There are over 33 other megalithic sites, but this is the only one that we found which is to be underground.
Those people did vote to show their displeasure.
It was a burial site of the amount of bones that were found here, and also a place for worship.
President Biden lost to Jason Palmer.
How many human remains were found? Give a figure of about 7,000 human remains, but obviously it must have been much more. Because the estimate was given from just one area. The most probably the idea was that these burial chambers were used to entrance moving away in older homes and putting in fresh corpses. The idea that this was a burial ground and that multiple remains were found, possibly thousands. Where have those remains ended up? Where are they? Do you have any ideas? It was the Second World War, or these were down. It's a tragedy that more than 7,000 ancient skeletons were supposedly lost. But I've actually seen old grainy photo of some of them, and they definitely appeared to have elongated skulls, similar to those found in ancient Egypt, as far away as Peru. Luckily, a few of the elongated skulls that were found in the Hypogeum were sent to Malta's National Museum of Archaeology shortly after they were discovered. In 1907, they were put on display and caused a sensation. Many believe that they offered proof that the stories of giants inhabiting Malta were true. Some even speculated that the skulls were of extraterrestrial origin. I'm really stoked to go and check out the archaeology museum here in Valletta because who knows, maybe they will allow me to see those skulls.
Couple steps away from machine gun Kelly. Gary and Sharon will continue. Still, Amy King is live in the 24-hour newsroom.
Republican Steve Garvey and Democratic Congressman Adam Schiff are advancing to the
Oh,
November
check this
election
out.
to fill the U.S. Senate
It's a
seat
model
held
of
for
the
years by
Hypergeum.
Dianne Feinstein.
So you can
Garvey
see
celebrated his win
how
last night.
vast of a complex it is with spiral staircases, different levels, and all hewn out of the bedrock. I mean, how cool is this? It's interesting to
Garvey
come
says
up with
he
different ideas, but once you see the whole extent of it, some explanations all of a sudden don't make any sense.
Won a Senate race
Cool
in
stuff.
California since 1988. LA County Supervisor Catherine Parker has been reelected to a third and final term. Supervisor Janice Hahn has also been in for a third term. She's leading
Great.
former Sheriff
The
Alice
Archaeology Museum holds interesting artifacts from Malta's megalithic sites, including the remains of what looks like a statue of a giant female and even an oversized cub. But today, I'm here to investigate the mysterious skulls. Now, it's just a Hypergeum. They actually recommended that I should come and talk to you about some skulls that have been found there. So, you go to see those?
Of course, I will show them to you in office.
Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you.
Criticized Gaston's policies as extreme and soft
What
on
an
crime.
incredible
Hahn says he's
privilege.
shocked and disappointed. And
When
public
11
safety
skulls
is
found
seriously
in the
worsened
Hypergeum
under
were examined in 1912,
The state
they
Supreme
were
Court has
found
ruled
to have
18 to
significant
25-year-olds can be
differences
sentenced
from
to life in
normal
prison
human
with no
skulls.
possibility for parole.
The case was brought by Tony Hart, who strangled and robbed a 66-year-old woman in Boyle Heights in 1990 when he was 25 years old. Hart was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole, but then state law.
So these belong to the temple period. So we're speaking about 5,000 years ago. They were found 100 years ago.
Looking at the difference of this skull and these here, it seems as if it's like an elongated shape, and there are certain cultures, for example, in ancient Egypt or in
Gold prices
Peru,
are more than
where you actually
300%
find
since
these
the start of
elongated
the
skulls.
Hamas war.
In
ABC's Jim Ryan says
1928,
investors worldwide
300
consider gold
elongated skulls were discovered in Caracas, Peru, and were estimated to be more than 3,000 years old. Now, mainstream archaeologists believe that elongated skulls were achieved by ancient people wrapping boards around the heads of infants shortly after birth to create an appearance of nobility. But ancient astronaut theorists have another interpretation, one that suggests that some of the skulls were an attempt to emulate a copy of the so-called gods.
Mostly cloudy skies tomorrow with a slight chance of showers in the high desert.
As you can see, even from this side, there's no sign of the middle structure.
Sunny skies, highs around 70, and then
Right.
cloudy through the
Diffused.
with highs in the 60s to about 70.
That's
60
fascinating.
Anaheim, 61 Huntington Beach, and crashing in Long Beach, 405.
The bones of the human skull are joined together by sutures, joints formed by ossification. The sagittal suture connects the sides and roof of the cranium. This suture is open when a person is born and closes around the age of 35. But the Hypergeum skull seems to not have a sagittal suture. But how and why?
These skulls are referred to as elongated skulls. Like you said, this one in particular especially seems to be longer, which is quite unusual. I mean, I know there's quite a lot of mystery about them. In fact, we've been accused many times of keeping them secret because they're the remains, the evidence.
Yeah, why are these not on display?
They aren't on display yet. Unfortunately, they haven't been studied yet. They were discovered about 100 years ago.
That's the first thing you should study right here. So, are there any plans of potentially doing anything interesting things to determine the origin and things like that?
Unfortunately, these have been handled many times, and some of them, most particularly this one, if you look inside, it's filled with plaster of Paris. Unfortunately, this would
it's not where it's destroying such unique artifacts. You get the data which is not reliable.
This has been fascinating beyond words. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. And if anything happens with these skulls, let me know. I'm definitely curious to learn more.
This week's Marketers Report, we learn about the value of uncertain times and how significant
I can't believe I just saw those skulls. The fact that they've been discovered 100 years ago, they have not been further investigated, blows my mind. I know it's speculative. I know that. What if we have there an extraterrestrial skull? Because that missing suture is very strange. To gain more insight, I'm meeting with Professor Rothschild, founder of the Malta Discovery Human History Research Foundation. Professor Zeitelmeier has been looking for proof of ancient alien contact on Malta for over 2 decades. He's taken me to the final stop of my investigation, the Temple of the Giants on the island of Gozo. It's really cool to go to Gozo, but I wanted to show you these photos that I took of these weird skulls that apparently were found at the Hypogeum 100 years ago. And here, this one is missing the main suture that goes across the ridge of the head. Congratulations. It is incredible. You could see this. You are one of the few lucky ones. Nobody they are getting to the public. I tried to make a DNA test, but I was unable to make the test because they hide it. Do you think that these things might be extraterrestrials, or do you think they're hybrids? They are hybrids. Made half and half, but made by the extraterrestrials. So they are much older than 6,000 years. So how many years do you propose we're talking here? I would say we're talking about 160,000 years. Based on the strange shape of the skulls, Professor Zeitelmeier believes they date back between 100 and 200,000 years ago, to the time when the first Homo sapiens sapiens emerged. And it is also around this time that many ancient astronaut theorists have suggested that extraterrestrial beings first made contact with humans and altered the course of history. Now, although these skulls are clearly too small to belong to giants like the Cyclops, could they represent something even more profound? Could they be the actual skulls of ancient astronauts? It's all a very interesting investigation to me. If in the end it has something to do with giants or not, I know something happened.
Investigative journalist and host of the podcast All Gone. In the third season of All Gone,
look at these stones over here. Professor Zeitelmeier and I arrived at the island of Gozo to explore the Temple of Gigantea. According to legend, Gigantea, or the Temple of the Giants, owes its magnificence and its name to the strength of a giantess named Satsuna. And apparently she carried the huge stone boulders on her shoulders while carrying her baby under her arm while building this structure right here. During my visit to the Temple of Hajar-Nin, Dr. Bonanno had explored the idea that limestone spheres may have been used to move massive stones into position. But Professor Zeitelmeier has an alternative theory, one that I've never heard before. He believes that the stone walls were used to protect the temples in the event of earthquakes. So you think that these stone spheres were actually used in order to hold these blocks in place?
The first major candidate to challenge Donald Trump.
Sometimes
She was
the
the
floor
black
there are
former
holes.
South Carolina governor. Announced this morning that she's suspending her campaign.
The right side, there are
was
fitted to
two
the hole.
of this year's nominating
Then
contest.
we have
Also,
the
Senate
half hole
Majority
here,
Leader Mitch
half hole here.
McConnell this morning
Put it
officially
together.
endorsed former President Trump's bid for the White House. McConnell unveiled the endorsement only after news broke that Haley
On top of the
finally
stone,
decided that
there are
she was going to
Rothschild too.
There's also
Then
a
you put
secret
the balls
meeting, not so
into
secret
the
anymore,
sauce and then you
between
fill the
Elon
covers.
Musk and Donald Trump. Sent some speculation that Elon
Okay,
might
so
be
it's kids.
bankrolling some
Cannot
of
fit down.
Trump's
But
presidential
the giant
Just read that he said he would not
with this
bankroll
type
Biden
of
or
I
Trump.
construction,
don't think he will.
they made the building for turning.
But I think this is great. I mean, this would explain the idea of what these stones were, or these spheres were used for. This actually is a very ingenious solution to an enigma. Just as some modern skyscrapers are built on rolling bases to minimize the impact of earthquakes, Dr. Sattelmeyer believes that the top and bottom of each monolith was designed with a hole carved out containing a limestone sphere. This would allow the stones to slide and roll and not break apart when tremors shook the islands. So it's clear that they had the knowledge to build these structures. And then all of a sudden, not only did they stop to build in this megalithic style, but also it seems as if the knowledge was lost.
In my opinion, the reason the knowledge was lost is the flood.
There's a philosophy of
12,000 years ago,
voting
but
local
after the
is
flood,
more
they did
important
not have the technology
at the top of your ballot,
to
right?
move
That whoever is your mayor, city council person, or
I'm blown away by what Professor Sattelmeyer just told me. And now I think I can finally make the connection I've been looking for between the islands of Malta and a race of one-eyed giants known as the Cyclops.
You're in the middle of America. You don't think about politics. You didn't realize yesterday was Super Tuesday. There's nobody that appeals.
During my visit to the Temple of Gigantia on Gozo, Professor Hubert Sattelmeyer proposed that the early inhabitants of Malta were wiped out by the Great Flood, the same flood that is described in the Old Testament.
In my opinion, the reason the
Well,
knowledge
there is a
was
guy in
lost is the flood.
Pennsylvania who was sentenced yesterday to 2
Because
years
all the
probation.
intelligent
Wow,
people
what did
were
he do?
killed.
Why is this making news? 2 years
And
probation.
I
It's
remember
nothing.
that you
Right, it
proposed
is
that this
nothing
flood,
considering
one
what he
of
was
these
caught with.
cataclysms,
It was an
happened
abuse
many
of
thousands of years ago. So how long
This
ago
was a guy who
proposed
admitted
that
to
was?
buying and selling
Perhaps
human
Is it
remains
true?
stolen
That
from Harvard
happened
Medical School and a
12,000 years ago.
mortuary in
So
Arkansas.
this
He's
common law,
42.
natural
And he
scientists
pleaded guilty, so the
the Ice
prosecutor
Age
dismissed
did
other counts
abruptly
against him.
stop about 12 or
Now, he has
11,000
faced
years
federal
ago.
charges, but in
And
terms of
this
the
was the
state,
reason
all he
this
gets
culture
2 years
stopped
probation.
abruptly.
He bought the body parts from the former
So all that
manager of
what
the Harvard
they
Medical
did
School
after the
morgue,
flood.
who sometimes
well
let his
below
customers come and
the
pick out
education
body parts from cadavers in the morgue.
And that is why we can see the different building styles, because you have the megalithic blocks and then you have smaller stones like this, where that is very odd because you can clearly see the different styles. And while archaeology tries to tell us that the smaller stones were used first, in reality it was just the opposite. The megalithic style was first, and everything else that followed was smaller, because you can see that in many structures in different parts of the world, where at the bottom you have the megalithic blocks, and then everything that came on top was smaller stones.
Police were called to his home. They received a
Professor
call saying that there
Sattelmeyer's
were
theory
buckets of
confirms
human
my
skin
idea
and human
that
organs.
civilization existed on Malta more than 12,000 years ago, before the time of the so-called Great Flood.
What does that smell like?
Well, if
This
you're
would
a
help
preserver,
explain why the cartwheels extended into the sea, because they would have been made at a time when the water levels around the world were lower. And according to most scientists, the water levels around the world were lower between 10,000 and 11,000 BC, just before the end of the last ice age.
Look at all these 3-5-gallon
In the ancient Hebrew text known as the Book of Enoch, which a few Christian denominations included as part of the Bible, it is written that God created a great flood to wipe out a race of giants known as the Nephilim. These giants were said to be strange beings, the offspring of the rebellious or fallen angels mating with human women. Now, according to the ancient astronaut theory, what the Bible often refers to as angels are, in fact, flesh and blood extraterrestrials.
I mean, this is some really interesting information. I have to now digest it. So it's been a great honor to listen to you and to hear about your ideas and theories, because not too many people talk about what you talk about. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. So if ancient stories about the Cyclops living on Malta are true, and since there is evidence that suggests that there was a civilization on Malta more than 12,000 years ago, then it is possible that the Nephilim and the Cyclops could be one and the same. And that they were a race of alien human hybrids that inhabited the earth before the time of the Great Flood. I think Malta still has many more incredible secrets to reveal and much to tell us about mankind's extraterrestrial origins. But in the meantime, I'm off once again in search of aliens.
He's got gauges in his ears. He's got something, piercings in his lips.
I'm on my way to Roswell, New Mexico, which is ground zero for modern-day UFO researchers. It's very exciting to go to a city that's steeped in alien lore, but I'm not going there to investigate the Roswell crash site because that's been done 1,000 times before. My mission involves a much more recent discovery. I'm headed out in search of the Roswell Rock. My name is Giorgio Tsoukalos. I explore the world that exists between reality and speculation, the known and the unknown. What we've been taught by mainstream scholars is not the whole picture. And I'm convinced that every day we are one step closer to the truth.
A Houthi attack on a ship in the Gulf of Aden killed 2 people, marking the first time anyone was targeted in Yemen-based missile and drone attacks.
On July 7th, 1947,
The government is ending its
unidentified object crashed on a ranch just outside the town of Roswell, New Mexico.
Officials say more than 1.8 billion
The next day, the local newspaper announced that officials from the Army airfield had reported the capture of a quote-unquote flying saucer. But just a few hours later, the military revised that statement to say the object was nothing more than a weather balloon. According to reports, the government removed all debris from the site of the crash, and to this day, not a single piece of evidence has been recovered. Now, this to me is the most fascinating part of the story, because the object that I'm here to investigate was found near the vicinity of the crash site. So, what if it is the one piece of evidence the military missed?
That's going to be a busy drive for that industry and avocado heights. From as far back as about 7th and St. Helena as you continue to Uganda, looks like Rosemary Boulevard as you make the lanes for the 7th. So the time is going to visit a faster unemployment.
How about you?
So what can I get you to drink?
Being a guy on a potentially found alien artifacts, I'm here to investigate.
You're not the first one to ever say that walking into this
Ever, right? A local man named Robert Rich discovered the Roswell Rock about 10 years ago while tracking deer in the desert. And he found right near the area where the UFO allegedly crashed in 1947. Now, the Roswell Rock is this small triangular-shaped rock of brown color. It has this design on top of it. It isn't etched into the rock, but it actually protrudes from it. It's interesting to me that most people I meet in Roswell have never even heard of this rock. Robert? Hey, pleasure to meet you. Thanks so much for coming on and meeting with us. Great. Have a seat. Did you bring the rock?
Yeah, I did.
¿Cómo te llamas?
Oh, wow.
I did not expect this level of detail. It is smaller than I'd expected. Definitely heavier than I expected.
I'm very excited to go to Spain with you.
I mean, the precision is wow. The Roswell rock reminds me of precision cut rocks I've seen before in other parts of the world, like obelisks in Egypt or Ollantaytambo in Peru. Are any strange properties to this rock?
It has some magnetic field in it.
Magnetic field?
Yeah.
How do you mean?
Well, it reacts to a magnet.
Did you bring a magnet?
Sure. I just have my back with me here. It might fit in for me today. I don't know for sure.
There's some worries because now
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
that's what you need when your teeth sadly fail you.
Let me see if I can. Does it work with anybody, or does it only work with you?
Well, I guess I'm probably better at it.
Will make you feel sick. Thousands of people like you are choosing dental implants.
Wow.
From dentalImplantsGPS.com.
That is so
DentalImplantsGPS.com dental implants. Trusted by over 350 local
And is this the only space where it makes it spin?
No, the other circle will send it counterclockwise.
Oh, wow.
There's something else you might find interesting. If you catch me something long enough, you can pretty much learn everything about it. So I was messing with it one day and I got it sorted. Kind of off to my other hand, you know, I'm trying to keep this hand as still as I can, and
So it's almost reacting with your body energy.
yeah,
That is wild. Well, you opposed to something where you have to run.
up for that. Yeah, really? Yeah. All right.
Check, please. So what do you do for a living?
Well, I've been paint body business, you know, for basically all my life. I've owned my own jobs.
That's cool. Excellent.
All right, maybe I need to take a ride up here and then come around and kind of see the terminal up there. Quality Street. This is your place. Before it was the SATX, Strategic Air Command. This is the place that brought the debris from the 47th batch. This is the place. So Hangar 84 must be around here. I'm over here somewhere, I believe.
Hangar 84 is where the military allegedly took the debris and alien bodies after the crash in 1947, before eventually moving them to another location. It's kind of surreal to be walking on the same tarmac.
Here's our pilot. How you doing? Ready to go? We're ready to go. Absolutely.
Okay, let's get going.
Sweet.
President Zelensky and the Prime Minister of Greece were there.
Firing up the engine.
The Prime Minister said the delegation was getting into their vehicles when they heard the explosion. Zelensky said the explosion caused them officials have commented yet, but the European Commission president said this is
Now, where is the crash site relation to where you found the rock? 11 miles. So if we talk about the rock, what do you mean by where the crash road in contact with the ground first? That is mapping of rebuild, and then what we did, where the highway came through. Why do people believe that is the spot? Jim Blackdale and his girlfriend were up in camp. They actually photographed them in and were the first ones on the scene. That's why they call it the Rackdale site. They supposedly saw the body and then there it is. Right here. Where's the spot?
Purpose of that
Right here?
because I think his bride to be's family largely is there. So that's kind of different than a destination wedding. Like if you're returning your family somewhere else, I can see why you'd want to take the nuptials there, especially if it's a bride. But there is this new thing, and I noticed it maybe 15 years ago when one of my first friends, who had a destination wedding, wanted to get married in Maui.
This is
And
deer
her
country,
husband
you know.
was in the service.
The right season, the right time of year. The deer
We
just
went
Good
ahead
in
and
here.
got our tickets to Maui
That's
because
all
there was a good
fresh
airfare. But
deer
at the
tracks
same time, we were
from
like,
in
this
front of me,
is
so I
weird
thought I
that
need to
we're
get out and
spending
follow
a
these
lot of
tracks.
money. I mean, my husband's
So So I get out and start following the tracks, and they bring me around through here. So look over, look on that edge there, and it's there since.
But still, it's a chunk of change.
I'm thinking to myself, well, does it really fit in? I guess a design on go ahead and place it where you found it. Sure.
But we did. We bought the tickets, and then the wedding fell through. He had to go to duty.
Say something like that.
And we were stuck with these tickets, and I think they were like not refundable at the
Yeah.
time. And so
A lot of people might want to buy it, but
kind of soured my husband on
I'm not a lot of people. Right.
But
So that's how it was. You know, it was in 04 also, so this has changed a little bit. The tan looks like it's a little bit darker in here right now.
I can totally see now that it does stand out from the environment.
So do you think there's a connection between the crash and finding this rock right here?
Choose where you go.
I think it's possible.
Where your destination was going to be. If you have a
You know, the skip site was
maybe that's the
this
place
direction.
that you met, maybe
It
that's the place
was
that
a
you
massive
grew up, maybe
rebuild.
Victor's case,
In all
maybe that's
accounts,
where
that was
family,
left behind.
family.
And
Those
so
are all things
it was moving that fast, you know, to skip off the ground like a rock on the water.
Pressure on somebody.
Why couldn't that have been thrown this far? You know, the government did a pretty thorough sweep of this country when that happened. And maybe they missed something, I don't know. But I thought it was special from the very first moment in my hand.
The military allegedly spent months recovering debris, but the sand out here is constantly shifting, so it's very easy to see how they could have missed something as small as the Roswell rock.
Now what I want to do too is I want to see if we can find maybe some similar rocks around here so we can, you know, draw comparisons.
Great, I'm always up for hunting a rock.
Don't show up at your wedding. They don't go to your wedding.
There's some
You know,
rocks
you
right over
invite
there.
your friends, Gary and Shannon, and they don't go. And then here you
All
are,
I see
13 years later,
is
and
some rocks that are, it's definitely not the same, that's for sure. Because you can compare that, and I mean, it's not in the same category.
Not a whole lot out here resembled it in any way.
It is kind of a demarcation
So I'm
point.
gonna put these in my bag. So, you know, for the next couple of days, I'm gonna definitely mull over what happened. And I'm gonna go ahead and do some investigations on my own. So let's head back to the chopper.
There's pressure.
So I'm on my way to Albuquerque to see Linda Moulton Howe, an investigative journalist who has done extensive research not only on the original Roswell incident, but also on the Roswell rock. I have read on Earth Files that there is a clear connection between a crop circle that was found in 1996 in England and also the Roswell rock. Pretty much the two designs are identical. What can you tell me about that?
At first I thought it couldn't really be identical, and we can do a comparison here. Now, on the left is the rock, the actual rock and its pattern, and on the right is the confirmation in blue, 120 feet long, and you take each item, you can measure it across, they're exactly identical.
Wow. So you clearly think that the crop circle wasn't man-made.
In this one particular case, they had a pilot and a passenger who said that they had flown over the field and there was nothing there, and they flew back over. Could have been more than a half hour, and here was this pattern. There were 4 layers thick where the crop was layered as one direction would flow and another direction would come over. There's no board, string, foot, nothing to do that. It was one of the most perfect, clean layers that anyone had ever seen, meaning perfection.
Yeah, what's the significance of this? I mean, it's kind of mind-blowing.
Basically, we're dealing with lunar astronomy, the moon and the sun and the tracking of the symbols. This is reflecting past, present, and future. This is relating to space and time that moving through the universe has got to be on a point-to-point
space-time that quantum physicists have talked about, I really do think somebody with a capital S is trying to teach us humans.
Now, the fact that we have equal but opposite images of what appears to be the sun and the moon brings to me a concept from the ancient Hindu texts known as the Vedas, and that is, as above, so below. In other words, what happens here on Earth is connected directly to what happens up there in the sky.
The very fact that Robert Bridges' rock would have these magnetic properties that would spin clockwise and counterclockwise. Was it constructed that way by some intelligence? Was it a fluke of nature? In Georgia, no one has proved this rock to be hoax.
Linda, I thank you very much for this conversation. The information that I've learned this afternoon has been absolutely invaluable. Thanks very much.
Bicyclists and bus traffic. Firefighter unions in LA have been outspoken against it, saying it's been
I really thought that this rock might be something fake, but after seeing it in person and after talking to Linda, I'm beginning to think that what we have here could be something quite extraordinary. So now it's time to put the Roswell rock through some serious scientific tests.
Awesome to be able to slam on the brakes when nothing's actually there. The study released last week found the flaw in
One of the biggest questions concerning the Roswell rock is whether or not the design on it is man-made. And those who claim it is say that because the design rises out of the rock, the most likely way it would have been made is not with laser cutting or machining, but with a process known as sandblasting, which can be used to cut away the rock around the design.
Alright, let's go. Let's check this out.
So Robert and I decided to meet with a stone cutter to put this theory to the test.
Alright. So what do you have set up for us here today?
Well, I'm trying to see if I can make a rock. It looks like a Roswell rock.
So you're trying to replicate this item here.
Exactly. I'm trying to show y'all how to do this.
What processes will we be using?
Stencils, cutting, and sandblasting.
Okay, that's awesome.
I got a head start. I copied the design, tested it, put it on the computer, ran it through our computer system, got the design, cut it into different sizes. And of course, all I had to do was buy this picture. So you can get a pretty good tracing off of that.
Robert actually brought the Roswell rocks over and gives the rock What are your impressions right now?
Users, KFI's technology Bruce Jamiro tells Wake Up Call, Instagram and Threads were also down for a couple hours.
No, I don't.
I don't blame you. What are your thoughts?
He says Facebook blamed a technical issue and apologized. The attorneys general have also asked for a formal meeting with
Kind of
management to
interesting.
talk about
It's
the
got
takeovers.
some markings right there.
In
The
LA,
red
winds
is pretty
expected by
big.
this afternoon, highs in the low 60s in the beaches, metro LA, and in Orange County. Mid-50s, low 60s in the valleys and inland empire, 50s in the high desert. Showers expected to continue tonight with a slight chance of thunderstorms. Then partly to mostly
Every
cloudy,
one of those
just a slight chance of
cuts
showers
and every
in the
one of
desert.
those
Lows in the
are
60s.
achievable by
Sunny
man.
with highs around
Give
70
it your
for
best
Friday.
shot.
Mostly sunny with some clouds rolling through for the weekend. Highs in the 60s to about 70. It's 61 in Brea, 60 in Lake Forest, 58 in Marina Del Rey, 57 in Burbank. Again, by report brought to you by Revive Real Estate. The Dow is trading up 174 points. The Nasdaq is at 160. S&P 500 is up 42. You get a slow build through Van Nuys on the
Feel that sense of awe. First one to finish, good surprise.
Oh, I was about 5 months ago.
I'm 10 times bigger.
Now, I think that this year adds a piece of art that you've just created. It looks awesome, but it does not match the Roswell rock.
It's a different rock.
It's a perfect circles here and perfect cuts.
Okay. I can tell you, So, that's carbon surface. The answer is, I can knock off those layers.
Simply not the same. I mean, this is a incredible creation. Yet this and that, to me right now, is different. And I know you had a half an hour to do this. That, I mean,
Right shirt for my reputation. So, yeah. Now I have to have an hour.
of course, this was supposed to be the ultimate proof that this is a sandblasted piece. I gotta tell you, Robert, I am more intrigued now than I was in the previous days. Thank you very much for opening up your shop for us anytime. All right, take care. Thank you, sir.
The sandblasted replicas appear very different to the naked eye, but Robert and I are going to take an even closer look under a microscope. We're meeting with geoarchaeologist Dr. Bill Dolman, a man who has been studying rocks for over 30 years, in order to get an expert opinion on just what type of rock the Roswell rock might be.
Must be Giorgio. I am. Dr. Bill Dolman. Giorgio. Nice to meet you. How are you? Sir. Robert. Pleasure to see you again.
We're here to look at the Roswell rock. Now, I know you've seen this rock before, but we're here to draw some comparisons with some other rocks that we found in the area, and also a sandblasted piece that we had done earlier. So here's the rock, and then we're going to look at this under the microscope today, right?
We're going to look at it under a microscope, and we're going to talk about whether that rock could have come from there naturally or not.
I can't wait to see this under high magnification.
Me neither.
Good.
Now, you found this where? Well, at the base of the Capitan Mountain. Okay, let's take a look at the geology map here. This would be, here's Roswell, and here's the Capitan Mountain right here. So we're smack in the middle of a whole bunch of blue. Blue is limestone. Now, this rock doesn't look like limestone to me. So, right off the bat, it seems kind of unusual in that place. Now, did you get any rocks from the area?
Absolutely. We collected some right here.
As a real scientist.
Oh, we do what we can do now.
Sorting game here pretty quickly. Do some high-powered scientific tests. This is limestone. See, I can easily cut it with the point of a knife.
You're cutting into this wide so you can determine the hardness.
That's the hardness, exactly. Limestone generally can be scratched with the point of a knife.
What I find striking, though, exactly, because this totally falls out of line with everything that we have here. So why do you think that is, or what is your hunch on what this might actually be?
Basically, it's what geology would call a pebble. It's rounded, and that kind of rounding is very typical of stones that you find in a stream.
So, what's interesting to me
is that this is a uniform color all over, and that's very unusual. You can see any one of these rocks has got different colors and different parts.
Do you think that this might have potentially been painted? There's some kind of paint on here.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. In fact, I've got this device right here. I often use this to just grind down and polish the surface of a rock to give myself a clean polished surface to go through the patina or whatever is on there to really look at the rocks and structure using a microscope.
Robert, what do you think?
Well, and actually,
so for all intents and purposes, this is a foreign object to this particular region.
even not looking at the design, yes, it looks like it.
Oh, we haven't even talked about the design.
Well, I keep looking at me, but yeah, hard to back aside.
Yeah. Earlier, we went out there to meet with a sandblaster, and he was 100% convinced that this is a sandblasted piece of fabrication. Yes. So what he did was he created these replicas right here. We brought them to you for comparison.
I'm guessing that these are both some kind of plastic sedimentary rock.
setup, and you guys can take a look here. All right, why don't you guys take a look? See what you see.
Schiff did drop boatloads of money into the Garden campaign. That there's some sort of appetite for a Republican, despite the fact that the state has not won
Yeah, you can definitely see the difference between the Guinness and the structure.
since 2006.
Now, let's put the Roswell rock on this because that's what we came here for, to look at this under magnification.
Does Steve Garvey have a chance in hell?
Not really.
Oh, wow.
Last night with Republicans turning out.
The edges are so clean. I mean, as if this was carved with some type of a really fine knife.
Pretty clear.
Wow. I'll say, this is not even the same ballpark as the sandblast pieces. And here's the crazy thing. I've seen edges like this before. At Pumapunku is a site in Bolivia that many scholars believe is more than 10,000 years old. Here you can find dozens of giant granite rocks that appear to be cut with extraordinary precision. Now, no one has ever been able to explain how supposedly primitive people would have accomplished this using copper and chicken bones. But according to the local native legends, they say that the stones weren't carved by humans at all, but by the gods. Looking at the Roswell rock under magnification, I'm beginning to think it's possible that this is not a carving made by some science fiction fan, but it appears to be the result of some type of advanced technology, whatever it may have been. Now, could it be man-made? I still, of course, cannot rule that out.
To my mind, I've seen all the books as if that was clay that got carved with very fine instruments.
Yeah, that's it's extraordinary. As a scientist, what would you recommend for our next tests?
Well, I think we need to look inside the rock. We need to evaluate two things. One, it's got a magnetic field apparently. We'd like to know more about the one. Two, we're not really sure whether it's multiple pieces, whether it has a magnet inside it. So I got a friend who's an electrical engineer, and he has access to some very high-grade technique for measuring magnetic fields. Second of all, I've got a friend who has a CD scanner, and that's basically a three-dimensional X-ray of the rock. And so we'll learn all sorts of things about the inside of that rock. We're not done yet.
Investigation has just begun because I am definitely intrigued. So, thanks again. Appreciate it. Take care. All right, bye-bye. The next step in solving the mystery of the Roswell rock is to find out why it spins when brought in contact with a magnet. Dr. Golden is arranged for a meeting with an electrical engineer, Nathan Medhorn, and he has agreed to bring a whole bunch of sophisticated instruments from his lab to his garage, where we can bring the rock and perform magnetic field tests. So Nathan, Robert showed me that with a simple magnet he was able to make the Roswell rock spin. So there are some kind of magnetic properties. So we want to figure out if we can use some more sophisticated instruments to determine whether or not there's really something interesting about this particular rock that we have here.
Kind of interesting to know. A, is there really magnetic field there? B, what is its strength? And C, what's its orientation inside the rock?
What tests do we have lined up today?
Okay, so the first test that I'd like to do is measure the field strength of the rock.
Cool.
Let's get started. All right, show us the goods. Okay. So we want to calibrate the magnetometer first to make sure we're getting accurate readings.
And what is this black thing right now?
This just isolates the probe from any magnetic field.
Okay.
On the tip of the rock, we have about 1.5 to 0.8 gauss. 0.8.
in.
Election second place.
Plus the zero there.
Plus there's a
Plus the
California
zero
county
there.
that's testing AI's
So,
ability to
The
prevent
field is going to be coming out of here. So this will be the North Pole of Baghdad, and this will be the South Pole. So with the North Pole, we're getting a positive reading because the magnetic field is coming out and it's coming back around and going to the South Pole. So let's probe around a little bit more and see what else we can see. Oh, yeah. Look at that. All right, we're going to hear more of this, right? Higher. It's a symbol. It does. Wow. Yeah, that's the biggest part of it. We got 11 right over the fracture. We got 11.3. The edge of the design. That is pretty amazing. There are some rocks found in nature that contain magnetite or other magnetic minerals, like a lodestone, for instance, which the ancient Olmecs in Mexico actually used as a compass over 3,000 years ago. But I do find very curious that the magnetism in the Roswell rock seems to be concentrated in one area. If there is a magnet, let's say artificially embedded, then it will be right underneath this area right here. Is that something that you could imagine that there might be a magnet inside?
Yes, there could be. It's very possible.
After Nathan suggested that there may actually be a magnet planted inside the rock, I was more determined than ever to cut into it to verify that it is in fact a solid rock and not some plaster cast made from a mold or painted. And so reluctantly, actually very reluctantly, Robert agreed to let us use a grinder on the backside of the rock.
We're going to find something out about this rock. I think you have amazing courage to let me do this, and I greatly appreciate it as well. But I want you to have one last chance to say, you know what, we should do this. Last chance. Let's do it. Let's do it. You're the man, Robert. Wow. Here you go. It's hard. One more shot at that. Collect the dust that comes off of here in case we want to analyze it later. Grinding. Robert was genuinely affected by us grinding into the Roswell rock. I mean, the guy was tearing up. It's hard to imagine him doing that if he knew the rock was a fake. This rock isn't just a novelty to him, but it's almost as if it's a part of him. The graying of the fissure continues. Inside the natural rock. Absolutely. Rob, come over. Yeah, Rob, you gotta see this, buddy. You gotta see this. Get emotional. It's okay. Right here, this is a natural rock. There's no question that no paint has been applied to this. Right now, if this thing was a plaster cast made from a mold, we would have found out about it right there. But whatever this thing was made up of is certainly much harder than plaster, and we now know that it was definitely not painted. This is a very, very fine grained quartzitic sandstone. Magnetite has what we're looking for. I am going to go under the assumption that they
next Tuesday on Preview, the debut of the action
are the little black flecks I'm seeing in here, although I expected to see a lot more.
Magnetite could explain the Roswell rock's magnetic charge, but we found much less than what Dr. Dolman was originally expecting. But why does it have a magnetic charge at all? And one that's highly concentrated in one specific part of the rock's design? That is still a mystery. This is much finer grained than I expected it to be. So at this point in time, I'm going to say this power short of thin section rock might be kind of hard to determine what it is just because it is so fine grained. And so I think that when we look at the x-rays of this thing, we have another chance to think about, well, is the inside different than what we can see having only shaved off about half an hour. And thank you once again, Robert. I mean, I'm just all sorts of pride for being willing to do this. I think a lot of times, when push comes to shove, people back out. And that to me was the telltale sign. And it's like, because I was like pulling back, and I was like, you were just going. If you text on rock, you didn't do that. Oh, I left the rim on it. Okay, so here's what we know. We've established that the Roswell rock isn't some fan-made ripoff. It's not plaster. It's not painted. It's a real stone with a finely carved design that cannot be easily reproduced. It's also magnetic, but we still don't know why exactly. So now we need to find out for sure if there isn't some little magnet or something hidden inside the rock that makes it move and spin the way it does. This is a CAT scanner, and it takes a beam of X-rays, passes them through a body, and detects them, puts it through a computer, and makes images that you can interpret. That's fantastic. It's a rock? Oh, yeah. Let's do it. There it is. I've never scanned anything like that. So this is a first. Let's go ahead. Let's do it. Okay, boss. Take it away.
If you took all of those, even two or three of the opponents of him, like Nathan Hockman, who came in second, John Hatami, John McKinney, Eric Siddall, if you took those and
We're trying to have right across the design.
well,
Okay.
George Gaston,
To
he
show
said the
get it
difference
all
right
in
now
one plane
is the
because the
latest
surface
numbers
of the rock is
George
slightly
Gaston got
out.
21.4% of the vote.
That's the
Nathan
design.
Hockman came in second.
We're essentially flying through it.
Right.
Yeah, just to prove my point,
Our star right there. He's going right there. See that?
So, yeah, but
It's a gateway on actually. There's the nerves of the rock.
What we see here on the screen is the inside of the rock, and it appears almost entirely white, which means it's very dense throughout. We see a gray line indicating less density where the fracture is, but overall, this thing is pretty solid. Now, if this rock was carved by some process other than sandblasting, we still can't figure out what it was, and who would choose such a hard rock to cut into?
We're looking right down the long axis of the rock. And there's the design. And we're looking to see if there's any density behind that as if it were complete onto the surface, which we don't see. So now we're like,
We're page design, it scrolls exactly the same material.
it does.
So
It
you don't
does.
see any discontinuity between.
I do not see it.
Sometimes if you're at work on the free table, there's weird stuff that comes up when they're in the kitchen. Was there
So
edible
I'd
pages?
like to go back
that
to
was also on the table.
these big question that we have. Is there anything inside the rock that might be responsible for the magnetic properties that it has?
Okay. But anyway.
And nothing is present. We don't see any density in there. Well, we don't see some clear-cut object inside that rock to account for the magnetism or anything else. The great thing is that we now know that there is nothing inside the Roswell rock. Some people have suggested that there's a certain magnet inside or something like this, but clearly there's nothing inside of it. But that is what I was curious about. I think this is all incredibly fascinating. Me too. It's great. After conducting the final test on the Roswell rock, I met up with Robert one last time to get his thoughts on everything we discovered this week. There you are. Hey, good to see you again. How are you? Right. All right. Wow. Wow. What a week, huh? Man, before I tell you what I think, I want you to tell me, what do you think? How do you feel?
I'm just thrilled that everything we've done is shored up and validated what I've always felt about the rock.
Great. Do you have the rock here?
Yeah. I happen to have the rock here.
Well, I kind of travel with you all the time. Thanks very much. I appreciate it. You got it.
Sweet. Here it is. This part right here, you can forever tell people, well, this is where they did testing. This is where they grew into the rock. I know there were some pretty emotional moments, to say the least. Well, you know, it hurt to take it from the original state that I found it in. You know, that was a point where I was still on the fence, and then we drilled into it and determined right there and then it's not a masterpiece, it's not painted, and then the CT scan. And of course, also looking at this under great magnification. Wasn't that cool? Wasn't that just too cool? Yes. I mean, that blew my mind when I saw that.
Especially when I saw the incision marks under high magnification. It's as if this was a soft piece of butter that eventually hardened. And I have seen these type of surfaces before in other places around the world where sophisticated tools were used to fix. I think that we have an artifact here that might potentially be ancient. So maybe this piece wasn't left behind after the crash, but that this is what they were looking for, a key. Who knows? It might truly be of extraterrestrial origin. Now that is pure speculation, but that does not prohibit me from asking questions. And we all know those questions are uncomfortable, and I always ask the uncomfortable questions. So be it. I don't care. So this has been nothing short of amazing. So before I leave, I wanted to give you one of these.
Oh, wow.
The ancient pre-Columbian gold flyer.
I know this. I know this. I know this very well.
You are now part of the club.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much.
You know, I hope that this won't be the last time we see each other. So thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yep.
Take these with me and give me a call.
Yeah, I have your number. So
Anything new about this, for sure.
you got it.
All right, Robert.
Thank you, Torpedo.
Thank you very much.
That's it.
All right, take care. So now, when I connect the dots, what do I think that the rock actually is? Well, perhaps it was supposed to be found back in 1947, but when it wasn't, the crop circle was made maybe as a second attempt to give us the message. And what is the message? Maybe it's a type of star calendar letting us know that they're out there and that they plan to return one day. Let's face it, the final chapter of this book has not yet been written. But in the meantime, I'm off once again in search of aliens.
Former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley has suspended her campaign for president. I saw the honor of being president.
I'm on my way to Washington State's Olympic Peninsula, which is one of the world's most active areas for Bigfoot sightings. According to the ancient astronaut theory, extraterrestrials came to Earth in the remote past and modified our DNA to make us what we are today. There are depictions throughout the ancient world of strange hybrid beings like some of the gods in ancient Egypt and the Chimera in Greece. And there are also numerous stories of giants and hairy wild men. So could alien visitors have done other genetic experiments, ones that resulted in a race of beasts that have survived virtually undetected for thousands of years? Or could there be another and even more incredible connection? I'm on a mission to find out if Bigfoot really exists. It isn't just a giant hairy beast, but living proof that extraterrestrials not only were here, but they are still living in our midst. My name is Giorgio Tsoukalos. I explore the world that exists between reality and speculation, the known and the unknown. What we've been taught by mainstream scholars is not the whole picture. But I'm convinced that every day we are one step closer to the truth.
Steve Garvey and Adam Schiff will advance to the election in November.
In 1958, a bulldozer operator in Bluff Creek, California, discovered 16-inch human-like footprints near his equipment. When he told his story to a local newspaper, he said that the footprints must have been made by an animal with a really big foot, and the legend of Bigfoot was born. But tales of mysterious hairy beasts can be found in cultures throughout the world, dating back to ancient times. In the Himalayas, they have stories of the Yeti or the abominable snowman. In Australia, they talk of a giant ape man known as Yao. In Mongolia, they have the Yaren. And although the stories come from different parts of the world, the accounts are surprisingly similar. Both describe a tall, massive creature walking on two legs and looking very much like some sort of a giant ape. Nowhere are the stories more prolific than America's Pacific Northwest, where thousands of people claim to have seen or encountered the mysterious Bigfoot.
We're about to see the people of the Olympic Project. They are Bigfoot researchers. Apparently, they have all sorts of scientific equipment, and they have dedicated their lives to investigating the mystery of Bigfoot, Sasquatch, the big hairy monster. This is in the middle of nowhere, and it is yachts coming in. It's absolutely gorgeous. By the way, I had no idea what to expect. All right, this has to be the place. Gentlemen,
Hey,
look, I found him right there. Stop your search. I mean, what are you guys doing? Oh, right here. Yeah, right. How long have we been doing this? And what are you doing? I mean, this is those Nazi pants.
The Olympic Project's about 6 years old. Yeah, it's pretty much it started out as a comprehensive camera track program where we would camera track predatory travel routes. We're basically taking this core area right here and documenting every single thing that happens in hopes of getting pictures of Sasquatch.
The team of 24 researchers includes experts in everything from wildlife habitats to high-tech audio and video recording. To date, the group has spent thousands of hours monitoring the Olympic forest looking for evidence of Bigfoot. The team is longtime Bigfoot researcher Derek Randles. He has invited both myself and Dr. Jeff Melton, a professor of anatomy and anthropology at Idaho State University, to join the team on an overnight expedition on the Olympic Peninsula.
I explore ancient mysteries of the world, so the whole idea of Bigfoot to me is interesting because all throughout history there are bizarre stories of these half-man, half-beast creatures that are found not just in this part of the world, but all around the globe.
Given my background, I'm always a little more reticent. I'm a little more critical initially, so I'm down here, and then as I investigate things and ask further questions and look for correlations and corroborations, then that level of acceptance may increase.
What can you tell me about the area, and are there any local legends that talk about this amazing creature here?
The Olympic Mountain Range has been for many years a serious hotspot of Bigfoot activity.
Curiously, the Olympic Mountain Range is also a hotspot for UFO activity. Over the years, there have been hundreds of reported sightings of strange objects appearing and then quickly disappearing in the sky. In June 2011, two people even claimed they witnessed a cigar-shaped object hovering in the sky for nearly 15 minutes. There have also been reports of people who saw strange light following a Bigfoot encounter. And there are even some reports of Bigfoot being seen coming out of a disc-shaped craft.
I started actually investigating the Olympic Mountain Range in 1985 when I had my own encounter. And it forever changed my life.
Your own encounter.
Yes. Yes. we started to take our backpacks off and pull our tents out and ready to be situated for the evening. And we heard a crash. And here comes a rocket. And it's parking. And it comes down and lands about 10 feet to the left of us. And we didn't even see anything. We didn't even move. We just stood there. And then another landed about 10 feet to the left of us. And then we panicked. And we just started gathering our stuff up off the ground, and another rocket. Didn't even take the time to put our backpacks on. We just grabbed them up and started running down the ridge. And I just happened to look back before I turned around. Yeah, there it was. We kind of stepped out of the timber line. There was no mistaking of what it was. My world just gave it a screeching halt right there. And the next day,
Derek's account seemed very genuine, but then I have to ask myself, with all these Bigfoot encounters, why do we still not have concrete evidence of the creature's existence? Perhaps the Olympic project.
So,
very colorful. What we're looking at is an audio from. What I like to do is set up a recorder in an area that has promise and record all night long, and then review the audio file to see if I can find anything of interest. Okay, what I've got here is an isolated signature within a loop of 5 different vocalizations that are suspicious.
Those lines are those vocalizations.
They are. So now this is just a loop of this specific vocal.
It's a guy yodeling. It's very interesting.
Yes, you can't say specifically that it's a Sasquatch, but that's what interests people that are analyzing the audio.
What do you say to someone that might suggest, well, we just heard it's nothing else but a wolf howling?
It's possible, but since we're looking at it in a spectrogram,
David Ellis has collected dozens of animal sounds recorded in the Olympic forest, and each new sound collected is compared to documented animal sounds by using spectrograph analysis. With it, we can eliminate sounds that match with known animals. For example, a wolf howl.
Deborah's got some recommendations. We've got another one is blind out today.
According to Ellis, the sound we're listening to now does not match up with anything else on record. The team arms themselves for the hunt with an arsenal of super sophisticated equipment. Their so-called secret weapon is the FLIR camera, which stands for Forward-Looking Infrared, often used by law enforcement and the military. FLIR is the top of the line in thermal sensing technology. They also bring along an audio dish for amplifying sounds coming out of the forest and motion detector still cameras, all in an effort to find concrete evidence of the legendary creature known as Bigfoot.
All of this is right, but as you all know, the real research takes place out in the field. So I would love to take all these reactions and all out here on the open, and let's see what happens. Let's do it.
Controversy over did he have consent?
That's why they wanted it banned. The Department of Veterans
I'm in Washington State's Olympic Peninsula, about to set out into the forest with the Olympic project. I'm here to find out if Bigfoot actually exists, and if so, could there be an extraterrestrial connection? So Derek, where are we headed right now?
We're going to actually go up on this bench up here on the side of the yard.
The team often conducts their Bigfoot expeditions at Mount Mueller, where numerous sightings have been recorded.
So we're doing it on foot. That's not awesome. All right, let's do it.
In a spontaneous moment, walking through the canyon of those canyon heroes, is
This beautiful scenery is absolutely beyond anything I've ever seen. This area, there are apparently over 200 reports of sightings by different people. And whenever I hear stuff like that, I'm interested because, you know, you can't suggest that all of these 200 reports are
from crazy people. So what if something really is going on here? So very excited to be out here. Maybe we'll get some clues to explore this mystery even further.
No idea what it's like to live like that.
I get frustrated because like I said, we'll talk about it when we get into what you watch Wednesday, but I'm in the middle of Masters of the Air.
To take a break here. On every expedition he goes on, Dr. Meldrum carries footprint cast samples with them for comparison in the event they find a fresh one, and many have recently been discovered in this particular forest. So, Dr. Meldrum, you have to tell me, to you, what is the most compelling reasons that you think that Bigfoot might be real?
Well, from my point of view, it's the footprint evidence. Clearly, that's my area of expertise, and so it has an amazing significance to me. Let me show you a couple of examples here.
LA County is trying to find out if AI can prevent people from becoming homeless.
Wow.
Officials are using AI technology to
Now,
predict
these
when
are
the county
some
is
good
most likely to
examples of
lose their
some
housing.
very
And
classic
then it
Sasquatch
steps in to
tribes.
help people, those people
This is
with their
probably a
rent,
large
their
canoe
bills,
that
their
measures between 16 and 17 inches in
Right
length.
through this,
It's quite broad, nearly 7 inches across the 4-foot here. And in contrast, the females will are teenagers between about 14 and 15 inches, maybe 5 inches across the 4-foot here. And so, I mean, clearly, these are not just simply someone with a big foot walking around barefoot.
Check this out.
And what they did was these researchers at UCLA started with a
Dr.
list
Meldrum has over 200 examples of footprint casts that indicate that the anatomy of the creature would be similar to that of a large bipedal ape, with a foot measuring some 16 inches in length. It would stand somewhere between 8 and 10 feet tall and would weigh in excess of 1,000 pounds. But rather than an arched foot, as in the case of humans, the creature's footprints indicate that its weight is distributed much more evenly, giving it flat but still very flexible feet. So Dr. Meldrum, you're of the conviction that these prints are real.
Some unknown creature has been leaving these footprints.
After hiking for several hours, the team sets up camp. Everyone works together to get organized quickly before the light fades. Then we head out into the woods with thermal cameras and audio equipment to search for Bigfoot.
So this is what we're going to be using.
How long do you leave a camera out like this?
Batteries usually last for 3 to 6 months, depending on how many pictures they take.
And it only picks up when there's movement. Okay. Alright, so now we've set up the Bigfoot camera.
That's good.
Let's go back. In addition to the motion control cameras, David Ellis places audio recording equipment in game trails to capture any unusual vocalizations.
This is a parabolic dish, and it is designed to amplify sound from a specific direction. Usually I'll have somebody off in the distance, and we'll do sound checks so I get an idea of how close something is to the dish. So, would you be so kind as to do a sound check for it?
Are you saying you want me to pick it up? Is that what you're saying? Fine, I'll do it. So just into the distance right there, alright?
Seems like a pretty easy thing to pinpoint.
Well, one of the holes is that if you go to somebody who's living on the street and suggest
That's
that
probably
you've
far
got
enough.
free stuff for
Alright.
you, there's
Now,
still
give
a
me a
high
whisper.
number of people who think that's a scam.
Yeah.
They don't believe you. First of all, one of the reasons that there are people living on the street, I don't want to say that they're all
So I'm
living
good.
on the street, but some people are, is they don't
In
trust
the end,
you.
all
They
of
don't trust
this
the government,
is about
they don't trust their
unknown.
friends, they don't
Derek
trust their
Randles
family,
is one of the founders of the Olympic
anyone.
Project.
They
I wanted to spend some time with him and tap into his expertise about what he thinks this creature is and is not. So, in your opinion, why do you think Bigfoot is so elusive?
I think that there's very few. They're very few. They're very smart.
Because the other thing you're going to do is
They're
you're going to
expert
make
woodsmen.
them not do
Just go out and find a Sasquatch. You're going to the library first. They're far and away our superior out here in the woods.
All right, people
I
are
find it interesting that every member of the Olympic Project talks about Bigfoot as being this very large but also intelligent creature. When I hear this, I'm reminded of the story of the Watchers from the Book of Enoch. This apocryphal text, which was edited out of the traditional Christian Bible, tells of a group of angels called the Watchers descended to earth from heaven shortly after the time of creation. According to the Book of Enoch, the Watchers mated with early humans and bred a race of giants called the Nephilim. Like otherworldly visitors have come here and engaged in some sort of genetic manipulation. And could one of these genetic experiments still be living among us right here on Earth? I want to talk to you about sound. We've also been told that people clap in order to make their presence known. Then there is a return clap or something like this. What's that all about?
You're referring to wood knocks. Okay. We do wood knocks to try to solicit a response. I actually have not heard
What's that thing right here? All right.
I can show you the top of the guy.
Yeah, it's like a little marquee.
So normally we just try to find a tree like this. It's not too thick, so the sound will carry better. So this is kind of perfect right here. I'll show you the top of it. And generally, after you do that, you just listen and see if there's going to be a return. Believe it or not, it does happen. You want to try?
Of course, yes, absolutely. Maybe something will happen.
Still heading through your drive overall westbound 760 as you're coming out of the Alabama Land industry area from as far back as about Azusa Avenue. 10 West is also into the 60 westbound. Still going for your drive right now out of Walmart Park before Francis Eno 605 stretches through Almonte and Rosemead as you continue toward Alhambra in the 710 and the 210 westbound. Still pretty busy as well.
Can I keep this one walk through the woods? Any protection?
In this week's Marketers Report, David Nussbaum, Executive Vice President.
The modern day phenomenon of Bigfoot isn't something that has just sprung up recently, but there are in fact legends from ancient times from all over the world. For example, the remains of the ancient city of Nineveh in what's present-day Iraq. Sumerian tablets dated as far back as 1800 BC tell the story of King Gilgamesh and his companion named Enkidu. Enkidu is described as a large, hairy wildcat living outside human society. But the most fascinating part of the story is that Enkidu was supposedly created by powerful beings called Anunnaki, which, when translated, means those who from the heavens came. So could the story of the Anunnaki and Enkidu be connected to the similar stories about the Watchers in the Book of Enoch? And if Bigfoot really exists, could it be the product of extraterrestrial engineering? Let's go find Bigfoot.
Let's do it.
As the light fades, James and I set off with a mobile flow camera to look for any signs of Bigfoot. So James, that's what you do. You drive around all night with the machine on and you scope through you.
Absolutely. We'll go find a place that's got great visual setup. Sit there and watch for a while. Just keep following the roads and see what we see. Pretty aggressive technology.
This looks pretty cool. Phone camera, see things emitting heat. So, move the camera all the way to the sky. I see some UFOs. animal mutilations. Linda had received a letter from a man in Snohomish, Washington, just 90 miles from where we are now. He reported seeing a silver disc in the sky that shot a beam of light down to the earth. The beam of light, he saw what he described as a tall, shaggy creature which walked off into the woods as the craft disappeared. Over the next few days, there were reports in the area of livestock found dead with missing organs and body parts. But all looked as if they had been removed with surgical precision. If a connection can be made between Bigfoot and these strange animal mutilations, I think it's safe to suggest that we may very well be dealing with something of an extraterrestrial origin. Dr. Melton, there's one personal question that I would like to ask you, and that is, have you ever had an encounter?
Well, I've had a variety of experiences, ranging from vocalizations, monks in the night, finding footprints on communications. We even seen a fleeting silhouette that could very well have been Sasquatch. But I'm still waiting for that definitive encounter in broad daylight.
All of this stuff today really got me thinking in correlation to the ancient stories that I'm familiar with. Of these hairy beasts in ancient times that are described all around the world in different cultures. So what if what we have here is something rather similar? Investigations have to continue, but I'm tired, and so tomorrow is another day, and I'm going to turn off the lights and go to sleep. The next day, Dr. Meldrum and the Olympic Project team informed me that they had decided to continue their expedition for 2 more days. But unfortunately, I needed to move on. That way, right?
Yes, stay back.
Before I leave the Pacific Northwest, I'd like to meet up with Richard Germain, a former police officer. He claims to have seen Bigfoot not once, but twice. So I'm really stoked to hear his take on the whole Bigfoot thing. I've been told that you've actually had an encounter with Bigfoot twice, and that's like hitting the ladder. So tell me more about this.
Can I have some religious
I did have an encounter back in 2000.
This has been an
I was a police officer in Washington at that time. And Bush is an Indian reservation on the coast.
Many Native American cultures share traditional ancient legends which refer to large, hair-covered man beasts. They believe they inhabit the deep woods of the Pacific Northwest. Even today, the Quinault Indians of the Olympic Peninsula report sightings of a huge ape-like hominid they call Siatko. In fact, the existence of these tall, shaggy creatures, also known as Sasquatch, is simply taken for granted by many Native American tribes.
I was driving down the road, and it was about 7 or 8 in the evening, but it was still plenty light. And I was coming around this corner, the beach was off to my left, and just this dark figure that was really tall and big stepped out in the brush on one side onto the roadway, and it commenced to take about 4 steps before it cleared the road and went into the brush and just kept going.
So from what you saw during that first encounter, how big was that creature?
The chest to the back looked massive. I mean, I don't know how deep it was, but it was thick, and I was only about a mile and a half away from my office. So they were at that point. So I drove right there, and at that time there was a deputy from the county sheriff's office that was there, and 2 of my coworkers, and I told them what happened right away. And they ridiculed me, laughed at me like people normally would.
Richard's experience affected him so strongly that despite the ridicule he received from his colleagues in the police department, he went on to co-found the Olympic Project with Derek Randall. In 2010, Richard set up a number of motion-controlled cameras in an area believed to be a Bigfoot lair.
I had a really bad
everything was really quiet and it was kind of drizzly. It was just a very day. So I hear Twigsburg, but there's nothing over there. Not more than a few seconds after that, I hear like an exhale. And I started to look up. And I could see something standing about 20 yards in front of me. And then, in one motion, it shot through this opening. I said, if I don't leave now, I'm going to die. So I turned the lever and it was really close. And it's huge. And a little circle is right now.
You were shaking just to hear his story.
It was a traumatic event.
Although legends concerning large hairy creatures have been told and retold for centuries, the term Bigfoot into a household name was the notorious Patterson Gimlin film. Even though some have judged the footage as a hoax, there are many who believe that it offers convincing evidence that Bigfoot really does exist. So, what do you think that creature actually is?
In the beginning, when I got into it, I kind of looked at it as it must be a relic hominid, some type of North American ape. And that certainly is a possibility. But when you look at the Native American history, that's much more supernatural, even in some aspects of a shapeshifter, interdimensional type of being.
A shapeshifter? Interdimensional being? Now, when I hear things like that, my mind goes to stories of shape-shifting beings that appeared in many ancient cultures, including the Greek tale of Zeus, who transformed King Lycaon into a wolf. Many Native American myths include legends of creatures known as skinwalkers. Humans can change their shape at will and often take the form of large hairy beasts.
I'm not saying that I necessarily believe along those lines. They do exist.
Oh, you're supposed to stay?
That's a verbal history of those people. And all tribes have the same type of stories about these beings. Which thank you very much for allowing me to come out here to hear your stories. The second account, the way you describe that will haunt me for the rest of my life. After hearing Rich Jermeau's incredible first-hand account, I've decided to reach out to my good friend, Dr. Jonathan Young, an expert in mythology and the founding curator of the Joseph Campbell Archives. So, thanks very much for saying such short notice, but I recently met this former detective, Rich Jermeau, and he thinks that Bigfoot, or whatever it is he saw, was some sort of sheep-shifter skinwalker. That is right up your alley. Whatever's happening is significant to him. Yeti in the Himalaya areas, we have giants in Africa, all reports in the Pacific Northwest, which are Bigfoot southern here. The fact that they keep happening suggests that there's something to it. I want to show you something.
Oh, you're a painter?
About this wild man, which shows up in some really popular form. A very familiar form for Western culture. He's a shamanistic magician who lives in a cave. Tradition is the troglodytes all the way back to the Now, this is a truly fascinating connection to me because many historians believe that the wizard Merlin is actually based on a legendary Welsh figure named Merlin.
When did you get in early, right?
As a hairy man who wandered in the company of beasts. Now, the ancient
So what was it on day 2?
large hairy beast-looking creatures that lived
On day 2?
that could be extremely
And this is on feet, not on the
They were
end.
also depicted as being very wise, and according to the ancient legends, the troglodytes descend from the sky and hide out in caves and tunnels because they wanted to keep their presence a secret.
Story about after that, back on the photo
Oh yeah, you got the photo.
Those characters transcend our moral code. They do what they want. Then they become
that early.
Or is it something else?
Yeah.
How does that work?
Yeah, they were
Man, the idea that Bigfoot is sort of a shapeshifter, like a werewolf, is incredible. Because if true, it would explain why Bigfoot has been so elusive. He's able to hide among us in human form. I've always been fascinated by the idea of the hybrids, these half-man, half-animal creatures that permeate all of history. In your opinion, what are we looking at there? It's just very, very interesting the way they show us the image here of a horse. It's very close to the and it is very powerful crossing between all around the world. We can find carvings or statues of what are called hybrid beings. Yeah, we have
I'm gonna go like this.
in Greece, there's the Medusa that has snakes for hair. In Egypt, there's an entire god pantheon of half-man, half-animal deities.
Oh, yeah.
Anubis, a creature that has the head of a jackal and the body of a human being. Various hybrids show up from time to time all through history, and a recent present day
Duke didn't sell one Harambe cup. There's been quite a few Harambe cups. It was selling up selling at 40 mil. They went back down to Spark, but then it was shot back up to like 60, right?
something transcendent. That's what gets me excited about it.
Yes, so I don't think you can sell anymore. And other, you know what I mean? Like, I didn't sell it at 40, and then I sold it at 30, 20, and now everyone's like, and you know, now everyone's like, oh, you should sell. I'm like, well, fuck you. Like, yeah, the thing about holding shit, right? And I thought that's the big point. The thing about holding shit, right? You have to have enough liquidity to afford it. You know what I mean? And I'm sorry, but like, Harambe is not, and it's not fast, like it's not hard fast, like it's not that level. Like people can make an 8 like it's a whole concept, it's not that level. It isn't. Nothing that gets to 100 milli that quickly is, in my opinion. Like it's an influenza coin. You know what I mean? So it can't be trusted. It can be useful, but it's not going to be useful. No way.
One of the main attractions here is,
you know what I mean? And so, like,
Ethiopia in
yeah, it's easy to hold those and wait 3 months for them to get 100 million. If you have enough liquidity that you can just afford to do that.
apes and humans.
Pay their bill.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Yeah, so if my choice is selling Harambe or selling Bitcoin or selling Arthur, I'm going to choose Harambe.
Traits.
Yeah.
Choose bipedal, which is one of the things that we attribute to humans.
Although this is far too small to suggest that she
I never let, like I know some people, I've never sold.
there are in fact a number of very large primates.
Yeah, I'm just, yeah. People think I let, I didn't leave.
Years ago,
I just wasn't active in the PG because it was kind of a hostile period of time. When I didn't really
incredible
well,
10 to 12 feet tall.
rather than any fucking fight. You know, like it's not just stayed out.
Direct descendant of this giant prehistoric creature.
Everything's chill because we all went and showed our faces and talked to everyone and them and it was like, oh,
Right here.
We have a couple of reasons to choose the coffees here. This one is an Australian.
I never left. I never had any.
Which is an earlier form.
I just was active. I don't want to
This one is a Homo habilis.
You know?
It's the first member of the Homo genus.
The reality is that I'm never going to be like, sure, if I got it in on day, maybe I would have it. So I am going to be a form of other shit. That is part of what I'm doing. You know what I mean?
It could exist
So, and some people in this don't think that
Essentially, having a subspecies that's
I'm not
existing
in
isolation somewhere.
I just want to do my thing, and you guys do your thing. I'm always right. You know what I mean?
I think that they can only have really
This has been an incredible opportunity to explore something that I've been interested in
even if you accidentally
development of animals and humans on children. Did we descend from apes over millions of years, or was there some extraterrestrial intervention? It raises many questions involving science, and
When I find my murder, I find my murder.
but what I find myself blown away
So,
by is that a
ultimately,
biological anthropologist
I
like
understand
Dr. Tori Randall
that the murder is everything on a whole, even in a period of time as short as this time, find it no less.
subscribe to the idea that Bigfoot
You know what I mean?
exists.
it just becomes riskier.
For such a thing to even
Sure,
happen.
sure. But I mean, you want to make a list of all the spoilers that they shoot around? Because I'm not the only one on there. In fact, I didn't even know that I make it on there.
Brand new,
To be honest.
random trait that no one's ever seen in that organism before.
No one's suspected of it.
Bigfoot may possibly exist.
It's like
Able to escape capture due to centuries of evolution. It's really interesting to perhaps centuries ago, they were hunted by early man, but by now, only the smartest and most elusive ones have survived.
or whatever, like
So what are the primary differences between apes and humans?
Our DNA in general is very similar.
you get it.
We share
You're gonna have to
about
it's gonna be
90% of our DNA with the chimpanzee. But there are particular
Those people aren't going to pay 0.
humans from other
This is
species.
going to be 0.66 for a fucking
UFO
predator.
gene.
They're just going to control the right like that. Like,
Protein called
Anyway.
DU1220 may in fact
if people
be
have
the
skepticism,
so-called
that's
missing
fine.
link in
The only way to deal with that is to prove them wrong. And I think they're
million years ago, as humans began to diverge from the ape family, there was
That's
also
how-
a noticeable increase in DUF1220.
If we're talking about brain size,
Yeah.
cranial
I've been kind of busy.
about 1,200 to 1,300 cubic centimeters. In this gorilla, it's about 400
Right.
to 450.
I think what happens, right, is whenever the price gets right, there is a reason no one's buying
One
the
of our
price go up.
earliest ancestors,
Oh yeah.
and they had a brain size about the
Like
size
people,
of
you know what I mean?
This is very interesting because not even scientists can
That really
sufficiently explain why early humans suddenly featured genetic coding such as DUF1220, which is part of the so-called secret sauce that makes us who we are today.
Whatever.
Now, was it
It's not gonna happen.
a random mutation, or was it extraterrestrial intervention? Some people might propose that Bigfoot might be the missing link between humans and apes. What do you think about that?
people find a brand new species that's alive all the time, that something in the rainforest that no one's ever seen before, and someone comes across it. So I certainly would open to the possibility that a fossil is going to be found that we've never seen before.
Yeah, people get
Hearing you
emotional.
say this is very exciting to me. That
Find it.
science always to people have to be close to the possibility of asking a question. So, to thank you for your time, I wanted to give you
Well, I'm agree.
this right here,
No, you
as a
don't.
token of my appreciation,
I'm
which is an ancient Colombian
all for it.
utility object.
Like I said, I can't say all green and alive. No issues there, my friend. But that's what it's so like the green piece. That's what it's true. There's a grit. Like the selling snake oil. Except if we sell it right, it actually works out. Like it's not a Ponzi because it's like just enough people to buy it and then it actually becomes real. That's the grit, right?
In fact, Bigfoot is
Yes.
aliens have not intervened on this planet, possibly the last survivors of mankind's the search of aliens.
dropped out of the race, would not officially
I don't know. I went to the video of them. I just do the I'm just still.
The nation's
I'm just a
capital,
don't know. I don't know what to talk about. What is it?
I'm reminded of the ancient world. There are Greek pillars,
Rich? I don't
a
understand.
dome,
Did Mike tell you to say that? He's so funny.
obelisk. But it's not just the architecture that was inspired by
This one's like kind of green.
thousands of years ago. Many of America's founding fathers,
That's what we're
That's what you think of it as, an opera?
and George Washington, received ancient knowledge and even believed that intelligent life existed throughout the universe.
powerful art.
But was this belief based on logical speculation, or was it based on something more? I'm going to make sure we find out. There might be more to this country's origins than we've been told by mainstream scholars, and to see if there are any connections between extraterrestrials and the founders of America. My name is Giorgio Soros. I explore a world that exists between reality and speculation, the known and the unknown. We've been taught by mainstream scholars is not the whole picture. But I'm convinced that every day we are one step closer to the truth. On July 19th, 1952, during the height of the Cold War, an air traffic controller at Washington National Airport picked up 7 unidentified flying objects on his radar screen approaching our nation's capital. He initially feared that they were Soviet military, but quickly determined otherwise based on their strange movement. Witnesses in a nearby town reported seeing large bright lights moving quickly across the sky, some speeding away, others simply disappearing. These lights were reported to be seen over the Capitol building, the White House, and the Washington Monument. Fighter jets were reported to intercept the objects, but as they closed in, the mysterious lights suddenly disappeared. Several days after this event, Major General John Sanford, Director of Intelligence for the United States Air Force, addressed the issue at a Pentagon press conference.
We have received and analyzed
Yeah.
one and 12
Yeah, she wants to see how much.
made by
I didn't get that taxes.
relative
But what were these strange lights? Could they have been some sort of alien spacecraft? And if so, what were they doing in Washington, D.C.? Some have suggested that since ancient times, extraterrestrials have monitored human progress and may have even played a role in influencing human history. So is it possible that they have been watching over the United States of America and even guiding its progress since the nation's very beginnings? I'm in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., to meet with historian Richard Dolan, an expert on the history of extraterrestrial contact and UFO events in the United States. With his help, I hope to find out if there's a history of documented contact right here in Washington, and possibly dating back to the founding fathers. Richard has studied not only early American history, but he's authored several books on the hidden history of UFO contact and its influence upon our government. America, or the United States, was supposed to be this place of freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of religion, and all these things that were censored and looked down upon in the old country. So in your view of history, has a country ever existed that was based on the principles of the United States, with the tenets of freedom of speech and religion and the pursuit of happiness?
That's the beautiful thing about the United States, truly beautiful thing, is that this was the place where those principles were first incorporated into the very foundation of the society. That's what we talked about when we made the American Dream. This is a place where you had freedom of speech, freedom to be yourself. America was always considered the New World. When Columbus got here, it was the New World. And back in the days of Washington, they were very aware of that. And when they were creating that republic, they consciously were trying to create a new and better world, one based on principles of freedom.
The discovery of America really was like the discovery of a new world, because when Christopher Columbus sailed westward from Spain across the Atlantic Ocean, there were those who thought that he would either reach Asia or he would fall off the edge of the earth. They had no idea that America even existed. On the night of October 11th, 1492, just days before he reached land, Columbus wrote along that from the deck of the Santa Maria he saw, and I quote, "A light glimmering at a great distance, and appeared like the light of a wax candle, moving up and down." Now, we were too far out to sea for this to have been a light from shore. So what could it have been? Some kind of extraterrestrial being? A sign that Columbus and his companions were being welcomed? But if so, by whom?
Washington, Jefferson, Franklin, James Madison, all of these thinkers and more were enamored of the ancient Greeks and the ancient Romans. And they were very self-consciously trying to bring back those traditions. That's why we have this institution called the Senate that comes out of ancient Rome. That's why all the architecture is based on classical models, classical pillars, and domes, and all this. This is all right out of classical.
I think it's a great homage to the great free thinkers of the ancient world, because you couldn't create these structures unless it were to honor where this whole knowledge and these ideas originated. Shortly after the start of the American Revolutionary War, on July 4th, 1776, the 13 colonies formally severed their ties to England, both politically and philosophically. It is well documented that many of the men who we call the Founding Fathers fully embraced the Age of Enlightenment, a social movement that valued science over superstition and individual human rights over what they considered the tyranny of the European monarchies. A big part of this philosophy was a concept dating back to the 5th century BC called the plurality of worlds, the belief that life exists not only on Earth, but throughout the entire universe.
One of the questions I'm dying to ask you is that there are these rumors that have circulated that at some point George Washington apparently made contact with these green-skinned people. Is there any truth to that? Because I find it incredible.
I did look into this. I feel there's no justification for this whatsoever. But here's the interesting thing about Washington. There were many stories or myths about him during the days of Valley Forge, which was a really horrible, difficult, dark time for Washington and Continental Islanders. And many of these men starved or froze to death that winter. It was horrific. And during that time, Washington would go out to pray, trying to get guidance, spiritual guidance. And he had some kind of mystical encounter. He supposedly was met by this woman who called him son of the Republic.
According to one of the accounts, a strange so-called woman in white informed Washington of the victory that the Continental Army would have against the British. She presented him with a vision of the new United States of America. General Washington was even shown a map of the United States, and as raindrops fell onto this map, cities began to appear, popping up throughout the entire country. It was a model of what the United States would look like in the future. So that is very interesting to me, because the idea or the legends of cosmic mothers are prevalent throughout ancient history.
and it supposedly surfaced from one of the survivors of Valley Forge. You get a number of these myths about stories about Washington having some kind of mystical encounter at Valley Forge. Could it be true? Sure, it could be true.
And you get all this for the low price of
Grandmaster Acre Elias, a longtime Freemason in Washington, D.C., and I wanted to find out about Freemasonry's influence on some of our founding fathers, such as Washington and Jefferson, and to see how Freemasonry may have impacted the birth of our nation. Amazing. So, Grandmaster Elias, where are we? What is this particular place? Please go back. I will. Well, we're here in the Masonic Lodge Room of the Scottish Writers in Washington, D.C. Architecture, in short, is very important in Masonry. That is one of the reasons why the Supreme Being is referred to as the Grand Architect of the universe by Freemasons. Now, the letter G, quite often people think is related to God. In fact, the letter G is the initial of the word geometry. The idea, again, of the grand architect of the universe is the grand geometrician. It doesn't matter what religion they come from, but the word architect brings reason, design, and beauty together. And the origins really go back to the Renaissance period, which is the time when scientific discovery, explosion in art, and Renaissance going back to some of the ancients, the Greeks, and the Romans. What was the lost knowledge? How can we bring it back? This is incredibly fascinating to me because these are essentially the original tenets of the United States. And so with the idea that, George Washington was a Mason, people have forgotten that in the end it was all connected. Absolutely. I will even go further by saying it was a lot of the Masonic ideals and principles that inspired founding fathers and helped the founding of this nation. According to historians, 9 signers of the Declaration of Independence and 13 signers of the Constitution were Freemasons. And Occam told me that Master Mason George Washington was so passionate about the concepts of Freemasonry that on September 18, 1793, he insisted on laying the cornerstone.
My name's making some taquitos, and I go, that's cool. And she's like, yeah, I'm just so excited. Somebody left these taquitos in the freezer, and I said, you're the only one who's excited about it. And I said, well, do you know who left them in? She's like, no. I'm like, you don't know the chain of custody on these taquitos? But you know what?
Smack them out of her hand.
When you're 25 and hungry, you'll eat anything.
That's very true. We have a passing in the music industry. One of the members of Steely Dan has died. Keyboardist Jim Beard died from complications from an illness. He died a couple of days ago.
I had a roommate in college who just got high all day and listened to Steely Dan.
I feel high listening to this. I mean, without any sort of chemical intervention. I can totally see why this would be something you would listen to while you're baked out.
I do feel a little high right now.
See ya.
A little bit.
So, anyway, Jim Beard, the keyboardist for Steely Dan, dead at the age of 60.
Okay, well, last weekend, President Biden was at Camp David, fueled by throat-soothing tea, guided by teleprompters, surrounded by 6 aides and a historian. He honed his State of the Union speech that will be watched by one of the biggest audiences before the November election, and it happens tomorrow. We don't know what topics the president will address, whether he's going to mention Trump, but of course, the likely things on your bingo card should be Ukraine, Israel, Hamas, China, abortion, immigration, trade, the usuals. He's going to play the hits.
I do think it was kind of funny, man, that opening paragraph of that he's...
The throat-soothing tea.
Listen, it's a speech, and it's an important speech. but very few presidents write the majority.
I was just going to say, he's not owning Jack S.
He may be practicing.
Sure. It's all very strategic, especially in an election.
And if he's doing it, you're right, that this can be a huge campaign moment for him, even though it's part of the duties of the presidency. But the idea that
The Capitol building, according to Masonic ceremonial traditions. George Washington, dressed in his full Masonic regalia, led the Masonic parade from the White House to Jenkins Hill, which is now called Capitol Hill, to lay the cornerstone of the U.S. Capitol, the powerful symbol of this new grand experiment, the legislative branch. Was it more acceptable for George Washington to show up in his regalia? Would people back in the day scoff at that, or was it something that was accepted in society? No, it was very much accepted. As a matter of fact, the United States stood out in a way because so many of the founding fathers of the United States were Freemasons and proud to be Freemasons. One of the most fascinating paintings that exists of George Washington is an 1866 lithograph that depicts him in his Masonic regalia, and there is Masonic imagery throughout the painting. Over his right shoulder is the popular Freemason symbol of Jacob's ladder, which comes from the biblical story where Jacob witnesses angels ascending and descending a ladder from heaven. But in the painting, the ladder doesn't appear to be coming from heaven. It looks to be coming out of a dark, round object emitting multicolored lights. So are we really looking at a ladder from heaven here, or could this be a ramp coming out of some type of craft? And if so, what is it doing in a painting of George Washington? I can get you into some of the additional Masonic symbolism in the city. The one extraordinary example of Masonic symbolism in the city. In fact, it was the one thing that triggered my interest, curiosity. He said, what is an obelisk, an Egyptian-style structure, doing here in the middle of Washington, D.C.? The architect was a Freemason. At 555 feet high, the Washington Monument is the largest obelisk on the planet and harkens back to the ancient world more than any other structure in Washington, D.C. The Freemasons built it so that the constellation of Pleiades would be visible directly over its pyramid-shaped tip. But even more fascinating is the fact that they also installed a reflecting pool, so the observer is given the impression that the monument itself is not only pointing up to the heavens, but is pointing from the heavens down into the earth. This notion represents another concept that the Freemasons adopted from the ancient world, that of as above, so below, meaning the world of the universe is also right here, all around us. Then I started looking at the architects, and then I discovered that all the major architects who worked on these major structures were also Freemasons, from the Supreme Court to the United States Capitol to the White House to the Lincoln Memorial. And said, wow. And of course, an architect is an artist, and an artist reflects his or her views, beliefs, whatever it is, in their art. Now, just as interesting to me as the Washington Monument is the dome of the Capitol building. I mean, look at it. It looks exactly like a stupa, a bell-shaped dome that was believed by ancient Buddhists to have mystical powers. Numerous ancient Sanskrit texts describe stupas as chariots of the gods. flying machines in which powerful beings came down from the heavens. There are even those who believe that the stupa's design helps people underneath it to connect directly with extraterrestrial knowledge. So I've always been curious about the dollar bill, and since I've got you right here, I wanted to see if there's anything you can explain to me about the symbolism that exists on our dollar bill.
This is the most esoteric piece of paper money that exists on the face of the earth. And esoteric means it has hidden symbols that only somebody who has been taught to decipher them can really understand them. So let me start with the pyramid. The pyramid is really connected to the obelisk because both are two great symbols from ancient Egypt, the great builders. Now, below the pyramid, you will see there is a Latin inscription. It says Novus Ordo Seclorum, which in Latin means new order for the ages. The founders were basically telling us it is up to you, future generations of Americans, to keep the building going. And to do that building, you need a source of light. That's why you see on top of the pyramid an all-seeing eye with light in a triangle. It's also a symbol from ancient Egypt. It's mythological. You interpret it any way you want.
I mean, there are countless cultures with that exact same idea. The Masonic symbolism on the dollar bill is fascinating, especially the all-seeing eye, because this is an ancient symbol that is sometimes meant to suggest that there is someone or something watching over us. So for men who were promoting science and reason over religious faith, what might this mean? Was the all-seeing eye meant to allude to the Almighty God? Or could it be that the Founding Fathers believed there was some other, perhaps some kind of extraterrestrial presence guiding their way? A presence that may have had a vested interest in the American experiment. I'm talking with Grandmaster Akram Elias, a longtime Freemason in Washington, D.C., who has been pointing out to me just how abundant Masonic symbolism is in America's capital. But what really caught my interest is the fact that the symbolism doesn't end with the architecture. There are symbols built right into the layout of the city itself.
Since Washington, D.C. was designed on a map, what makes it unique is that it had to be designed with the intent that it should reflect a philosophy of government,
right,
and geometry. So if you look at Washington, D.C., everything is geometrically shaped. The Capitol is at the center. The district's divided into 4 quadrants: northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest. Very scientific. So now, when you look at the city from above, you're going to see the intersection between avenues and streets forming, obviously, geometric shapes. Triangles, rectangles, squares. This is to make a very important point. This new form of government will not be based on religion to govern the affairs of the people. It will be based on the scientific method, geometry, reason, and beauty.
I must call you Grandmaster Elias, because this has been very, very enlightening. To find out more about the design of our nation's capital, I'm heading to Logan Circle in downtown Washington to meet up with Freemason Mark Colker Rivera and local historical surveyor Chaz Langland. These are some very interesting instruments, and I presume they're quite old. They're wonderful.
1700s, early 1800s.
No way.
Period of time that the city of Washington was serving.
To get a hands-on demonstration of how the Founding Fathers planned and surveyed the city, and with the actual instruments they would have used, was really amazing.
This is the angle device. Transit. This is how they measure distances in colonial times.
Can you show us here on the field how some of these things were actually implemented?
They didn't have a flexible steel tape. Prior to that, it was this. 33-foot surveyor's chain.
Why 33 feet?
Exactly. Why?
33 feet worked into a mile evenly. It works into an acre evenly. You want to try it?
Yeah, absolutely. Where do I go? It's interesting that the length of the surveyor's chain is exactly 33 feet. 3 is a mystical number in Freemasonry dating back to ancient times. Is it possible that a 33-foot measuring device was chosen once again to keep with Masonic principles, or is this just a coincidence?
Plunk it down. Congratulations. You've just measured the first 33 feet of the continental United States. Keep going and measure it back, and you will do what the surveyors did.
It's awesome to think that the entire city of Washington, D.C. was measured to make such a design using nothing but chains. And the effort it clearly took the Founding Fathers to realize their vision got me even more curious about the design they chose and the purpose behind it. Is it possible that the Founding Fathers perhaps intended for it to be recognized from the sky? What do you think somebody might see seeing Washington, D.C. from space?
You know, there's been articles that L'Enfant speculated about that. I think they're true. Pierre L'Enfant, he was the engineer of the city of Washington, the designer of the city, the planner, and he played with symmetry, which was a brand new revolutionary concept. The eastern 13 colonies are, if you look at them from the air, the lines and the roads and the fields are all cockeyed and cattywampus. It's the old English system. That system came here. We were English colonies. He wanted his plan to be symmetrical. These circles were lined up on high points, but then he played with them. He wanted it, and it's not exactly symmetrical. He wasn't able to get it perfect, sure, but he played with it. Make this the parallel with that, this, make them parallel. In other words, he could have connected an avenue from here to here, but he didn't because he wanted symmetry. He was concerned about what the plan would look like from the air.
This is really fascinating to think that the Founding Fathers, along with surveyor Pierre L'Enfant, also a Freemason, considered what Washington, D.C. would look like from high above the earth when they came up with their design for the city. In the ancient world, we can find a number of sites purposely designed to be seen from the sky. Most famously, we have the Nazca Lines in Peru. But there's also the Serpent Mound in Ohio, the Kofun tombs in Japan, the Atacama Giant in Chile, and numerous others. And of course, in the ancient world, the mythology was always that these places were meant to be seen by the gods. So what were the intentions of the Founding Fathers? Could it be that the Founding Fathers, many of whom believed that intelligent life existed elsewhere on other planets, designed Washington, D.C. in the anticipation that America might one day be visited by extraterrestrials? Or is it possible that America had already been visited hundreds of years ago? On April 5th, 1800, Vice President Thomas Jefferson received one of America's first official UFO reports. Astronomer William Dunbar in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, reported to Jefferson that he witnessed a bright, glowing light the size of a large house hovering 200 yards above the ground. Dunbar said that it was very bright, gave out a lot of heat, and crashed to the earth close by. Jefferson took this report very seriously, so much so that he wrote about it in his diary. He even presented it to the American Philosophical Society, and to this day, Thomas Jefferson, along with former U.S. President Jimmy Carter, remain the most powerful public figures ever to officially acknowledge a UFO encounter. It's incredible to me that Thomas Jefferson reported a UFO sighting and almost no one today knows about it. But one of his contemporaries was even more adamant that we are not alone in the universe. I'm in Philadelphia to learn more about the Founding Father who was the most outspoken of all concerning his ideas about extraterrestrial life, Benjamin Franklin. To find out why Ben Franklin was such a strong proponent of the notion that life exists beyond Earth, I'm meeting up with author and historian Michael Zuckerman. Michael and I have arranged to meet at Philadelphia's Stenton House, built by James Logan, a friend of Ben Franklin's. So did Ben Franklin frequent this house?
Franklin would have come here a lot because Franklin loved books, and Logan had the most amazing library, for sure in Pennsylvania, and probably in all of early America. And the only library that ever approached it was Ben Franklin's own library, as he built it later on.
Even though America's founding fathers included some of the most brilliant men America has ever known, Benjamin Franklin still managed to stand out. He was an inspired genius whose advanced scientific ideas on everything from electricity and light waves to weather patterns and ocean currents place him on par with men like Leonardo da Vinci and Albert Einstein.
He contributed to everything. He was the greatest diplomat America ever had, the greatest scientist we ever had. When he was the most important scientist of the 18th century period, and he got honorary degrees from half a dozen universities. He was a great writer. He was obviously an inventor, but he was a civic leader. He was the most powerful politician in Pennsylvania. He was a military man. There was nothing he couldn't do.
It's staggering what Benjamin Franklin was able to accomplish with virtually no formal education. As a young man, he refused to attend church, but instead educated himself about all the major religions.
He was the antithesis of spiritual. Despite that, he read widely in theology. He wrote more theology than any non-clergyman in all of colonial America.
How do you think Franklin has approached the idea of the plurality of worlds?
For people of some scientific knowledge in the 18th century, it was a given scientific fact. Franklin said that if you're going to pray, it's a grand mistake to pray to God, because God has to watch over this enormous cosmos. God can't be bothered with this tiny little planet Earth. So Franklin took it as a given that there were many, many other worlds. He imagined serried ranks of angels taking care of different parts of that universe. And he just took that as a matter of fact.
The concept of the plurality of worlds originated in ancient Greece. But what many people don't know is that the founding fathers were also heavily influenced by Native American culture and their stories of beings that descended from the stars. It's becoming increasingly clear to me that the concept of life existing beyond Earth had a strong influence on the founding fathers. But I'm really curious to discover what they learned from the people who first inhabited America. At this point of my investigation, I'm convinced that America was founded by men and women who were undoubtedly religious, but they were also tolerant of the idea that intelligent life might exist throughout the universe. They also intentionally founded their new nation on the ancient philosophies of Rome, Greece, Egypt, and India, civilizations which in turn credited their origins to so-called gods, visitors from the stars who came to Earth and shared their wisdom with mankind. I'm also becoming convinced that another ancient civilization played a significant role in conducting the American experiment, that of the native Iroquois. For this reason, I've traveled to Georgetown in Washington, D.C. to meet with Dr. Donald Grindy, an expert on Iroquois history.
How are you?
Nice to meet you. How are you? I'm interested to hear how the Iroquois Six Nations Treaty may have actually been an inspiration to our very own Constitution. I've heard all these different stories about how the Iroquois played an instrumental part in the creation of our nation. What can you tell me about the Iroquois?
Well, the Iroquois or Haudenosaunee people is what they call themselves, which means people of the Longhouse. And they are basically in New York State and southern Ontario. They're the indigenous people to those areas.
What can you tell me about Chief Canasasego? Who was he and why was he so significant?
Well, Canasatego was a Six Nations Iroquois chief. He spoke at a treaty that Benjamin Franklin was in attendance in 1754, and he told the American colonists that they should think about developing a confederation similar to the Iroquois Confederacy.
Did this great law of peace inspire the founding fathers to found this nation on similar laws?
Yes. Benjamin Franklin was inspired about the Iroquois, how they govern. It is generally regarded as one of the first steps towards independence.
Are there any specific concepts you're aware of that have made it into our present day government?
Well, I mean, there's we the people, which is sovereignty or power resides in the people. Under the monarchical system, sovereignty resided in the king, who was appointed by God. And we the people is how the Iroquois Constitution starts. It's about the people.
I'm excited to see how much the principles and even the structure of American government was inspired by the native Iroquois. But I'm also curious if the founding fathers were equally influenced by the Iroquois' own stories about having extraterrestrial origins. What can you tell me about Sky Woman?
The Sky Woman is part of the Iroquois Haudenosaunee creation story. There's a world in the sky, and she falls down towards the earth, which is covered with water, and then a giant turtle rises up to catch her. And that land is what Haudenosaunee people call Turtle Island, which is North America. If you look at a map of North America looks like a turtle. Mexico down to Panama is the tail. Florida is one back leg. Baja California is the other back leg. The front leg is Alaska, and the other front leg is up near Labrador. And the turtle is kind of like that. It's interesting that you would have a creation story and a recognition that North America looked like that without satellites in those days.
You just took the words out of my mouth. It's fascinating to hear that a turtle figures into this Iroquois creation story because in ancient cultures all over the world you can find origin stories that begin with a cosmic turtle. Now, in the case of the Iroquois, it is said that a giant turtle rose up to catch the Sky Woman. But could this really be a reference to some kind of spacecraft? But even if the turtle in the story is only referring to the shape of North America, that's just as incredible. Because how would ancient Native Americans have had any idea about the shape of the continent unless they could see it from space?
The American Revolution started, one of the symbols of the colonist was a Native American woman. It isn't until the 1840s or 50s that you get Uncle Sam.
Now, this is fascinating to me that one of the earliest symbols of colonial America was a Native American woman who may have been a representation of the Iroquois Sky Woman. Because we also have that weird story of George Washington being visited at Valley Forge by an angelic female being. In one of the various versions of the story, the Sky Woman goes on to spread soil and seed while standing on the back of a turtle. The turtle then grows and grows and becomes rich and fertile.
So is the story of the Sky Woman simply a colorful myth? Or could it be a description of a real flesh and blood extraterrestrial? My investigation must continue. I'm fascinated to learn about the strong connections between men like Benjamin Franklin and the native Iroquois, especially as it relates to the incorporation of Iroquois philosophies and laws into the U.S. Constitution. But I'm also equally excited to find out that the Iroquois have an origin story concerning a so-called Sky Woman, who they believe came to Earth tens of thousands of years ago, and that she served as a symbol for the United States until the mid-19th century. To learn more, I've arranged to meet with Native American folklorist Dr. Joanne Shenandoah, a member of the Oneida Iroquois Confederacy. Joanne, what can you tell me how the Iroquois had influence on the founding fathers?
Iroquois people had a beautiful thing to offer America, and that was democracy, equality, women's rights, and the respect for human dignity, religious rights. There were no class systems. We didn't have kings and queens.
What can you tell me about the legend of Sky Woman?
First of all, we don't consider it a legend. We consider it reality. We believe this is the beginning of who we are as a people on this earth.
When Joanne told me that for her people, these stories of beings descending from the stars are not legend but reality, it gave me goosebumps because that is the whole point of the ancient astronaut theory. But would it be safe to say that the Iroquois greatly influenced the Declaration of Independence and perhaps even the Constitution?
Most definitely. They say my ancestor 7 generations ago, Chief Shenandoah, was there on the second floor when that was being signed. So, I mean, that's pretty amazing right there. The room full of Iroquois people there to witness this event, this great event of how people could live in freedom and democracy.
So, do you think that the Iroquois creation story had influence on the founding fathers?
Yes. And I'm not so sure that America is aware even of the fact that the Iroquois brought together the colonists and showed them a different way.
I truly appreciate your time.
And they are.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
If someone were to challenge and ask me if it is at all possible that the United States perhaps has some ancient astronaut origins or at least some connections, then I tell them to look no further than right here in the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. Because not only can you find entire monuments and buildings inspired by ancient civilizations which believe that mankind's ancestors have traveled here from other worlds, but also because, as bizarre as this may sound, there is a statue that could be interpreted as an extraterrestrial right here out in the open for everyone to see. Where is this, you might ask? There, on top of the Capitol Dome, is a statue called the Spirit of Freedom, but it might just as well be called the Sky Woman. It was sculpted by Thomas Crawford and dates back to the 1860s. When you look closely, you can see that she is dressed in what appears to be the native garb of the Iroquois, and on her head is an elaborate headdress made of eagle feathers, which is ringed with stars. Perhaps we shouldn't only be thinking of America as having founding fathers, but also a founding mother. Is it possible that the Iroquois stories about a Sky Woman were really an attempt by early humans to describe the visitation of a female astronaut in the remote past? And could this mean that it was really an extraterrestrial who inspired the Iroquois to believe that a good government should guarantee its citizens life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? Although I'm not entirely convinced, I am open to the idea that the statue on top of the dome
could be a depiction of a real flesh and blood extraterrestrial whose influence can still be found by those who study our nation's laws, examine our most sacred of institutions, and everyone who challenges authority in search of aliens.
John, this is Scott Walton. Hey, Scott, how are you? Well, not that great. I just came from the site, and the government won't let me in. Bullshit.
Interesting. Well, I'd be happy to show you the videos from Track Rock that I shot last year.
Well, I'd love to see it. I mean, that's the next best thing. I'm headed back to Minneapolis right now. Could you meet me in my lab and bring the footage?
Absolutely.
All right. Let's plan on meeting tomorrow. I'll see you there. The history that we were all taught growing up is wrong. My name is Scott Walton, and I'm a forensic geologist. There's a hidden history in this country that nobody knows about. There are pyramids here, chambers, tombs, inscriptions. They're all over this country. We're going to investigate these artifacts and sites, and we're going to get to the truth. Sometimes history isn't what we've been told. Dying to see this video here.
I'm glad to show it to you.
Yeah. Say, I got to tell you, the government wouldn't let me in. How the hell did you get in and take these videos?
Well, I had a permit back in 2011 and spent a day at the site. It's a huge site. Well, I got clips of a number of rock walls that form terraces going up this mountain slope. Maybe over 100 of these are just all over the place.
Now, you said over 100?
Yeah, it's amazing. You walk along, all of a sudden there's a rock wall and then a relatively flat area. Now, this is a shot from up at the upper elevation. See how nicely constructed that wall is? And then there were some water features, some of these dams.
Reservoirs or something?
Yeah, to control water. And there was some rock cairns up there, some type of ceremonial structures. And I even found a rectangular stone foundation.
For a structure of some type? Pyramids, perhaps?
Okay.
So we have rock formations, extensive terraces to control water, and stone foundations. Is it big?
You can get lost up there. The only direction that you would know to get out is to go down. I tell you, if you want to know more about this, and this is how I found out about the site, you need to contact Richard Thornton. He's a Native American architect down in Georgia, and he spent a decade studying this.
Does he think there could be a Maya-Georgia connection at this site?
Yeah, and that's what caught my attention.
I'll tell you what, John, if the Mayans came to Georgia, this could be that history.
you doing?
Doing good. Scott Walter.
Richard Thornton, glad to meet you.
I was visiting down at Chattahoochee National Forest.
Yes.
Tried to look at some mound structures. I'm investigating a possible connection between the Mayans and Georgia. And tried to go look at these mounds, and I was denied.
You're kidding.
No, I was denied. First of all, I take it you support this whole Mayan-Georgia connection?
Well, it's not even a theory, it's a fact. The Mayas are one of the Mexican and Native American ethnic groups that became the Greek Indians.
What are some of the things that to you provide evidence of this assimilation, really, or this coming together here in Georgia from Mexico?
We have the architecture, we have the cultural traditions, the art are very similar.
Okay.
Approximately a third to a half of the words in the Itsati Creek language are either Maya or Totonac.
Okay, linguistics.
So
what about archaeoastronomy? Like the Mayans used these amazing structures that align with the sun, the moon, the planets for practical and religious reasons. Is any of that going on around here?
Yes, very much so. That's what I'm a city planner, so I'm pretty strong, so I can help you there.
Do you have any of this
I
architecture?
have drawings and photographs, yes.
Is that what they don't want me to see?
I don't know what they got. Why? It's a massive site. What to keep in mind, this place is a half-mile square at least. It's a town. There's over 300 stone structures. It's like nothing else in America, really. It's been radiocarbon dated to at least 1000 AD.
What do the archaeologists think about this?
I thought the archaeological community would go gaga. They'd be fighting over the chance to be the one to be the great discovery of all their lives. Would you believe that some professors who had never seen this track rock site, they formed a political action group to oppose anything discussion of the track rock site and it being Mayan? Now, why? I don't know, because they're like 600 miles away.
So you're asking me if I would believe that the academic community might try to shut down an investigation like this? Yes, I would. Look, pal, I've lived it, okay? I was hired to investigate an artifact called Kensington Stone.
Yes, I've heard of it.
When I came out with these results, I was blasted. And it really puzzled me at first, and then it pissed me off. Well, I've spent the last 12 years investigating these historical mysteries, and when you tell me that there's pushback from the professional or the academic community, I'm interested. That's a sure sign that there's probably something going on here. These are some of John's videos. You can see the rocks.
That's a ruin of a building.
It looks like an offering altar with a little hole here.
I was thinking that also, this would have been covered with clay and then plastered with lime stucco.
You know, Richard, I have to say, when I look at something like this, I'm not impressed. I thought I'd be seeing these cut, beautifully cleaved work stones and these big temples that you think of when you think of people like the Maya. I mean,
right.
Why don't we have that here?
This is what most Maya sites look like before the archaeologists go work in. The architects like me restore the ruins. That's what they look like, just piles of rocks. Even great cities that had 100,000 people, big piles of stones in the jungle.
What does this site look like? Can you give me a visual?
This is a computer virtual reality model.
Obviously, there's some elevation here. It'd be nice to see some topographic lines, maybe
yes.
A topo map.
Well, now I have topo maps on my computer.
Okay, I was going to ask.
This is a 3D model, but if you'd like to see the actual elevations,
I would like to see that.
You see the Acropolis. See that?
Yeah.
See that's terraced, just like the five-sided mountain.
Oh,
it's facing the sunset of the winter solstice.
These astronomically aligned structures, the whole village, the way they're oriented, is very important.
There are many monuments, perhaps 50 stone cairns that seem to be markers having to do with astronomy.
So what is this?
That's one of the things when I knew is it's a Maya. When I saw that, I said, oh my gosh. Actually, it's another thing. It is a device that takes the water from the spring and to drop the water to the appropriate terrace. It's a control device for distributing water. What I'm trying to experiment with here is why did they do it? Why did they build the terraces? I am mimicking the environmental situation in Track Rock Gap of the Maya civilization. Grew these crops on the terraces.
So do you think what we have at Track Rock is connected to the Mayan somehow?
Yes, it's a direct connection.
Okay, why would they not let me in to see this? I mean, it's just terracing. It leads me to believe that there's more going on here Do you think there's a conspiracy maybe going on?
There's something fishy going on up there.
I'm thinking there's something fishy too. But I'll tell you what, if they won't let me hike in, maybe I'll fly. You ever heard of LiDAR?
We're gonna do the north-south line.
All right, sounds good. Take it south though, because I think I'm gonna be coming out to already.
You want to go up and around?
Yeah, up and around.
All right.
This is a virtual image of the area that we're curious about. The main things, if there's something here, we're hopeful that your equipment will pick up these terraces. We're investigating the possibility of a Mayan-Georgia connection. Some researchers think that there might be Mayan ruins on this site. And if so, I mean, we're talking about a huge new chapter of American history being opened up.
Yeah, I can fly it lower.
That's fine. Well, you're not that much lower, right? 500 feet.
Yeah, 500 feet right now. I can maybe bump up another 100.
Mayans in Mexico disappeared around 900 AD. Many people believe that they came to Georgia. You know, I would love to have it come true, but you have to have the evidence. I tried to get to this site, and the government would not let me do it. That's why this was Plan B. How does this LiDAR work?
Well, what you have in between these two pieces of the system is a laser head and the scanner and the GPS receiver, and they're using timestamps. We're able to create a point cloud, which is a set of points accurately mapped and geo-referenced in a few centimeters.
Within a few centimeters.
Absolutely.
It looks like you set up a grid system, so basically you're just reproducing that grid.
You kind of think of it as mowing the lawn from here. Because it's down and back, and we use some overlap to make sure that we don't miss any grass. So hopefully anything that shows like there's a shelf or any anomalies in the bare earth surface will hopefully show up there.
That type of scale, we should be able to get some data.
Yeah, some stuff may look like it blends into the ground, and any kind of irregular features should still stand out.
If we're able to use your technology and find evidence of some of the things we see here, there could be a Mayan presence here.
That would be amazing to find that out.
It would be.
Here is the initial look at the actual LiDAR data itself, so the points themselves, so you can see the flight lines that we flew right here. And then down here is a profile of the ground. You can see the trees.
Okay, and I see the change topography here. This looks like something interesting. What would that be? A bump there.
Maybe a man-made feature. It looks like it might be one of the features that we're looking for.
Okay, possibly a terrace maybe?
Correct. This is preliminary, and so what we'll do is we'll take and have to process the data, and that will probably take a couple weeks to get the final data set so that we can verify if that is actually a man-made feature or not.
A 3D map, about 2 weeks. Yeah. Right. You know, Jamie, when I started this investigation, I was pretty skeptical. I mean, the notion that the Mayans came to Georgia seemed pretty far-fetched to me. But as I've gone along here, things are starting to look more interesting. If you can generate a 3D map that looks even remotely like this, I tell you what, we could potentially have something that's big.
If those features are there, we're definitely going to see them in the data.
take 2 weeks for aerometric to compile on the LiDAR, which could help prove a Mayan connection to Georgia. If the Mayans did come, I wonder if it's connected to their prophecy. The Mayan civilization began in 2000 BC and started to collapse around 758 when they began to abandon their cities en masse. They had to go somewhere, and this stone nearby could be a clue they came to the U.S.
Are you Scott?
Yes, Gary Daniels, I presume.
That's correct.
All right. Great weather, a little wet today, but I got to tell you, I think the rock looks better wet than if it was dry.
I agree.
What makes this rock specifically tied to the Maya-Georgia connection in your mind?
Both cultures, the Maya and the Creek Indians, used the exact same symbols to record the exact same event.
Well, you know, Gary, I clearly see these spiral symbols here. We got an indentation in the middle. This one has a couple of different rings with an indentation, and then we have these cupules along the top. I know what I think it is, but what do you see?
And my first impression was that it's a star map. I believe that this records an event which happened in 536 AD, which was a comet impact event, and that would explain why they went through the effort to carve this into this boulder. This was no easy task.
No, it wasn't. And I have to say, Gary, that I agree with you. I'm pretty convinced this is a star map as well. It's an interesting connection with the impact and the symbols tying the creek with the Maya. I think that's plausible, but this might not be the only geologic clue that makes a connection. Tell me what you know about Maya blue.
Now, Maya blue was a pigment that the Maya used in their murals. It lasts a very long time without fading.
And I think I understand the reason for that. Maya blue is a very interesting combination of a clay mineral called palygorskite that they mix with an indigo pigment made from an anil plant. And there's lots of palygorskite in Georgia, but relatively little of it in Mexico. Gary, I think that the Maya blue in Mexico could have been made with the palygorskite clay in Georgia.
There are still sites in Mexico where they haven't found the actual source for the Maya blue. So that's definitely a good thing to look into.
So we've got the Maya blue pigment mystery as well as star maps both there and in Georgia. That's interesting.
And those are not the only connections. It goes much deeper than that. Now check these out. This copper plate was unearthed in North Georgia. What's interesting about this is that almost an identical image as this was found at Chichen Itza in the Yucatan.
Wow. This looks like some type of shaman or somebody in the middle of a ritual. Is that a severed head?
Yep.
And you have this in Chichen Itza as well?
Exactly.
Wow. Are there any other sites that might tie into what we're looking at here?
Absolutely. Just a few hours from here, there's a site called Okmulgee. They found an elite burial that showed cranial deformation, a known technique in the Maya world that they also use on their elites. Cranial deformation is a procedure they did at birth where they placed the child on a flattened board, placed another board on his head, which forced the skull to grow in a certain shape, which gave them sort of a flattened appearance to the forehead.
With everything I've seen so far, how come nobody knows about this?
People have been writing in the literature, the archaeological literature, about this connection for 150 years, but it has become a taboo subject.
I'm continually amazed every time I see something new that changes history in a profound way, and it gets ignored, swept under the rug, and people that even dare to investigate it get criticized. I've been through that myself. You got to figure out a way to make it stop.
Yeah, they say science changes one death at a time, but I think that's what it's going to take.
You know what? I'm not going to wait for these people to die. Sorry. I'm going to get answers. Let's go to Old Monkey. So how long have you been studying this Maya-Georgia connection?
Well, I've been researching the Georgia-Mexico connection for about 10 years, but it was only within the last couple of years that I really stumbled on the Mayan presence in both Florida and Georgia.
Okay. What do you think of Richard Thornton's research?
You know, Mr. Thornton has presented a hypothesis, and that hypothesis needs to be tested. Is the Track Rock site a Mayan site? You know, I don't know. Could it be? Absolutely, it could be. But we're never going to know that as long as the academics are insisting that it can't be.
So instead of sitting in your chair talking about it, actually getting out there doing something.
Absolutely. Making proclamations about what it isn't serves no purpose.
I agree. Wow. Man.
Take a look at this. This is that mountain.
It's a spiral mound, isn't it? That's without the vegetation. Well, now I can kind of see it. Can we take a closer look?
Let's go.
All right. We got mounds in Minnesota, but I haven't seen any this big. Wow.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, I see at least 1, 2,
4 or 5
3.
levels.
Even maybe a fifth one up there. This is cool as hell.
And there's a site called Xochitecatl in Mexico, and it's the only other place in North America or Central America that has a spiral mound exactly like this, where you follow the spiral to the top. Not only that, it's laid out exactly like the mound site here, with the spiral mound on one end and the square mound on the other. This mound, the Creek Indians said this is where they performed their snake dance. And so they marched in procession around the mound until they reached the top for their ceremony. There was also Lake Okeechobee. Now, when the Spanish came to Lake Okeechobee, they found 3 people living around that lake, the Maya Imi, the Mayaka, and the Maya Yuaki. So 3 people calling themselves Maya.
Is there also maybe a connection to Miami?
Absolutely.
This is really incredible. I had no idea that there would be a spiral mound here. We have spiral mounds in Mexico. This Maya-Georgia connection is really starting to come together, and I'm feeling it. Gary, you promised me some archaeoastronomy. I see a beautiful mound structure here with a long doorway that's facing pretty close to due east.
According to the Creek migration legend, the very first structure they built when they arrived here was a mound with a central chamber. The doorway of this earth lodge aligned with the sunrise.
There's no question that the Mayans also aligned their temples and their structures according to archaeoastronomy.
So, is this purely a coincidence? Clearly, there was something going on.
This is fascinating. I mean, we've got 2 large mounds. We've got this one here that has an obvious alignment both to the sun and to the stars. We've got that amazing spiral structure, the cranial deformation. I'm dying to go to Mexico. If I can find some of the things that are here over there, we've got something that's huge.
Pleasure. Welcome to the site of Chichen Itza. Everything you see is archaeological evidence.
Everything.
Everything.
How big is this thing?
It's 3.5
really hard to tell. We don't have a full map of the site.
I know it took thousands of people to build sites like Chichen Itza. The Maya Empire was massive, encompassing parts of southern Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, and the Yucatan. Many people think the Mayans died out completely, but they didn't. Even so, something forced them to abandon their major cities beginning around 750 AD and spread throughout the region or beyond to the United States.
Oh, wow. You know, from this perspective, it's just like symmetric. It's perfect. The lines are perfect. That's amazing.
They were copying the shapes of the mountains.
So what we're looking at here is really a man-made mountain. It was intentionally made to mimic the mountains. I've recently been to a site in North America in the state of Georgia. One of the things that we did that was amazing, and I haven't seen the final results yet, but I saw some preliminary data, was some technology called LiDAR, where basically you fly over an area and it will collect three-dimensional data of the topography of the area. And what we think we see are remnants of man-made structures at the site that are somewhat reminiscent of what we see here. I'm wondering what your thoughts are on the possibility of contact with the Mayans here, possibly with native cultures in what is now the United States.
I think it's very possible.
Oh, you're saying that flat out. Okay, well, you agree with the speculation. If we really understand what the Maya did here, and if we really think there was contact, then what we do is take everything that we learned here and then use that as a guide to look for evidence over there.
Yes, yeah, I would agree. You can maybe find a Maya there, or you can find Georgian down here. Well, this building that we have in front of us is the observatory, and it's been proved by astronomers that it's a structure that aligns to different positions of Venus and positions of the sun.
So those small little windows up there, they were used to track these planets, track Venus.
You know that this window aligned to this part of the year, this one aligns to this time of the year. But there's a connection between architecture, astronomy, and the calendar.
Well, this is part of a science we call archaeoastronomy.
Right. The other thing that we believe is that creating a building that has alignment to the planets and the sun, you are creating a link between heaven and earth. So the building is the link between the two.
In Georgia, I saw a spiral mound. I also saw a boulder that had spirals carved into it. So the spiral is very important across Georgia, and it seems to connect over here with the Mayans. So maybe that's another connection or piece of evidence we can tie together between the two cultures.
Yeah, I think it's a very strong element, and I think it's very important for the Maya. It's in everything.
This is called the Nautilus shell. It's the spiral design. We have something here called the Fibonacci sequence. And it's just simply a mathematical calculation where you add numbers sequentially and it will grow exponentially, creating, in this case, a spiral. Many ancient cultures saw this design, figured out the mathematics of it in nature, and then incorporated it into the architecture and into their artwork.
Oh yes, it's very important for the Maya. Buildings are designed in geometric proportions, and they're pleasing to the eye of the human.
We're getting very close to the end of the Mayan calendar, which is December 21st, which ironically happens to be my birthday. So, and many people think this is going to be the end of the world because of the Mayans.
We are ending the 12 Baktun. That means we're going to start the 13 Baktun during your birthday, and then we're going to spend 400 years more counting days until we get to the 14 Baktun. It's a marker for a new beginning. If the Mayans were here, it will be the biggest celebration you can think about. There will be offerings, there will be sacrifices, there will be ceremonies, because it's not the end, it's just the beginning of something new. But I think it's really important that the Mayans are getting some attention.
I couldn't agree more. I'm looking forward to seeing some of the carvings at your site here. And there was something that was found in Georgia.
I have seen similar carvings, or at least the head of the captive on this side. Yes, I think I can show you something similar at the side. You can tell that the person has some sort of war instrument in his hand, like this one right here. He has also feathers in the back, like he has coming this way. But the most striking part is that there's a little head hanging from his left hand with the spears are. You can see that the head is almost identical to the one he has, and maybe a captain, maybe somebody who does the war.
Really, everything that you talked about, I see here. This is pretty compelling, is it not?
Yeah, I think I can see a relationship between the two sides.
I see a huge piece to a big puzzle of many cultures coming to North America prior to Columbus. And I think we can put the Mayans into that puzzle. And it just completely rewrites the history of North America as we know it. Okay, Alfonso, let's talk about what we have so far. We've got the temples here. We've got similar stone structures in Georgia. We've got the linguistic connections. We've got the iconography of the mural that's so fantastic, it's virtually identical. We've got the archaeoastronomy. I tell you, we're starting to build a pretty strong case here. What can you tell me about Maya blue?
Let me show you. This is the sacred cenote of Chichen Itza.
It's huge. This is a giant sinkhole. It's just incredible.
Well, this is the most special place in Chichen Itza. This is where it gets its name. Chichen means the mouth of the sinkhole. That means a cenote. And not only is it a water place, but it's also a sacred place to bring offerings.
What do we know about the bottom? What's on the bottom?
They found Maya blue. They found remains of children between 9 and 10.
This is crazy. Why would they throw children in here?
The belief is that children are the ideal messenger to the rain god. So when you want to please the rain god, you use children as offerings. So you sacrifice them.
Okay. Wow. Geologically, I've read that down at the bottom of this cenote, there's a 4-meter or about 14-foot thick layer that is heavily laden with Maya blue clay. That represents a lot of material. How would that much Maya blue get in the bottom?
One good possibility will be that the children were painted blue before being thrown into the cenote. The other thing is that we have other types of sacrifices that we know that happen in Chichen, because we have a carving and a painting that shows the person leaned against a trapezoid stone, so they can put pressure in the back and they can use a knife and slice the chest open, pull the heart out, and then offer it to the gods.
So they place them on a rock to arch their body, so when they made the incision, it would naturally open, and then they would go in. I knew that they used the Maya blue in the murals and in some of the artifacts, the vessels, and various things, but I had no idea that they were using it to paint the people for sacrifice. That's
what we assume with the amount of Maya blue in the bottom of the cenote.
Is there any Maya blue, the original Maya blue, still on site here anywhere?
Oh yes, there's still some that we can see, and there's still some inside of the building.
I think the Maya blue could be the hard link between the Mayans and Georgia. As a geologist, it just might be the scientific proof I've been looking for.
This is a good example of Maya blue. You can tell that it is around the square. Maya blue was used for painting buildings and painting offerings, and sometimes sacrificial victims.
My understanding is that the longevity of this material, why it lasts so long, is because it's made of a very special clay called palygorskite, combined with a blue dye or indigo dye made from anil leaves around here. It resists acids and it's very durable. Now, this type of clay we commonly see in cat litter. It causes clumping. We also see it in anti-diarrhea medicine because it absorbs the toxins. So this clay material is very unique. It creates a dye that lasts a very long time.
that's sitting on this wall?
Well, the dates we have is about 980. That would be about 1100 years ago.
1100 years ago.
Indeed.
So this unique clay, where would they get this source material?
I don't know. I haven't found a single source.
Yes, and that's another important piece to this puzzle that we're trying to figure out is we do have a very good source of Palygorskite in Georgia, and this could be the source for the Mayans. And I do have a way I think we might be able to test this so we can compare it to see if this is the same source material as Georgia found here. I'm getting really excited about this case. We have the cranial deformation. We have evidence in Georgia of that practice. We know we have it here. We have the wonderful mural that you showed us and the iconography that was virtually identical to that copper plate that we talked about. We have stone structures in Georgia that have a similar layout, at least appears to be a similar layout to what we have here. And lastly, we have archaeoastronomy, which ties all people together, but certainly the culture in Georgia that we're looking at and the Maya people here. We still have the LiDAR data that we need to look at, but I tell you what, this is looking really good. All right, Jamie, show me what you got here.
So this is the LiDAR data of the Track Rock site.
And so what we're looking at here, this is the side of the mountain that we were flying around with your plane and shooting with the LiDAR. We've taken the trees away.
I put markers in here to kind of indicate in relationship to the picture that you gave me of the site itself.
Are you saying that Richard Thornton's recreation of what he thinks is there correlates with what you found on the LiDAR?
In terms of my LiDAR experience, yes. I
Really?
think that there's a very strong indication that this correlates very well. You can see it here, here. You can see something here, and then you can see all the little terraces down here.
This is amazing. What about the Okmulgee site? Were you able to fly over there?
Yeah, we actually did get down there, and we were able to fly it. Right here, what we're looking at is the actual LiDAR data, so how it's represented. This is the spiral site.
I think I can see what looked to be the terraces that we saw at the site. There's no mistaking when you look at that image that it's definitely a mound. The spirals appear to be there, and it looks virtually identical to spiral mounds that are down in Mexico. I tell you what, this is really coming together. I can't believe it. I mean, we've got spiral mounds that the Mayans built. We've got it in Georgia. We've got archaeoastronomy, both the Mayans and Georgia. We've got cultural iconography. We've got cranial deformation. We've got linguistics. It's really coming together. All the pieces are beginning to fit. But there's one more thing that I want to do. A quick test that I think might be the final piece that pulls this all together to prove that Mayan-Georgia connection. Yeah. Check this out. Yeah. We're going to make some Maya blue. It's a paint that the Mayans made. It's very sacred to them. They used it in murals. They also used it in sacrifice, ritual sacrifices. Paint the victim head to toe in this Maya blue paint, rip their hearts out, and then throw the body in the huge sinkhole they call the cemetery. But I think geology is going to solve the question that we're trying to answer here, which is, did the Mayans use Georgia clay, specifically Palygorskite clay? Using indigo from the Nile and Palygorskite clay from Georgia, I'm going to make Maya blue. If the Georgia clay in my sample matches X-ray test results of clay used in real Maya blue, then we have a hard geological link between the Mayans and Georgia.
basically what I'm trying to do is to figure out if there's a match between my blue in Mexico and a sample of Palygorskite from Georgia. They did find some sources in Mexico, but there's just not enough sources to explain the amount of Palygorskite that they found.
Well, I definitely think we can help you with this, so let's have a look.
If you're able to make a definitive connection, it will prove to me beyond a shadow of a doubt that we definitely have this connection between the Mayans in Mexico and Georgia.
Here we've got the scan that we did. The ones labelled PA are the peaks we would expect for the Palygorskite clay structure. And these ones labelled QU, these are one of the impurities present. And this is the mineral quartz.
So these are your signature elements. Now the question is, how do they compare with the actual Mayan blue sample?
It actually matches almost perfectly.
So we have a match, don't we?
Yes, we do.
You know what? I'm surprised, but yet I'm not surprised, given everything that I've seen. This was the final piece to tie this together. There's a whole host of academics that refuse to believe that there were cultures that came to North America prior to Columbus. And it's bullshit. This is scientific proof of a connection. It's impossible to deny. It's going to make a lot of people very, very excited. Richard Thornton, one of them, was a researcher that was adamant that there was absolutely a connection between the Mayans and the people in Georgia. This testing here not only forces us to re-examine this chapter of American history, but it demands that we open up the whole book and get to the truth of what really happened. Mayan prophecy does declare 2012 as a turning point. Maybe not the end, but the start of a new bounty, a new beginning. A new beginning might have been what the Mayans were looking for in Georgia. Whatever it was, it must have involved, like it was starting, some sort of alignment with the stars. There are so many unanswered questions still out there. What I've learned about where they went and what they believe is just the beginning. There's more to America than we realize. We have the right to question the history we've been taught, to examine things with our own eyes. My job is to explain the unexplainable, to find the answers to questions about our past when no one else will. The history that we were all taught growing up is wrong. My name is Scott Wolter, and I'm a forensic geologist. There's a hidden history in this country that nobody knows about. There are pyramids here, chambers, tombs, inscriptions. They're all over this country. We're going to investigate these artifacts and sites, and we're going to get to the truth. Sometimes history isn't what we've been told. Dear Scott, my name is Paul, and I live near Tucson, Arizona. While hiking in the Mustang Mountains, my friends and I came across a cave. There's Native American rock art inside, but that's not why I'm writing. There's a stone with a mysterious inscription outside the cave. I think it's a message written in runes. I know you've done a lot of work with rune stones, and I'd like your help figuring out how old the stone is and what it says. Hey, Paul? Yeah, this is Scott Wolter. Say, I got your letter and I'm looking at these pictures. I want to see this stone. That was a hell of a ride. How did you guys find this place?
Oh, the story starts with me, I guess. I was over on the other side of the valley in Elgin, and there was an old guy who was a retired rancher, and he said, you know, over there's the Mustang Mountains. He said, when I was a kid, they said there was a lost archaeological site over there that's long since been gone missing. Okay. And what, 3 years ago?
Well, actually, what we were doing is we were looking for places to climb. So we had our climbing gear on, and just so happened that one day we come around over to this wall here. I said to Paul, well, Paul, let's take our gear off, and we'll see if there's any places to climb.
As I was walking in, man, Paul, look at this. And Paul was amazed, and he said, man, this place is great. Actually, I think he's being polite. He disappeared in his cave, and all I heard was, oh, that was what you said. Just like this.
And Paul comes in there, and he's looking, and he said,
What do you think this is? I said, looks like an archaeology site to me. I said, look at all these markings on the wall here. There were pictographs, you know, the finger paintings and the carvings on the wall. But when we looked outside the cave, there was this about a coffee table-sized rock, and it had looked like runes carved in it, 5 or 6 lines, and it just didn't look like it matched what was in the cave.
That's why we're here. And I appreciate you sending me that letter, I really do.
now I just want to let you know what you're in for tomorrow.
All right.
Okay, right up here to my right here. You see, we're going to go down into this wash.
So we're going right up this way here, right?
That green ribbon,
Okay.
it's pretty much a rock screen screed. So you take 1 step up and 2 back.
It's going to be hot tomorrow, isn't it?
Yeah, I saw they were saying it's going to be 99 degrees tomorrow. Okay, so 5 buys early, so we can start up there, get away from the heat, and it'll be much more pleasant to walk.
See the mouse guy.
All right. Oh,
You all set, bud?
I think I'm ready. Who's your friend?
Steve is the state archaeologist for Arizona.
Scott Wolter.
Yes.
Thanks for coming out. So, have you been here before?
I was here luckily, and these guys told me that they had located this cave. We thought it was important to come down and take a look and see what was going on. We found out that it was recorded with an Arizona State Museum site number in 1984.
Well, I'm kind of anxious to see it.
Let's get going.
All right, okay. Let's go.
All right, let's head for the cave.
Right here?
Right there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, look at that. Wow, those are rooms, all right. Wow. That is a Christian style cross for sure. And they sure look like rooms. That's an R. Not sure what that is. That looks like an S. So I'm not sure. Those don't look like Scandinavian runes. It might be Anglo-Saxon, but you know what? I have an idea. I know a guy who knows something about runes. He knows a lot about runes. I'll send a picture to Mike. Weathering is key, obviously, and that's what I'm trying to get a sense of. You know, they look kind of fresh to me. This spalling here, I don't see any weathering of that. If this was exposed for a long time and the calcite was deposited on this open surface, you know, that process should continue and you would probably see it.
What I do know is this area was recorded as an archaeological site in 1984.
Okay.
And even though they recorded a lot of the petroglyphs and pictographs that is in this cave here, they didn't say anything about this boulder out in the front of the cave that had these rune writings on it. Okay. So my guess is it may not have existed prior to 1984. So the true mystery really is, you know, who put it in here and why. What does it really say?
Is it possible they just didn't record it?
No, because usually when they record an Arctic site, whether there's prehistoric artifacts or historic artifacts, or even if they're finding paleontological stuff, they will record everything there because it's all part of the site.
This is the handy portable microscope. Here's your lens. Will hit the rock, and that's where it's spalled off. Well, that's cool, but let's see what else is here. Do you see this?
What's that?
Steve, do you see this here? Right here? It's over on the other side, too. Look at this. See these rock fragments here? And the water was running down here, and it was dissolving out the limestone, and it looks like it's cemented these rock fragments here. And it connects over there. There was material here.
It does look like this has been dug out, and that maybe that's why in '84 they didn't see it. This was still covered up, and then somebody
dug this up.
Dug it out since then.
It was uncovered. That could explain why there's no weather.
You got the
My phone vibrated here. I think maybe it's Mike here. Let me check. He thinks it might be a memorial stone.
Huh.
He's got to do some more work on the translation, but a gravestone. Gravestone. Everything about it, including its placement outside the mouth of the cave, reminds me of the stones throughout Europe used to memorialize the dead.
That's interesting.
That's interesting, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
There could potentially be something in that inscription that identifies a family, a clan, a person,
right, exactly.
Something. You know, this is a great marker. You could have body right here. He says it looks like a memorial stone, a gravestone, a gravestone. Well, that makes some sense. And it's got that Christian cross.
That's got the cross on there. That's perfect for a gravestone.
That's absolutely would be on a memorial stone. He's probably right.
Makes a lot of sense.
He says he'll get back with more on the inscription. The material that's welded on the side of the cave tells us clearly that a lot of material's been moved or dug out. Maybe we had a body here.
We may have if somebody had been buried up here and somebody wrote the inscription, but as you can see, a lot of it's been removed.
But we still have some material here.
Looks like somebody has actually dug it out. You're right, and piled everything on that side. That's a typical example of vandalism. People come out and they find archaeological sites, and the first thing they want to do is start digging. And if they start at the front of a structure like this, they think they might find something, and a lot of times they don't find anything. The only thing that we know of that is here are some very interesting pictographs and petroglyphs.
These spirals here, these are really interesting. You know what this strikes me as? Because I've seen these spirals before. It reminds me of a star. I saw them down in Georgia, and I've seen them in other places.
Yeah, good. Archaeoastronomy, that's a big field these days.
I know that spirals often mimic something that the ancients felt very strongly about, and that's sacred geometry.
Sure.
And we see it all over the place. Most people don't realize it. It's how a plant grows, it's how a shell grows, and it's really a mathematical equation. It's how our faces grow. We know that there are cultures all around the world that did similar things, and so it begs the question, at least to me, was this all done independently? I mean, obviously they're all looking at stars, but was there also maybe some exchange of information? I don't know.
Well, depends on how far back you go. If you're going back, 8, 10, 12,000 years since people migrated through, they brought that knowledge with them. So either they migrated down from the north, or they, came across the oceans and migrated from the south. I mean, there's both those theories out there.
Sure. And if there's contact whenever it happened, this would be something they would have in common. Look at that hole back there. That cave keeps going.
Yeah.
Why don't we take a look there? Well, I'm not going to fit in there. I can't get in here. Is there anybody else? Okay, Jim can try. Jim, you up for it?
All right.
Jim's up for it.
Just be careful in there.
Yeah, be careful.
You
You
have a
have a flashlight or something?
I got a flashlight, but
If you hear anything rattling, make sure you stop and come back out real fast.
It's nice and cool.
We might have our body after all, right?
Hey, ghostly sounds. Yeah, hold it. Here's any rattling noises, stop and look and move back.
Jim, it's nice knowing you.
Hive?
Yeah, right there?
Man, taking one for the team.
So, Jim, would a body fit now?
Yes, it would.
Okay. How high was it?
I'd say about 8 feet. And it goes up on a slant like this.
Okay.
And then goes up and then it just kind of stops just like this right here. The bones all over the place.
You didn't see any bones or anything?
No bones.
Okay. I mean, there's a couple thoughts. One is, could there be some other archaeological remains that might tell us something? And would it be worthwhile going through that material that I'm assuming, maybe you are, that they moved that material out there? Would it be worth going through that? Is there any chance we could do a dig here?
There's always a chance you can do a dig, but it's a very lengthy permitting process.
Really?
So you have to get a permit, and the dig can be exact permit. You have to get, and you have to have a qualified archaeologist to actually be on the permit. to hire the crew, and it's there's always that possibility, but it does take some time to get all of it.
Let's say we did a dig here and we found something that indicated a European presence, pre-Columbian. I think you would agree that would be a historic discovery.
I think it would be very historic because, especially with the inscription here, to find some human remains that are associated with these would be very significant.
We have multiple lines of evidence. We've got evidence of digging. Clearly, there was material here. The lack of weathering that bothered me at first could be explained by the fact that it was simply buried.
It could have been.
We've got a dry climate here. We've got enough here that if we were to find something from a dig, it would be potentially a big deal.
Somebody carved that into this rock because they really cared for the person enough to do something like that. They didn't just bury him out in the desert someplace and walk away.
Another thought, in the testing business, which is what I do for a living, we do ground penetrating radar on concrete all the time. And would that work here? And could we do that?
Ground penetrating radar isn't really ground disturbance. It's just moving some piece of machinery, electronic machinery across the surface to see if you can pick up any kind of anomaly. So I don't see a problem with that.
I mean, maybe it's worth going through the process. I mean, we've got a lot of things here that are adding up to something that might be worthwhile. Mike, you've got a name? So you're telling me we might really have a dead Englishman from the 12th century buried up in the Mustang Mountains? We thought the last time we were here there might be a body. Guys, I have something to tell you. I've been sitting on this all morning. I got a translation from Mike. And I wanted to wait till I got up here so I could see it and read it so we could do this together. I'm going to read this to you, but the other thing that he did say, is we know for sure that it's 12th century English. So we've got that for sure. But here we go. Line 1. The body, in parentheses, he has in contrast with the soul, Fitz lays rough Hurrick here. He enjoyed, in parentheses, entertainment, joy, merriment, maybe means a good life. The secret stolen at the end of this line. Rough Hurrick's body, fame and glory. Dust beyond Eden, Eden's temple. There's a name here. This is absolutely a memorial. And then, of course, we have the Christian cross here. I don't know what else it could be.
Well, 12th century, why would somebody carve something like this that's got 12th century letters and everything when we don't have any history of anybody else other than Native Americans being here up until 15, 16, 1700.
So your initial reaction is this is not 800 years old?
Probably not.
Okay.
Probably.
Okay. Well, that's fine. That's fair. I hope we can prove you wrong.
Me too.
you know, you really have two working hypotheses here. You've got somebody messing around relatively recently, but we've got something here that absolutely changes history in a profound way.
If there were Europeans out here in the 12th century, it does change history profoundly.
I like this. I'm getting intrigued.
It's an interesting story. I like the story. I mean, I'm always open-minded about different things, and especially something that's absolutely new like this that would really change, some of the history.
Brad, we brought you here for a reason. What can we do here today?
We'll definitely try to scan out in front of the memorial here, and then we're going to do a couple scans back into the cave.
Okay.
Looking for any kind of disturbances in the soil.
If there's anything left, Brad, you're the man. Brad, you're fired up. Looks like it's running. Can you just explain to me how this works?
Basically, what we're going to do is we're going to scan over an area. Basically, the radar is going to shoot down at 45-degree angles. Okay? As we move along, basically, it's going to keep shooting those 45-degree angles down. As we pass over anything that may be in the ground, it's going to show up on our screen here. Okay?
Can you tell by looking at this whether it's metal, whether it's rock, whether it's plastic?
If it's metal, it's going to show up bright light on the screen.
Okay.
If it's plastic or any other material, it's going to show up as a very faint line on the screen.
All right, do your thing. Explain to me. It looks like we have a linear feature here. Is that the surface?
That's the depth that we're actually getting with the radar.
Okay, what is this little dip in the middle here?
That's just rock.
So if I can cut to the chase, you're telling me if it didn't really see anything?
Not on the first pass. We have to do multiple passes. Anytime you scan anything with the GPR, you definitely do multiple passes.
All right.
So we're going to back it up. We're going to do it again. Right in this area, we go from here on back to where we're seeing that density change.
Okay, right here, right? That light area?
Yeah. So basically from here back is where we're going to find that area where we get the density change.
Okay, so what you're saying is that could be something.
It could be, because there's definitely a density change that we picked up on every pass that we've had.
Well, I like that, and we made, 3 passes, and we got that same anomaly here. So do we need to do more passes, or do we want to try out on the berm there?
Let's try scanning out here and see if we get out there.
Okay. That's an anomaly too. Same thing, same spot. Right there. So there's something here. Well, it's consistent. It kept hitting in the same spot. Goes at least to here, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Hey, Steve, do you have a sec?
Fine.
Well, Brad, you thought, I saw the density change, and it's at the same spot, so it's going across here, right?
Yeah, there's definitely an anomaly in the surface.
Okay, so it's going in a linear fashion. We've all been to a cemetery, right? And the headstone is at the head end, typically.
Right.
Okay? They lay the body perpendicular to the stone, right?
That's good.
How far down?
It was about 3 to 4 feet.
3 to 4 feet.
4 feet.
Okay.
And it goes out to what,
At least,
2 foot?
About where your foot is, right?
About 2.5, 3 feet.
Obviously, we're not going to take the shot, but I mean, we've got a legitimate chance of something really major.
I think we can certainly move forward and looking for future investigations and see what else is here. Because this is a very interesting site out here.
Right.
We also have something that could be, I don't want to say modern, but it could be some almost prehistoric Anglo-American that might have been out here.
Possibly pre-Columbian.
Pre-Columbian.
Right. Just a second here. Guys, I got an email from Mike. Guess what? Heurich surname. He found it in England. How about that? Wow. I guess I'm going to the UK. There is one more thing. Mike says I need to go to the Gila Cliff Dwellings in New Mexico. I wonder what's there. There's evidence of a medieval Englishman buried in Arizona way before Columbus was ever here. I'm finding answers.
Pretty impressive, aren't they?
Oh, amazing. Scott Walter.
Scott, Steve Riley, Superintendent Monty. How are you today?
Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you.
Great.
What you're looking at is 3 of the 5 cliff dwellings. They date back to about 1284, 1285 when they first started construction. And they were abandoned by about 1320 to 1330.
Okay.
So one generation or a little more on.
Well, this may seem a little strange, but I just came from a site in Arizona, Mustang Mountains. It was up at the top of a large bluff. There was a cave there, and there's some talk about a body possibly being there of somebody who could have come from Europe, from the British Isles, back about this same time, believe it or not. And a friend of mine suggested I come here, and I'm wondering, do you have any thoughts?
Well, we have not found any relics here to that period of European settlement. Everything that came out of here has been dated back to the Native Americans.
Okay. Mr. Rough Hurek?
I've been doing some investigation at the County Records Office, and I've found some information out about Peter Hurek. There's more information to come, and the lady at the office said she'd get back to me by 4 this afternoon.
You know, Alan, it's incredible. We've got this name Hurek on a boat in a cave in Arizona in the U.S., and it brings us back here to the UK. It's amazing.
It's amazing, but not as amazing as what I'm going to show you now. Just come with me.
Let me grab my backpack. We'll head out.
Still using the backpack?
I got my whole life in it. You know that. On the inscription it says Rough Hurek, but you said Peter Hurek.
Yeah, I thought about that actually. And it occurred to me, in those days, it was quite common for people not to be known by their real Christian name, but often by a nickname. So I think the word rough is probably an adjective. I mean, think where they were out in those mountains.
Oh, yeah.
This guy was probably a bit of a bruiser. Maybe this was the guy that personally wrestled the buffaloes to the ground. And at that time, especially in Britain, nicknames were very, very common. In fact, they were much more common than proper names, and often even used on documents. So, really, yes, it was quite a common thing.
Ah, sandstone.
Yes, I wonder if it just starts to look somehow slightly familiar. So there you are, Scott. What about that?
Wow. Now I see why you and Mike wanted me to see this. This is reminiscent of what we saw at the Gila cliff dwellings in Mexico. Incredible. Yeah, I mean, look at how it's carved out, beautiful, these rooms. You know, we know we have Rough Hurek, or Peter Hurek, if that's who it is, carved on stone in New Mexico. Dates to about the 1200s. This goes back at least that far? Or
At least, we think at least 1500, but it's quite likely that there were people here before that.
Well, okay, so now what I'm thinking is this architecture that looks so much like what we saw in New Mexico, did Hurek bring it over there and educate the natives, or did somebody come back, he's still there, and, bring it here?
I guess we'll never know, but the one thing we can be sure about is the contemporary nature, of the time. It's hardly likely to be a coincidence.
No, there's too many coincidences for this to be a coincidence.
There's something else interesting about this, of course, as well. This is reputed to be the place that J.R.R. Tolkien used when he devised his hobbit houses.
Ah, okay, so these are the hobbit houses.
Absolutely.
Why not?
I've got one more surprise for you. I know from the County Records Office exactly where Peter Hurek lived.
Around here?
And it's still here, and it's only 5 minutes away.
There's a runestone outside a cave in the middle of the Arizona desert. It seems to be an epitaph for an Englishman from 1200 AD. Could he have made a voyage to America hundreds of years before Columbus? I've traced his roots here to Staffordshire, England. It's a pub?
Yeah, the lady at the county office told me it was a manor house right back to the 1200s, and that's where Peter Hurek lived.
So this is Hurek's house, I guess.
Absolutely, and it's a pub, and that's why he was Rough Peter Hurek.
Perfect. Alan, those cave dwellings were amazing. And you know what I think probably happened there? I mean, you've got these beautiful sandstone bluffs that were there at one time, and when people first came, they probably were hollowed out a little bit, and they just took advantage and dug them out even more. The architecture is very similar to what I saw at the Gila dwellings. But the one thing that's troubling me here is, they talk about at least 1500s for this site. They have to be older than that.
I don't think, Scott, there's any doubt about it whatsoever. And I would be stunned if those rock dwellers were not much older.
I'm certain that they are.
Okay. We've got a text coming in. I wonder if it's. Oh, yes, it's from the Staffordshire Records Office. Hi, Alan. I'm afraid I couldn't find any records for the Herrick family after around 1200.
After 1200. Actually, not finding that name in the records supports what we saw in Arizona. He would be the one to carry on the name, but if he never came back, which appears to be the case based on the memorial, that's why the name died out. That's consistent with our story. That makes sense that this actually did happen.
Yes, because it would have died where he died. And of course, it never appeared in the records again.
This brings the question that's been burning in my brain is, why would he come all this way to the desert region of the Southwest of what is now the United States? To me, what makes sense, we know down in that area we have lead mines, we have silver mines, we have copper mines. Perhaps it was mineral, maybe it was wealth.
And maybe it was adventure. I've always believed, ever since I've been researching this situation, that every man and his dog from England knew that America was there. Fishermen, for example, from Bristol, which is not too far from here, they used to fish on the Grand Banks, often found them. They must have known that America was there. And lots of other people besides. But of course, you don't kill a goose that's laying a golden egg. If you know that there are big opportunities over the pond, resources, you're not going to run around the country telling anybody else that they're there.
We certainly have the motivation, plenty of motivation. It would have been done in secret, and this boulder with his name is really the only evidence that we have that he made this trip. Okay, well, let's take a look at what we have here. We've got a surname, Hurek, both carved on a boulder in Arizona and here, and we've got a runic inscription carved in Anglo-Saxon ruins in a cave down there, and certainly this is where they were used at this time. It seems to me we have a very compelling case that's coming together here. This man came over to America prior to Christopher Columbus. And this would just be another example of the many examples that I'm aware of cultures coming to North America prior to 1492.
And I have to say, as a historian, having looked at this closely, for my money, on a balance of probabilities, I think we're talking about the man who came from here, who probably sat in this very manor house we're sitting in now, and who ended up all those miles away. And for that reason alone, I think we ought to propose a toast to Peter.
To Peter. My investigation into a mysterious runestone in the Mustang Mountains has turned up evidence that a 12th century Englishman could be buried in the Arizona desert. An archaeological dig could reveal even more. If there's a man buried there, I wonder what his journey to America must have been like, what he came here for so long ago. I think he was just one of many people who came to America long before 1492. Columbus wasn't the first European to discover America. He was just the first to get credit for it. And that's what I'm trying to change. were all taught growing up is wrong. My name is Scott Wolter, and I'm a forensic geologist. There's a hidden history in this country that nobody knows about. There are pyramids here, chambers, tombs, inscriptions. They're all over this country. We're going to investigate these artifacts and sites, and we're going to get to the truth. Sometimes history isn't what we've been told. I'm heading to Isle Royale, Lake Superior. Here in the Great Lakes region, more than a century ago, an incredible relic was found. A tablet with cryptic symbols. Symbols, I think, are the key to unlocking an epic, unsolved geologic mystery. This area was once home to some of the largest copper deposits in the world. Billions of pounds of copper lay hidden underground, and someone knew that. At some point prior to Columbus coming to America, much of the Great Lakes copper disappeared. And I'm here to figure out where it went, who took it, and why. So, George, you're probably wondering why I asked you to take me out to Isle Royale. Yeah, what's up? Obviously, Isle Royale was a place I know they did a lot of mining. Yeah, you bet. Love looking at the mines. They're all over the place on the island. How many mines do we think are on Isle Royale? Do you have any idea? They're all constantly finding new ones. You know, some of the estimates for the region is 5,000 to 10,000. Whoever was here and mining thousands of years ago, took a lot of copper out of here. What kind of quantities are we talking about? Between a billion to a billion and a half pounds. A billion to a billion and a half pounds of copper. How long would that take? I mean, my God. Well, one of the estimates from one of the engineers was 10,000 people for 1,000 years. That's mind-boggling. I mean, when you talk about these numbers, it's so vast, and I know that the Native Americans did use copper, but they've never found anything even close to the type of numbers that you're talking about. So the question is, where did all that copper go? I think I know. I'm firmly convinced that it's connected to the Bronze Age. Bronze Age in Europe? In Europe, yeah. I think people who came over here, this is where they got the copper to fuel the Bronze Age. Took the Great Lakes copper. Where did it go? To answer that question, I have to go back to the point in human history when copper forever changed the world. The Bronze Age. 5,000 years ago, man learned to combine copper and tin together to forge an even stronger bronze. It was a game changer. Now, he could make more useful agricultural tools and more deadly weapons. Things like daggers, swords, and axes. With more weapons came more advanced warfare. Nations became more powerful, rising up in attempt to spread their culture around the world, all thanks to copper. But where did they get it? Well, sources for copper can be found throughout Europe, in places like the Swiss Alps, England, and Ireland. Some people question whether there was enough mineral ore to account for the massive amounts needed to fuel the Bronze Age. I'm one of those people, and this tablet found in Newberry, Michigan, could prove it. Check this out. What's this? It's a Newberry tablet. I think it could be a key here, tying together the copper culture, whoever it was that mined here thousands of years ago. Unfortunately, it doesn't exist anymore, but this thing was found 1896 over by Newberry, Michigan. A couple of guys tipped over some trees. This thing was in the ground. It's got 140 characters on it. So the tablet's gone? It's gone. Oh, yeah. It apparently was destroyed. This is in beautiful condition, but how many great artifacts have we heard about are gone? This could be a link to the copper culture. And I'm thinking it's all speculation, but it could be a way. I mean, if they're mining the kinds of copper that we think they were, they had to keep some type of records or tabulations. This could be connected. I know that going back, copper was actually more valuable than gold and silver. So that's a pretty strong motivator to come all this way.
It's the mystery around here. When you read the old papers from the early explorers that came, there's no remnants of who.
You know, one of the other things that's really important was the purity of this copper here. Copper, like most metals, has a unique fingerprint. I can test the purity of copper in the Great Lakes and compare the results to the purity of Bronze Age copper to see if it's a match. The big question is, where did the copper come from that fueled the Bronze Age? You know, we're talking 5,000 years ago. This might be the only clue that ties it together. Place is fantastic, George. I know you spent a lot of time out here. Tell me about the island.
Well, it's unique. It's a national park, so it's well preserved. Been a lot of different cultures that have come through here, fishing, mining. It's the largest island on Lake Superior. It's 45 miles long and 8 miles wide. It's kind of hard to get here. You know, it's 50 miles from Coppin Harbor. You have to take the ferry over, or if you have a big enough boat to do it yourself. Has a unique wolf population as well.
Hey, I've read about that. I guess the wolves are struggling, aren't they?
The wolf population is dwindling, and they're worried about becoming extinct.
What are the numbers down to now?
They're down to 9 this last winter.
9? I know their disappearance is a mystery, just like the disappearance of this copper is a mystery.
So here we go. This is an example of one of the pits on the island. This pit could very well have been one of the ancient pits, but we do know that it was worked by miners in the 1840s. Oftentimes, the more modern miners, the European miners that came over and explored for copper, found ancient pits and worked over the top of them. They just went crazy in the area, and the entire Keweenaw Peninsula became one giant mining site, producing more revenue from copper mining than the California gold rush.
Wow, that's a lot of copper. And speaking of that, I think you said 5,000 years is one of the numbers you tossed around as the age of some of these pits. How do you know that?
Actually, on one of the pits on the island, there was one giant piece of float copper on the bottom, and it was supported by old timbers that had been cut. There were cut marks in the timbers that they analyzed, and then so they took some carbon samples of that float and placed it between 5,000 and 6,000 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is a pretty small pit. I'd love to see something bigger. After a night on the island, we're heading out to the distant North Shore to visit the Manaw Mine. It's one of the largest ancient mines on the island, and I want to see if there are any clues there to who did the mining. I also want to understand just how many mines were worked here thousands of years ago. It turns out the wolves on the island could be an unexpected clue to understanding the size and scale of this mysterious mining operation. I've done a little bit of reading about this big mystery of how did we lose a certain segment of the dwindling population here, the wolves.
Yeah, we've had 10 years of pretty high wolf numbers, but now the wolf population has been coming down dramatically. In 2012, this last year, they hit their lowest level ever. Just 9 wolves.
9 wolves. What do you think happened?
This spring, we did find out. In here we've got some bones of one of those wolves.
This came from the shack. This one was one of the wolves in the shack.
Yeah, we fished him out along with two other wolves. So two adult males and a female.
So I'm curious, how deep did they fall?
Well, it's a unique, dangerous mine pit, even for Isle Royal. About 10 feet of sheer wall down to the water surface, which was probably frozen. I couldn't at the bottom. We just pull it and stick down in.
So are there any other large mammals, or is it just wolves?
We've seen a dozen or so wolves that have fallen in and died in mine shafts.
Doesn't that tell you something about the quantity of mine shafts and abandoned mines?
Yeah, I mean, there's hundreds of shallow pits for mining for thousands of years. The one we went into, was by far the deepest, the most dangerous I've seen.
You know, in the article that I read this spring, they left me with a distinct impression that the wolves are probably going to go extinct. What do you think?
On this island, in terms of probability, they got about less than 50% chance.
The dwindling wolf population gives me a sense of just how many ancient mine pits there are on Isle Royal. The remnants of this mining network are so vast that animals like moose and wolves can't avoid falling into the pits. This makes me more determined than ever to get to the bottom of who's responsible for taking all this copper thousands of years ago. Now, we're on our way to the Menard Mine, which is located on the far north shore of the island. It's one of the largest mines on Isle Royal, consisting of deep pits and miles of tunnels. In the late 1800s, a thriving mining industry existed, and hundreds of miners worked the pits. It was these miners who uncovered evidence someone else had already been here mining copper, possibly prehistoric people. And I want to discover who those people were.
Oh, well, Scott, this is what I've been talking about. This is the Menard Mine.
Oh, wow, that's great.
Isn't it something?
What's that, 50 feet?
I don't know, man. It's certainly a lot deeper than the other shaft that we saw.
Does that go underneath there? Looks like it keeps going.
It does actually. Not only can we see the shaft from the top, but we're going to go down over here and you can see the shaft from the side as well.
Taking the easy way, huh?
The easy way, man. What, this place?
This is awesome. This is amazing. Yeah. Well, you can see plenty of copper carbonate here. That green carbonate is obviously break down the copper. That's a telltale sign. We see it all the time. See all these fractures sort of running in this direction? Yeah. There's probably copper in this seam right here. Copper has always been seen as a miraculous metal. We know now that its ions kill bacteria, which is why it's used for pots and pipes. It's valuable. That's why people steal it from abandoned homes. During World War I, more than 270 million tons of copper came from here in the Great Lakes region. But billions of pounds of copper was mined here long before modern times, maybe by whomever left the Newberry tablet behind.
This is a significant operation here. There was a lot of copper pulled out of here. It goes back quite a ways.
You can see the tracks that are left from the 1800 miners, and as they worked over the top of the ancient miners.
I think the chances are pretty remote that we're going to find evidence of any ancient mining. I mean, the blasting that's been done here, whatever might have been here, is surely gone or buried. Do you think there's any chance I can get a sample from here?
You know, you can't take any samples, any copper off the island because it is a national park and it's a preserve.
I understand.
But we're not far from the largest piece of flow copper that anyone has in their possession. And I know for a fact you can take a look at it, maybe get a sample. If nothing else, they have copper samples from the area there that we get our hands on for sure.
George told me scientific dating on some of the pits proved they were mined 5,000 years ago. I'm convinced that Great Lakes copper was used in the Bronze Age. There may be a scientific way to link it to Bronze Age copper, but I need a sample so I can test its purity. If I find a match, then someone from Europe was here mining Michigan copper 5,000 years ago, and that would mean a complete rewrite of American history. I'm in northern Michigan, investigating the disappearance of millions of pounds of ancient copper. I want to know who took it. I also want to know if there's a connection between whoever mined the copper and the Newberry tablet, which has symbols on it that I think could crack the case. I think that the disappearance can only be explained by miners that came across from Europe during the Bronze Age. I'm searching for a piece of Michigan copper that I can test for purity to find out if it matches with ancient copper discovered in Europe. But first, I'm checking out a massive example of local copper. Wow, look at that. That's incredible. So how big is it?
Over 28 tons.
You know, I can see obvious glacial striations, so clearly this is a piece that the glaciers picked up, carried it, and dropped it. You see the scratches of being scraped along the ground as it was carried. So, Judy, I just came back from the Menard mine. My friend George took me there, and we saw some mining pits, and we talked about some of the quantities, the estimates of over 1 billion pounds of copper that was mined. So what do you think about the idea of ancient people coming from across the Atlantic and mining copper in this region?
It's the only thing that makes sense. Where did they get all the copper needed to build the Bronze Age? When bronze is made from mostly copper, why wouldn't they come?
I agree with you. Why wouldn't they? So they have every reason to do it. What about native legends? Do you know anything about that?
Well, yes, there are some stories about fair-haired, fair-skinned people having been here, and perhaps Native Americans even left a message about that.
Are you talking about the petroglyphs in Copper Harbor, the ship petroglyph?
That's the one.
I've looked at that petroglyph, in fact, and I've done some research on it. Personally, I think it's probably maybe 1,000 years or somewhere in there, but it could be much older. I'm not sure. What do you think?
That ship, I think, is so significant. It's so different from anything Native Americans would have done. The shape of the sail, it's quite square.
I looked at that very carefully a couple of years ago, and it has sort of a Minoan style square sail. The Minoans were a Bronze Age culture from the Greek island of Crete. It was not until around 1900 that archaeologists discovered evidence for the Minoans, but little is known about them. What is known is that the Minoans had a huge sailing and trading empire that dated back to about 3,500 to 5,000 years ago. That's precisely the time that copper in America was disappearing. If I can test Michigan copper and match its purity with that of ancient Bronze Age copper, then I might be able to prove the Minoans were America's mystery miners.
Could the Minoans have been involved?
They very well could have been, since they were noted for being marvelous mariners.
We know the Minoans got farther west than Crete. They were looking for copper, no question about it. We have the copper here. They had the sailing technology to get here. I mean, this would be a huge blow to the standard history that we know. There is a way I think I can test this. It would be great if we could get a sample to test that copper for trace element analysis. I know I can't get a sample of this, but we might be able to get one somewhere from up here. Any suggestions?
Sure. A friend of ours who has a charming shop called the Uber's Tourist Trap. He also is an amateur geologist.
Who do I ask for when I go there?
Holy.
In my search to uncover the mystery of who mined the ancient Michigan copper, I've seen photos of a long-lost stone tablet found in the area, and a petroglyph of what could be a carved Minoan trading ship. Perhaps the two are connected, and the symbols on the tablet are Minoan. And if I can find a piece of Michigan copper that tests as the exact same purity as a Bronze Age sample, it could mean that the Minoans got their copper from here. All I need is some Great Lakes copper to compare, and thanks to Judy, I have a lead.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, good. Scott Walter, how you doing?
Not bad, not bad.
Say, Judy Johnson, you know her?
Oh, yeah.
She said I should be looking for a guy named Hooley.
That's me.
That's you, okay. Do you have any copper?
We got lots of copper.
What I'd like to do is, I'm wondering if I might be able to get a sample of copper. I think we can do that here. Do you have some I could maybe look at?
Yeah, matter of fact, I was just prepping these two here, and I found them in the box out there. I forgot I had them. And these this is full copper.
So you're familiar with the giant piece of copper back in Marquette, right?
Yes.
Okay. So this is essentially the same thing, just a smaller version.
Yeah, smaller version. Yeah, it comes in all sizes.
See, there's one other thing I'd like to ask you about. I don't know if you know anything about it, but I've been looking into something called the Newberry tablet.
Oh, yeah.
It's gone now, but do you know anybody who might have some information about it?
Well, yeah. I mean, when they found it, there was this big hurrah. I mean, they didn't know whether it was Egyptian or whatever, you know. And luckily, there was a mining journal newspaper guy there that took pictures of it.
Okay.
And then they got stuck in a guy's barn, and then the weather wore them down because they weren't baked clay. They were just that just raw form. But they have them down there in the museum in St. Ignace down there, part of the tablet.
Wait. You mean it still exists?
Yeah. I was just down there, matter of fact, 2 weeks ago.
Holy. The fact that tablet still exists is really important, because if I could get it under my microscope, do some weathering studies, I might be able to potentially tie the Minoans with the New World up here. And the Michigan copper mystery might be solved. It would be a big deal. I can't believe the Newberry tablet, long thought to have been destroyed, still exists. I think it's just the clue I need to solve the case of Michigan's mystery miners. When two woodsmen found the tablet by accident in 1896, they had no idea the importance of their find. When I found out it still exists, I delved deeper and discovered something else. The script on the tablet is thought to be Minoan. But based on what I've learned so far, I see no chance it could have been faked. That's because the tablet was discovered before the Minoan culture was even known to exist. Archaeologists didn't find evidence of the ancient Mediterranean culture until 1900, 4 years after the woodsman found the tablet. Now, I've come to the museum where the stone tablet is kept to conduct an analysis using forensic geology.
Welcome to Fort Dubois. I'm Connie.
Hi, Connie. Scott Wolter.
Scott, glad to meet you.
Say, I'm a forensic geologist, and I was referred to you by a man named Hooley, and he mentioned to me that you had an artifact here that might be helpful in some research that I'm doing about the ancient copper culture. You ever heard of the Newberry tablet?
Yes. We have them right here.
You have it?
We have them.
You do have it?
We have them in this museum, yes.
How did the artifacts get here?
Dr. Benson, in the 60s, was a collector of many artifacts, and he received a phone call from Fort Algonquin in the area, and he decided, why not? So he looked at the Newberry tablets, he purchased them, he brought them here.
Tablets?
Well, it came in pieces when it sort of...
So you have more than one piece?
Yes, we have more than one piece.
They've been here ever since?
They've been here ever since, yes. I understand that they were found in Newberry, and the Smithsonian analyzed them. But at that time, they had no clue, so they put them in the fraud, in the hoax.
In the fraud category?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I've heard that before.
I don't know if they're a hoax or a real thing.
Let me ask you a question. Has anybody looked at them in modern times scientifically that you're aware?
No,
okay.
not at all.
I think I can help you with that. Ha. Well, I think I'm done with the preliminary examination, and I have some good news and some bad news. But I'll start with the bad news, okay? This is nothing I'm sure is going to shock you, but the tablet's in really tough shape. And it needs some attention, serious attention. Otherwise, just another handling could be gone. The good news is I was able to make out some of the characters on the tablet. I know there's at least 3, possibly 4, maybe even a 5th character that's still there. And I think it looks like what we have here on this photograph taken in the late 1890s of the tablet. I know for sure we have this trident figure here. It's definitely there. And it's Minoan script.
A weird thing. I heard of some more Minoan type stones.
Some Minoan script?
Yeah, some scripts, some symbols.
Yeah, on this?
Yes.
Where was that?
Underwater. Underwater. And how they get underwater, I have no clue.
Well, I have some ideas. Are we talking about a lake? Mm-hmm. Okay. Whereabouts?
Northern Wisconsin area.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, thinking about it, that may not be so strange after all. And I don't think anybody threw anything in the lake. We have something called isostatic rebound or uplift of the land. And a few thousand years ago, what is now at the bottom of the lake may have been dry land at one time. So if there's Minoan script carved on a tablet or on rocks at the bottom of a lake in northern Wisconsin, I will find it.
Well, how are you going to get to it? It's underwater.
Diving. After looking at the Newberry tablet, I'm convinced the Minoans could be the ones responsible for mining the copper in the Great Lakes thousands of years ago. If there really are Minoan symbols in the bottom of a lake in this area that match the ones on the tablet, I need to see them, and I've tracked down the guy who found them. If you look back at the time of the Minoans and during the Bronze Age, it took a lot of copper to make the amount of bronze that was made. I don't think there's enough there to account for all the bronze, and I think a lot of people have been pondering that issue. So where did it come from? I mean, that's the question. And to me, it seems reasonable that here's where they came.
That's correct. There's no question. They came from the pure copper that lined the Great Lakes region, especially in the region. And they left a lot behind to let us know that they were.
You found these?
Underwater, 15 to 20 feet depth. Symbols made out of stone, made into mounds to match some of these.
So what are we looking at here?
This is the fish symbols, the boomerang, the W.
These are amazing. You know, I just got done looking at what's left of the Newberry tablet, and the W was one of the symbols that I was able to make out on that ancient stone.
These symbols that I found here clearly match many of these on this tablet.
So what you're saying is your symbols in the bottom of the lake and the Newberry tablet are all connected by ancient copper miners?
Yes.
Is there any that are still intact?
In fact, there is. Not too far from here. I'd like to show them to you.
You realize that if these are legitimate, they were made by the Minoans, that means that we had the Minoan culture coming here thousands of years before Columbus. I mean, this is a big deal.
Scott, you ready to go back a few thousand years?
You bet. Lead the way. once were, they sure look like they've been messed with. There's not much left.
Yeah, they've all been tampered with. Let's get out of this cold water. I'll tell you about it in a moment.
I appreciate guys like you that are out there looking for these things. You were absolutely right. That one structure underneath there did look like a W. It was a little flat on the bottom. You know, it didn't loop up in the middle like most W's do, but it definitely was nicely symmetric, and it was a beautiful symbol down there. There's no question about that.
The symbols do match.
But I have to tell you that I'm a little skeptical about what I saw in the water. The rocks there looked to me like they had not been there for a long time, and I would have expected more sediment buildup.
The bones were not like I found them several years ago.
I don't know what the situation is there. It doesn't mean that, you know, some of them aren't legit or there are others in other places.
It's not so much the mounds that make me convinced that the Minoans were here. And we're still doing a lot of investigation, but we do know we're walking in ancient footsteps.
I'm not convinced that the rock piles I just saw in the lake were left here by the Minoans. But Scott Mitchell is yet another local who believes that they were here, mining the copper from the Great Lakes region. And a simple test could help me prove it. If Michigan copper is as pure as copper from Bronze Age era, and specifically as pure as the ingots from one of the only Minoan shipwrecks ever found, then there's an ancient connection I think is impossible to deny. Hey Greg, I was up in the UP, Upper Peninsula, Michigan, and I have a sample of copper right here. I understand it's very pure, and I'd like to find that out for myself. Is that something you can help me with?
Absolutely.
So can you tell me a little about the technology we're using today?
Yes, this is a technique known as particle-induced X-ray emission, or PIXI for short. And so what we've got is a accelerator that's going to generate a high-energy beam of particles. Those are going to shoot down through that tube, and as those ions hit it, the sample will emit X-rays. And those X-rays can tell you things about what's inside the sample.
Am I right that NASA used PIXI to analyze the rocks that came back on the Apollo flights, and they're using it on for Mars exploration too, right?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. What I'd like to try to do is use this data to compare with hopefully samples of Bronze Age copper to see if there's a match. And if there is, well, this would prove that ancient miners came to North America long before Columbus, and that would change history in a profound way. I think copper mined from America's Great Lakes was used to fuel the Bronze Age in Europe thousands of years ago. I think the ancient miners were the Minoans, a culture from the island of Crete who also left behind the Newberry tablet, which is undoubtedly old and may be written in their language. And I think a high-tech analysis I'm doing that compares the fingerprint of Great Lakes copper with copper pulled from a Minoan shipwreck could prove it.
So firstly, if we look at the larger spectrum, we see these peaks that clearly are due to copper. So there's lots of it.
Big peak there.
Yep. And then if we look at the finer results, the trace elements, we see a bit of germanium, arsenic, and some even more exotic things like rhodium, terbium, and thallium.
Okay. So that's a pretty unique fingerprint. I mean, these things are represented here. They're just so much smaller than the copper.
Yes, they are.
Okay. What was the percentage of copper? Were you able to determine that?
Well, at least of the metallic elements present in the sample, something from 99 to 99.9% is copper.
99+% copper. Well, that confirms what we were told, what we suspected, is that copper was extremely pure. So that tells us that the visible copper that we see is very specific to those areas And obviously your results confirm that. That's great. Knowing the purity of this and the purity of the copper from the Minoan shipwreck are the same, I'm feeling better than ever about my theory that Bronze Age copper came from America. I've investigated whether copper from the Great Lakes was used to fuel the European Bronze Age. What I can say for certain is that the purity of Michigan copper is a match to the purity of copper found on a shipwreck of the Minoans, a European culture from the island of Crete prominent during the Bronze Age. The Newberry tablet is another clue that links the Minoans to the Great Lakes region in ancient times. More than a century ago, a couple of woodsmen started chopping wood and stumbled upon this incredible discovery. This stone tablet was wrapped in tree roots, so it must have been there for a long time. They saw these symbols but had no idea what they were. Only years later would we know that these symbols were likely Minoan and the importance of their discovery. What I've seen rewrites not just American history, but also European history, and gives us new and critical insight into understanding the evolution of civilizations on both sides of the Atlantic. I'm here to unravel the deepest mysteries, and what I'm discovering might change history in a profound way.
Picking up something down there.
Anyway, oh, we got something here.
The items are down there left.
There's two things laying down there.
Is that the full grave site?
Yeah. Right there, Stan.
They make them 9 feet. Could be a giant.
The history that we were all taught growing up is wrong. My name is Scott Wolter, and I'm a forensic geologist. There's a hidden history in this country that nobody knows about. There are pyramids here, chambers, tombs, inscriptions. They're all over this country. We're going to investigate these artifacts and sites, and we're going to get to the truth. Sometimes history isn't what we've been told. Conventional history holds that the Vikings explored North America as far as Newfoundland in 1000 AD. For decades, people in my home state have believed they went further west, coming here to Minnesota. And not just any Vikings, giants. Hey, Roger, how you doing?
Hey, Scott. Glad to meet you.
Nice to finally meet you. Thanks for inviting me out here.
Well, thanks for coming.
Tell me about the situation.
Well, I was looking for gravel backfill my basement wall. Couldn't get to the gravel pit, the grain fields here. So I decided to find a place myself and dig for it. And I ran into bones, human bones. All in the 40s. They came in and determined they were human bones, and they were very old.
Probably Native American.
Two were native, but there's something else interesting in this equation. We found one guy in there that his bones were huge, and they even commented that it was unusually large, male individual.
Did state archaeologists come out then?
The state archaeologists got involved, and the dynamic was totally different. They wanted to get this thing buried as fast as possible.
Really? When you talk about big bones and a big what you think is a big male. This is reminiscent of giants. I have something I want to show you here. It's an article that talks about giants that was published in the St. Paul paper in 1888. And it says, a prehistoric race, 7 gigantic bodies exhumed while digging a well near Clearwater, Minnesota. A race of giants, and they talk about them being 7 to 8 feet tall. Could your guy be that big?
Oh, yeah. He is.
Okay.
Yeah, we're in the same category.
We're in northern Minnesota. You're probably familiar with Viking Norse heritage and the idea that the Norse were here.
Oh, there's no doubt. I've been studying the Norse for years, and what they do, what burial mound system. All this is Norse technology, and I told them that.
Okay, Roger. So where is this mound?
The mounds are just on the other side of the cornfield, right on the edge of the Coon Creek.
Okay. Well, I'm anxious to go take a
Let's
look.
do it. Need your help. And here we are. That's where the big guy is buried.
Right here. Okay.
Right there. His feet are about approximately right down here in this area. His head is located way up here by where that stone, that marker is.
Roger, let's measure this. Take that. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he's about 8 to 9 feet long.
I'd say 8'6".
It's a big guy. Wow. Digging here, you find bones. The state representative for the Native Americans comes out, an anthropologist for the state comes out, and then what happened? They start digging?
They started doing the archaeological dig. Their eyes got big because this guy's bones. I tore his feet off, and I tore the shoulders and rib cage of 2 of these native girls that were shoved up against his feet.
The anthropologist said these are females,
They were native, female, with real petite, fetal position, and hold their hands over their face.
Okay. Did they say that this was a giant, or they thought it could be, or what exactly did they say?
Very, very large male. Well out of the ordinary. There's a lot of these guys around that kept quiet. I don't know why. But this guy was covered up as fast as he could.
So it seemed bizarre to you. There was something not right about it.
Very bizarre, yes.
Well, based on everything that I've heard so far, what it sounds like to me is you're suggesting there's a cover-up going on.
I don't see any reason why there is not a cover-up. I mean, it's so obvious that you got an 8-foot guy sitting there.
Roger, you mentioned that the big guy was 8 feet long.
Yep.
How do you know that?
Well, after we covered everything up quite a while later, curiosity got to me. I did call in a friend who works the coppers.
The coppers?
It's copper. He's talented with coppers when you run over bodies, water, or whatever they'll cross.
Okay, so this is witching, right? Divining
Witching,
rods?
what you call witching.
Witching is also known as dowsing or divining. Diviners insist they're able to detect underground disturbances through copper rods they hold in their hands. There's really no scientific explanation for how it works, but even Einstein believed that it did. Practice dates back to medieval times when people used to use copper rods to find everything from water to artifacts and bodies.
On the older age from head to toe.
He found that with his rods.
Right, so over 10 feet long.
I'd like to see that. Scott Walter.
Leonard Ingham.
Leonard, how you doing? Nice to meet you.
Leonard.
How did you get into
my dad could do it, and I was 16 when I started. So I'm 70 now, so
a long time. Yeah. Well, I have to be honest with you, Leonard. I'm a little bit skeptical. I do know that there are a lot of people that do believe in the rods. In fact, they are used for finding water wells. I know that the oil companies, even Einstein had a theory of how the electromagnetic energy could be channeled through the human body to make the rods cross. But having said that, I have an idea, and if you're up for it, how would you like to do a little test for us? Sure. Okay. I've got a knife about this long. Do you think if I hit it along the grass here that you could find it? So I want you to turn around. Okay. Roger, make sure he doesn't do any peeking. I just want to double check. Are the rods going to be able to catch this knife? Oh, yes. No problem? No problem. Okay, here we go. Okay, Leonard. Have at it. Good luck.
You hit it in the grass too, didn't you?
Found it.
Yeah.
Wow. Obviously, there's something here. You've got what appears to be a giant, and if it's a giant, it can't be Native American. It must be somebody else, maybe Norse. And if so, then there should be some other related artifacts. There's got to be something else here. We can't dig here, right?
Absolutely not. No disturbance here whatsoever.
Okay. And I can appreciate that because this is a Native American site for sure. Do we have some other places we can go?
Yeah, we're really limited, the cornfield and what's going on. I'll let you left where they are.
Okay. You want to try over there? Sure. All right, well, let's go.
Let's do it.
Here, Roger, lead the way. Leonard, do your thing. We got some right here.
You got something here.
Right here. Is this a continuous thing?
Did you run this way, Leonard?
Kind of parallels the old fence.
The items are down there, Leonard.
There's two things laying down there.
Two different anomalies, huh? Right here? Yep. Okay. We're getting something, huh? We've got some hot spots here that you said there's something here, right? There are artifacts here. It's okay with you? Could we dig these up?
Yeah. If it's up to me, you can dig as much as you want around here.
Okay. I've got the perfect guy, and he can come by tomorrow. We'll be here bright and early.
Sounds good.
Let me just tell you a little bit about what happened so far. You know, I went out to see Roger, and he's an interesting guy. He took me to these really incredible native mounds, and he had a friend of his, a guy by the name of Leonard, came out with divining rods and located what they say is a giant in the ground. After that, we went out into his property, and we identified a couple of other interesting locations that they think there's something in the ground. And I'd like you to look at.
I have a great interest in pre-Columbian culture contact. You know, the one pre-Columbian culture contact that we know happened for sure was the contact with Vikings. The one known pre-Columbian Viking site, Lansing Meadows, in Newfoundland, that's an incredible distance. In terms of them being here in Minnesota, I'm a little skeptical, and we'll see if there's a giant on Rogers' property.
You know, I don't expect you to drink all the pre-Columbian Kool-Aid. You know, take the sips that you want. But you're in Norse country. There are a lot of Scandinavian immigrants here in Minnesota, and the legends and the stories about the ancient Norse coming to Minnesota are everywhere here. I get calls routinely, people that think they have runic inscriptions or ships that they found, Viking ships. I mean, even the Minnesota Vikings, the pro football team, is due to the lore and the legends. It's a big deal in this area.
Local culture, obviously.
Absolutely, no question. You know, giants may seem like a stretch, but there could be some related artifacts. There's got to be more here, and that's why I felt it was important to look at Roger's site.
I've learned one thing in archaeology in the last 15 years is that pretty much nothing is impossible.
Hey Roger, how you doing? Good to see you again.
Nice to see you.
This is my friend Mike.
Hi Roger, nice to meet you. Mike Arbuthnot.
Glad to meet you.
This is the archaeologist I was telling you about.
Well, I think you're going to be pretty interested in this site. I'm glad to have you aboard.
Please show me.
Let's do it.
Well, Mike, this is one of the sites that were marked out yesterday by one of Roger's friends, Leonard, who used a technique called water witching, is what he called it. But the copper rods where they walk and then they cross to mark a location. Dowsing.
Sure, yeah, dowsing is a little bit of an unconventional archaeological method, but nowadays archaeologists have a whole arsenal of remote sensing tools that they can use. Out here, if we're looking for Viking or Scandinavian occupation, and I would think that a metal detector would work best here, because that's what's going to set the Vikings apart from the Native Americans. They're going to have iron, they'll have slag, possibly bronze. So we're looking for metals.
What would happen if we found human remains?
I'm going to call the medical examiner. Depending on how old they are, I might have to bring the state archaeologist out here. We might have to bring a Native American representative. It's like a can of worms that we want to avoid as much as possible. What do we do next? Yeah, let me get my tools, the metal detector, the screen, and the new flags, and we'll set up a grid and start a survey. This is a good spot right here. If I was Viking, this is where I'd want to camp out. So what I'd like to do is run the metal detector survey. We'll set up a grid. We'll label our transect lines, A, B, C, D, and so on. And I will sweep the metal detector back and forth. And if we get a hit, we'll put a pin flag in the ground, and then that's what we'll dig. Yeah, we're about 20 degrees off north. Perfect. Good. Got one right here. Scott, can you flag that on here? Yes. Okay. Got one right there. Roger. Thank you.
We got a bunch of sites located here. We looked at it with Leonard, and now he shows what we might want to do here.
These are all magnetic targets. So we don't know what's in the ground yet, and that's what we're going to find out.
Hold on a second. Is that bone? Mike, you got bone here. I'm pretty sure that's bone.
Sure is. Wow, and it looks like it's actually potentially been cut.
Right there.
Yeah, there's some marks. Do you know where that came out of the wall?
This side.
I have a hand lens. Should I grab that?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, go for it. All right. We're only 29 centimeters deep, so I think we're still in the disturbed plow zone.
Well, it definitely has cut marks on it. I think you're right about that.
Yeah, I think it's butcher bone.
Yeah.
I think it's a rib. This was somebody's dinner maybe 50 to 100 years ago.
Or maybe longer, possibly.
Or possibly it could be Native American. You can probably figure it out by looking really carefully at these cut marks and determine whether it was made by a metal tool or a stone tool. Sure.
Hey, Scott, come over here. What's up, Roger?
Well, Scott, we got a lot more evidence up around this area than just here. This lady gave me pictures of her family farm.
This is a sword.
Exactly.
Where did this come from?
12 miles south of here.
Just found up here.
Found up here around 1900, a little later.
1900.
Around there.
Okay. Wow. How gotta check this out first thing in the morning. Most people would look at claims of Viking swords and Norse giants in Minnesota and laugh. But to me, there's more than just legend here. In 2000, I studied an artifact called the Kensington Runestone, which details a voyage to Minnesota by a party of Norse in 1362, more than a century before Columbus. And the geology of the stone proves to me it's genuine. The runestone is what started me on a mission to examine sites and artifacts all around the U.S. that have been dismissed as hoaxes. It's why I want to help Roger Sager, and why I need to get to the bottom of the mysterious sword he showed me a picture of. I'm in the area here looking into the possibility of a Norse presence here back several centuries ago, and spent some time out at Roger Sager's farm. Later in the day, he pulled me aside and showed me some very interesting pictures of an artifact that I understand you know a little something about.
That's correct.
Can you tell me something about this sword?
It was found while they were plowing. Yes, I have it here.
Wow, heavy.
Yeah, it's heavy. Great. Who's found it? It would be Hans Hansen that found it 3 miles west of Ullin, Minnesota, when he was plowing in 1911. He was the first one to plow that land because he came from Norway.
Okay, so he homesteaded over there.
Right. When he plowed a little deeper and he heard a noise.
How deep do you think we're talking? Is this a foot, 2 feet?
I would probably say 6 to 8 inches to dollars.
Okay, so relatively shallow. Okay. We've got a symbol here. I don't know what the heck that is, but it does look very interesting. This is a very unique sword. The style obviously will tell us something about its age. Have you heard anything about that? Anybody's weighed in on the possible age?
That resembles the swords of the 14th century. Copies, an inscription was found on the Uppsala Cathedral. The whole sword, very similar to that.
Style-wise, right?
Style-wise.
Okay. And one of the reasons that I'm very interested in the sword, curious about the association or possible association with the Kensington Runestone, which is a 14th century artifact, and this could be related evidence, possibly from that Norse party. I do know some people that could help us. And, you know, just doing a general examination, sometimes you find things you never expected. So I think we can learn some more about this sword.
Scott, before you go, I know you're interested in all these artifacts. We have part of a rock that had been blasted. The original owner of that land thought he saw some writing on it.
Writing?
Yeah. One looked like a X or something.
A hooked X.
Yeah.
We have a possible inscription that has a hooked X. The runestone has the hooked X. Obviously, you can see why that intrigues me. One of the reasons that I'm very interested is, obviously, I'm curious about the association or possible association. Giants, medieval Norse, or Viking Age Norse, whoever it might be. There was an inscription on it, and he blasted the rock?
Yeah.
For foundation?
He bought it for foundation stone. He was not interested in history or whatever. So.
I don't see anything here. So there's either going to be something on the rock or in the foundation. This is great. Well, we've got a sword. Now we have a rock with a possible inscription with a hooked X. Is there any chance we can take a look at this?
Sure, I know where the place is.
Well, the sooner the better as far as I'm concerned. First, I want to see the source rock of this foundation stone. If this rock you're taking me to has any characteristic marks, it'll help me identify the rock we're looking for in the foundation. It's a rock down.
Oh, that must be it.
All right, well, here's your boulder.
Watch out for the sense.
There we go. That is a massive boulder. Look at this. It goes all the way over here. A couple things here. See this flat surface here?
Yeah.
And if you look at a low angle, you can see that there are scratches on it. Those are glacial striations. In the distant past, when this thing was still part of the bedrock, but it wasn't here. It was hundreds of miles up north. There's definitely evidence that this rock was blasted. The other thing is, I know what this rock is now, and it has a very unique step fracture pattern here. So if I'm able to go over to the foundation, I know what rock to look for. And if they carved on the glacial surface, I'll see those striations. Do you think he'd let me go through his foundation and take a look?
Oh, I'm sure he will.
And what is his name?
Ed Hazelwood.
Hey. My name is Scott Wolter.
Yeah, that has a root.
I looked at a stone out in the field here, and I heard that it was blasted to help make a foundation for a house nearby.
You want to look at her?
I would love to look at it. I take it it's nearby?
Yeah, it's back here.
Okay. How old is this house with